you go, Patori. I bring you puppy. I'm sorry. I got his butt. I'm sorry. I got his butt. I'm sorry. I hope you had the best birthday today, Patori. Oh my god, I love him so much. Hi, Curly. Hi, Taco Bell. Shut up, chat. Come here!
Activating that glass. I was right. Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
Sorry, I'll be more careful next time.
No. If there is a next time, I'll be the one aiming your powerful weapon. Thank you.
Not that I approve.
I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Do it again.
Oh no.
Now, shall
My
we go?
smoker's
Or do
wheeze.
you have any other chaos you need to unleash here?
Oh my god. See, this would have got me banned on TikTok. This I would understand. Why, Raven? Do you want him? Oh no, my mustache. Ah! The illusion is shattered! How much I'm the shell of a man I once was. I have nothing left to me. I'm broken. Why? What is this? What is happening to me? 5, 6, 6. Count to 5 and go to the left. Find 4 Christmas tree toys when you go through the hatch. Oh, Irish enjoy your kids at Subby! Hello? Oh my god. My cat's tail fluffed up. That's how bad I scared her. Oh! Bolderin's Giant Slayer. That's the name of my strap-on. That's so weird. You're doing DoorDash. Happy Friday. Dream Kitty? Give us a minute. I hadn't even gone live yet. Give us a minute. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. Kyle, first and not first. Thanks, buddy. Shabby. Mwah. Leon's moans. Mwah. I need to message you. I did not message you. I need to message you. Kyle. Mwah. Cutest button. Mwah. Rooster. Caca. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Escape. Mwah. Reaper. Mwah. Scary Game Survivor. Mwah. Soul Parrot. Caca. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. What's up, Soul Parrot? Hello. Eclipsed. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Guys, happy Friday. We did it. We made it. We made it to end of the week. Congratulations. And happy new DBD chapter week. Oh, Eclipsed for me? Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I hope you guys had the best week ever. I had a pretty good week. I've had a pretty good week. Worked out every day. Got a lot done. A lot of editing. Guys, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. We're doing a lot of YouTube videos. Yo, thank you for the 90s stream streak, Leon's Moans. Dream Kitty, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, you could say hello, Dream Kitty. Dream Kitty, hello also works too. How to enter the giveaway. There will be details given when the giveaway is done. I'm not some cash cow, you could, or what is it called? A piggy bank. They, like, smash open and just grab things. Give me a minute. Say hello. Gosh. Oh my god. Oh my godness. Oh my goodness, you look amazing at top. Literally, Nom, kiss me. No, you. And thanks. I don't think I've ever worn this top before. So thank you. That's really sweet of you. I found it in my pile of clothes of things I want to hang up in my closet. Oh, shit. I forgot my bracelets today. I'm gonna have to go grab that. Eclipse, literally know you. Nom nomming. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Rooster. Girl, don't compliment me. I'll leave. I did try today, though. What about being a slot machine? Kyle! You're the only one that I'm going to say could get away with saying that. Spades! Spades. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss you. No, you. Right back. I'm rubber and you're... I'm going to... Who remembers this throwback from Pixel? I think before I was even partnered. I used to say, I'm rubber and you're glue, whatever you say about me. Any nice thing, I used to say that all the time. Any nice thing you say to me bounces off of me and sticks to you. So, boom, flip. I used to say that all the time. And that's so funny. Chloe, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. It's game night. What is game night? I wonder who knows that reference. That's not a me reference. That's a Rooster Teeth reference. Picks about to act up. Me? It's not rubber, but don't stick. Excuse me. Loki. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I remember that saying. Leanne's moans. You get me. It's your fucking nightmare. Guys, happy Friday. Anyone got anything fun planned for this weekend? What am I going to do this weekend? We're going to stream tomorrow. We got that. A YouTube video being uploaded tomorrow. Or scheduled for tomorrow. What is being scheduled tomorrow? I think it's... Resident Evil edited VOD part 3, I think. Packing and unpacking. Are you excited? Are you happy? Is that good? I'm gonna ramble tomorrow. Is ramble like a place? Then have tacos and friends. Ooh, yummy tacos. Little Caesars. Lay under the bed. Under the bed. And just watch anime on my phone to not think about life. Nom nomming. That actually sounds like super cozy. Okay. Little Caesars is the one that has the pretzel crust, right? Is that what you're getting? Yes! Is that what you're getting? What's up, Smokey? I just want to survive this week. We got a surprise snowstorm tonight. Ugh, and a bunch of cars went off the road. That's super scary. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're staying nice and warm. It was very warm today. I don't mean to rub it in. Oh, what's your fucking nightmare? Epra. Why can't I speak today? Anytime Nom types something in chat, I can't read your chat. I'm so dumb. And hating the packing, but looking forward to unpacking. I love unpacking, but like I also hate at the same time, you know? The plan is to try to survive, so we're just all in survival mode right now. Got it. I'm getting an extra pepperoni. The pretzel crust is too salty for me. Really? I love salt. Ramble means I just get out of the apartment and go somewhere. Oh, maybe for a walk in the park, maybe a game store. Oh, I love that for you. Cal, I would love to go ramble with you. That sounds like such a southern thing, but you're not... Did you ever live in the South? Or have you always been in Arizona? Boo, booty! Well, if you ate your dinner, you wouldn't be so hungry. Like, midnight was actually eating your dinner, so... Jello! They go to the forehead kiss. See, V literally know you. V is my biggest hype man on Twitter right now. I love you so much. Supernova, thank you for the 15 stream streak. What the hell? Thank you so much for 15. That's a lot. That's a lot of days and streams that you could have been doing something much better with your time, but I appreciate you slumming it with me. You got some wine? What kind of wine are we talking about? Girl, I want to get some rosé. So the DLC giveaways, are they just Steam? Yeah, Steam, console, Nintendo Switch. Any Dead by Daylight. If you can enter a code into the DBD store, then it's applicable for you. Just if you're like Nintendo Switch or console, you're gonna have to like type it in. But with Steam, it's a copy paste. I lived in Wisconsin, then Indiana. Oh my god. So Alabama. Okay, so 1 out of 5. Yo, what's up, True Shinobi? Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Firefighting. I need this. For myself, so I have to start working out now and doing things for myself, bettering things to make myself happy. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Oh, thanks, Shinobi. I'm so proud of you. That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Good for you. Very proud of you. It's been quite painful and gross. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who wants a hug. If you guys don't want, you guys can jump and get to the next person. Mad-Eye, you didn't say hello today. You didn't say hello before you did that. We have a rule here. You have to say hello to me. Mad-Eye. Yeah. Don't give me your pity hello. I would love to go on a ramble with you. Did you just say groovy? Anyone who's hyping you up is just wishing bad karma. Don't even get me started, V. Don't even get me started. Matt, I thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Odd One Fuv, Cincy Ewok, Maybe Puggers, Louise Alexander, and Alpha TV 101. If you guys got gifted subs, make sure you say, thank you. Also, Matt, you know the drill. Let me know what color pussy you like. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Also, I feel a little off today. Like, I've had a good day. Like, I've had a pretty decent week. But something feels off. So if I'm, like, forgetting... Oh, you know what? I think it's because I dressed up today. I think it's because I'm not wearing pants right now. Streamer's not wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. But I think something is definitely throwing me off kilter. Is that the word? So if I seem, like, weird today, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Hi, Zarya! It will be cold in my grave before I do more than visit their event. Oh my god! What the heck is in Indiana? You have a killer migraine? Oh, I hope you feel better. I shouldn't turn my volume down because I like to scream. Fun, mwah. True Shinobi, mwah. Otaku, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. What's up, Kick? April's, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up? Yup. Hi, Thana. Streamer has legs. Witch! Here for the cast? You're so sweet. You need to put a mirror on your door? I'm gonna kiss you. What? Wait, Matt, did you tell me what color you wanted? If you don't tell me, I'm gonna do a blue one. Because that's your username color. Do you have a kitty? Do you have a kitty on the wall yet? Holy, that emote's so cute! My fellow twins main Aprils. Oh my god, that is so cute. Again, I was working shirtless for a while today until my cat got pets crazy and bit my nipple. I cannot recreate the noise that I made, but it absolutely startled. I don't mean to laugh at you. I'm laughing with you. You laughed, right? It startled a lady walking by outside, just sort of shrugged apologetically and pulled the blind until she went away. Made the day weird. Listen, if that's, like, what made the day weird, it's not a bad day, right? About an hour, give or take. Do your thing! Escape. Drive safe. Witchy trick. Send negative energy back to people who are trying to send it your way. Wait, really? Wait, what was the trick? Put a mirror on the door? I have a mirror at the bottom of my basement stairs. Does that count? Good evening, Duncan. Mwah, Mad-Eye. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, Mad-Eye, let me know what color pussycat you like. Let me know. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Facing outward, so, like, I can see it? Oh! Facing outward, so, like... Yeah, I have an idea. I haven't... Maybe. I gotta look into it. Green? I get you, your green kitty cat. Your green kitty cat. Oh, let's see how derpy we can make this one. What's up, Mama J? Mama J. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? I saw the most witchy house. It had a purple door. Ugh. Jealous. And a sun mirror on the front of it. If that's in a witch house, I don't know what it is. Oh my god. That's awesome. I want to paint my door. My door is just like basic betch white. Ugh. Oh, but I'm HOA. So I probably can't paint my door. But you know what? I could paint the inside of it. Oh my god, go get some rest, Shinobi. You guys want to hear something weird about my sleep schedule? So you know how for the past, like, month or so, my sleep schedule has been go to sleep around like noon and wake up at 4 or 5, and that's like how my like sleep schedule's been. I am weirdly on like a go to sleep at between midnight to 2 a.m. and wake up between 6 and 8 a.m. And you know what the most frustrating part about that is too? Is that since I've been on this like normal person schedule, that my mental health has been the best it's been in like a month. So I don't like that. I like my nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. So I don't know. I'm conflicted. But I've had a great week, so. And I'm well rested, I think. I have a duplex and my door is purple and my rental has a yellow door. Oh, that is so dope. Purple and yellow. It's not been fun. Woke up at 5 a.m. Felt like shit. Lost my stomach out of my ears. Oh no. Oh no. I was planning for a test job. I hope it didn't. Were you able to go or did you have to cancel or reschedule? What's up, Haku? Haku, mwah. Saucy plague, mwah. They go the forehead kisses. Sleeping for the stinky. Well, then call me Stinky Pixel because I love to sleep. Hope everyone's well today. I hope so, too. I'm doing great. I would argue that I'm doing well today. Isn't that weird? You know, Pixel with good mental health? Yeah, for the past, like, week or so, it's been great. Ugh. Who is she? Wait, Eclipse, did you tell me what kind of wine you have? Because now that you said that, now I want to pour some rosé. 2 years, 9 months? Sweat. I'm joking. I have to get back to my normal day today because I know firefighting ain't an easy job. No, it's going to be hard as F. But I'm very proud of you. I'd love to make it a bigger part of my life, Mama J. I'm on that same idea. You know what? Okay, here we go. What if we put your... Oh, that's not so bad. Oh, okay. He's derpy, but kind of cute. You know what? I don't want to add anything else. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Hello, princess. Everyone say hello, princess. Oh, Bubble Penguin. Oh, thank you, Kyle. And, like, I don't remember if I said this in the mod chat. I said this to somebody. I don't know. I've actually been talking to people. I've actually been answering messages. Who is she? And I don't know who I said this to, but I'm trying so hard. Oh, I know Music Kid for sure. I'm trying so hard to like not let the mania overwhelm me, because usually when I'm having like my bad days, my bad months, let's be honest, and then I start having like one singular good day, I want to take advantage of it and milk it so hard that I end up burning myself out even worse, and then I just go right back into the negative cycles of burnout and depression. And so I think that's why this mania is slowly just becoming like almost like happy healthy for me, because I'm not allowing myself to try to do 1,000,001 things all in this one good day, and I'm trying to like baby steps and try to create a rhythm and a system. And I feel like I have this week. I've had a really good system. I've answered emails and messages all week. I'm not caught up. I'm working on it. I have worked out every day this week. That's not new though. I've been working out for like over 200 days. Sorry, who's counting? Sorry. I'm proud of myself. I have been eating like a normal person, I think. I have been cleaning. Like, I feel like I've been doing all, like, the stuff that, like, normal people do. I've been sleeping, like, a normal sleep. I've been getting, like, 6 to 7 hours. I did not mean that. We're a sushi guy. Someone ban Sushi Guy! Don't tell him why, but just ban him. But I've been getting, like, 7 to 6... Damn it! I've been getting 7 or 6 hours of sleep. And, I don't know. It's just been a really good week. So I'm trying really hard to maintain that momentum without, like... overdoing it. It's hard, man. Balance is hard. Waiting for my call up to the bigs. Hit pro on sleeping. Shut up. Thank you guys for all saying hello, princess. I've been fangirling for a while. You were so funny, V. V, wait, hold on. Let me see what your follow age was, because you were here before partner, right? Yeah. 5 years, 1 month, 24 days. You were here before partner. That's crazy. Here before partner stickers. Who's got them? That was actually part of my, like, incentive to get people to follow me and watch my streams when I was, like, partner pushing. I was like, guys, who wants to be here before I got partner? I don't really think it worked, but I tried. Magical chick. Mwah. Lily of the Graves. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Proud of you. Don't be nice to me. Oh, God. Almost wore that shirt today. With injuries and pain med, just because you're feeling a little bit better. Oh, my God. Exactly. Oh, V. That's so smart. That's a really good metaphor. Makes you want to do better, Shinobi. I'm already proud of you. What's up, Pyro? Also, hi, Sushi Guy. You have talked about that. If you keep the mania tempered and not drain yourself during it, it means no crash later. I have not experienced a crash yet. I had a little bit of like a thing happen to me today, but I was like, it's no big deal. I was able to overpower it. It was really nice. You had to cancel it, and even though they were understanding, they were not impressed. Yeah. But you know, it is what it is. You're only human, Chloe. I hope we can reschedule. Keep us posted. Also, Sushi Guy, mwah, for the 69 kisses. Pyro, mwah. Thank you, Supernova. What's up, the Fox? I love this emo. It's so cute. I think just before, yeah, because my partner anniversary is in like 2 weeks. So you got it like a month or 2 months before partner. But to be fair, I also got partnered like really quickly when I started streaming again. I know, Fawn. I love it. Ashley, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm doing my part. Do you really, V? Shut up. That is so cute. V, I hope you feel better. Please take care of your migraine. 96% vibe. Oh my God, I've been holding Mad Eye's pussy this entire time. Mad Eye, I hope you enjoy your silly little guy.
Hey Pixel and beautiful people, just wanted to stop
Hello?
in and say love you and hope you have an amazing
For
day.
12
Red heart
months?
emoji.
I hope you love your little guy, Mad Eye. I think he's so cute. Thank you, Midnight Magnus, for the 12 monthies. Do you know what that means? Do you even know what that means? Oh, cute. That means you get a Pokemon card in the Spank Bank binder. Speaking of Spank Bank, hi, YBZ. Take that as you will. Thank you for the forehead kissy. J-Pex! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Friday, everybody. Fawn with the big heckin' vibe, too. Holy big vibes, Batman. Hi, Ashley. I'm training them. You're training them so well. Thank you so much for the 12 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view it, and your sub badge. That made my day. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Just wait till you see your Pokemon card. Oh, hello, Marker. 1 year. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Your hair looks so good. Thanks! I straightened it. I haven't straightened it in a while. I wanted to look cute today. I don't know why, but I thought being cute today would, I don't know. I feel like I deserve it. Remember how I told you guys that for the most part, my outfits are a reflection of my mental health. The more effort I put into how I look, the better my mental health. Yo, Midnight! Thank you for the 1 year of subscribing. You are an Ice Cube. Ice Cube, not to be confused with Ice Cube. Ice Cube. Thank you so much for the year subscription. I really appreciate that. It's incredible. Thank you so much. Oh, I hope you feel better, YBZ. Anytime someone mentions that they have a migraine or a headache, I get like a little tremor because of the 2.5 weeks straight that I had a migraine. I get a little PTSD from it, so hopefully it goes away soon. Me right now haven't showered yet today. Listen, showering is an optional daily task. Sushi Guy, don't flare with me, I'll come. But, Matt, I hope you love your little guy. I think he's super cute. I love him. Also, skirt reveal. Streamer has legs. Which? Oh my God, speaking of water fawn, I gotta pick my guffle of the day.
Pixel love.
This is Kyle. Oh, I don't have it on. Hold on. I gotta make my funny. Damn, it's already minutes already passed. But hold on. Will this work now?
Lizard.
There you go. Goth pasta. You know what, Goth pasta? I'm gonna assign you whatever one I drink. Are you ready for this? So we're gonna shake on G Fuel flavor. Are you ready? But before I do this, Goth pasta, do you have any flavors that like you can't stand, or anything that you really, really like? Like for me, I hate coconut. So are there any things that I should avoid? Also, Nikki, hello? Thank you for the 20 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub-patch. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Legs are a thing I know. The moon. Oh my god. The moon. Jay, you were making a Marvel Rivals reference, right? I hope so. Also, Nikki. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. YBC, thank you for the 85 stream streak. I get really bad migraines, so when I'm beyond stressed, dehydrated. Seeing a pretty goth Betty. Shut up. I hope you're not I hope you're not like experiencing a migraine right now, though, Jesse. Fun. Do you want cat or dog? Because they're all here right now. Kill on the coconut. I agree. Everyone say hi, Goth Pasta. So your poly drink Schult. Okay, so your equal opportunity. You'll drink anything. All right. L coconut. Should we do a poll on what everyone's opinions on coconuts is? Jesse, mwah. Panda pants, mwah. Did you say doggies? Wait, hold on. I missed your message. Puppies! Charlie, come here. He almost went away. Got pasta! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, little god? Sorry, I burped. Oh, I had some pasta. Today I had one of my Cook Unity meals. Short rib ragu. And it had like rigatoni. Pasta. I love saying her name. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Doodly-dee. Alice! Speaking of doodly-dee. Think of the forehead kissy. All right, hold on. Everyone shut up. I gotta pick a G Fuel flavor. Then it's also gonna be assigned to Goth Pasta. Ew, I can literally hear you crunching in my microphone. Ew. How basic do I want to be? Because, oh, where is it? Hold on, I know which one. I know. Wait, we didn't have this one yet? Hold on. Wait. All right. Goth Pasta. I was going to give you this one. The Dan to Dan Full Throttle. Blue Raspberry Dragon Fruit. But I realized I haven't had the, Raging Sun Demon Slayer Kumquat yet. So I might drink this today, but I wanted to drink the Full Throttle. Just so you know. So I got some poop jugos. What's up, Quiddy? Quiddy, happy Friday. Kumquat. Oh, and it is Aries season, is it not? Maximus, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Also, Alice, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Chloe, thank you for the 45 stream streak. That cum in my ear was crazy. If I had a nickel. Cute as a button. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Don't be nice to Pixel or Schult. Kumquat. Happy Aries season. My phone volume was up all the way when you said kumquat. Hi, Dinu Tuna! Danu Tuna. Danu, not Dinu, right? Danu, right? Am I saying that right? Hi, long time no see. The kumquat. Better leave a mess on my... What? I'm sorry. I'm done. Also, Panda Pants Party, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lily. I said tuna! I did call you tuna. I'm dyslexic. I put the U and the E together. That's why it sounded wrong to me. Yo, Chrissy, thank you for the 67 forehead kisses. Mwah! Cool can. Mwah. Dinu Tenna. I'm sorry, I keep thinking about cum. Kumquat! Kumquat! So I'm gonna end stream. No, don't follow me. Oh man, that's crazy. Thanks for the follow. Everyone shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Tuna. She's thinking about fish. Oh my god. April Aries rage. Sorry, mods. Dee-doo. Okay, good. I don't know. I'm sorry about the tuna. I'm sorry. List of names that you've been called incorrect. No, Leon's bones! Not the throwback. I put the sexy in dyslexia. Shut up, Willie. Hi, Willie! My little nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Little gone. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I know I yelled at you and said don't follow me, but it was just really good timing. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, angel number 222 forehead kissies. Why can't I find an upper Midwest goth baddie girlfriend IRL to jiggle her boobies in my face and give me forehead kisses? Well, your problem is you're looking in the Midwest. I asked too much, I'm sure. Wait, was Boo checking? Willie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, we got scoop luck again. We got scoop luck. Look at that, right on top. That's all we want. Some big titty goth lady. Alright. But, like, we are gonna try the kumquat. It's alive and well. I can't wait. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna try to go to the field museum for the Pokemon fossil thing in, was it April or May? When does it come out? I'm gonna try to go there with my brother. Oh, that's good. Do we get double, triple, quadruple forehead kissies? All right, if I put some forehead kissies out here right now, you guys can fight to the death for them. All right, you guys ready? Oh, an ad just started too, so only subs can get these. All right, there was like 10 of them at least. All right, you guys fight for them. The last one was kind of juicy though, so I hope you guys like that one. I will time out anybody who takes them. Kyle, who took both first and not first today in chat. I just want the last one. Meaning the planet was covered in water. Oh my god, I saw that there was like a new dinosaur found somewhere. Well, like, I don't know, somewhere. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Only 3 days! Only 3 days to your kiddo! Oh, that makes me so happy. You took the third one? I don't think anyone took the third one. No! Not Kyle timing people out! Are you talking about dinosaurs, Mama J? You stop that. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Yikes! Good thing I didn't get an ad this time. Good thing. What? Don't say it, because then they'll get you. Don't say that you didn't get an ad, because then Twitch will find you and they'll get you. I'm old. Paired with that emote was actually super cute, by the way. Alright. So, we're going to be trying the brand new and improved formula, 2.0 formula, Demon Slayer, Raging Sun, Kumquat. Focus. There she goes. Good girl. And this is what it looks like. Yummy. Yum, yum. Oh, it smells like one of the orange jelly beans, so like Jelly Belly jelly beans. I wish the water was cold. It is like so room temperature. It tastes just like the tangerine Jelly Belly jelly bean. Holy. I've never had a kumquat, but If I did, I'm sure I'd like it because this tastes delicious. I wish it was cold though. Why'd I have to pick room temperature water? That's very good. Guys, use code kitten. I allowed that message. You look so cute today. Beth literally kissed me. Also, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, thanks. I straightened my hair. This is really good. But yeah, goth pasta. You know what? I'm gonna give you both of these. I hope you're an anime fan because these are the ones I recommend for you. Yeah, you know what? You know, I gotta stay on brand. Oh wait, I'm gonna keep these here. And then move these. There we go. A little fit check. Okay, that's all you get. I should probably watch more anime. I don't know anime. You guys had to teach me anime. Goth Betty drinks kumquat on stream for free. Open lobbies? I don't know. I don't know if you guys have been good enough for that. I'm joking. I don't know. I haven't decided. We are gonna be playing DBD, and obviously giving away some codes. I'm not gonna start the giveaways until at least after 7 because that was when I told people that I would start doing the giveaways. Would be after 7. I was thinking, I don't know. 8, 9, 10, 11. We could do one at 8, one at 9, one at 10, one at 11. We could do that. And the last code is going to be given away in the Discord, just because I know that not everybody can make it to streams. So the last one's in the Discord. So unfortunately, that's locked behind an age restriction because you have to be 18 older to be in the Discord. But sorry, I burped. You guys liked it though. You liked it. You guys are freaks. You liked it. But that's the only one. Otherwise, you guys have to be here to win. Also, I'm not sure if I want to do freaks. I'm joking. I'm not sure if I want to do like marbles on stream and have Thanos. I'm sure someone did. Because I chose. Don't, Jesse, you tell me that was a lie. You call them back right now. Not you guys yumming it. Oh my god. Jasper, what do you want, child? Oh my god. You guys keep me young and virile, submissive, and breedable. So anyways, we're going to be giving away some DBD DLC codes today. And they are for all platforms. All platforms that DBD is available for. What color are your eyes? They are maroon. Wait, hold on. Don't look too close at my makeup. I didn't do it very good. They're very brown. like brown. No, Jesse! No! Bad Jesse! You got me all giggity. You got me all giddy right now, Quinny. Shut up, Moche. Yeah, behavior, because we're a DBD creator, they gave us 5, count them, 5 codes to give away for Quanta Young. Shout out. No, stop, no. When the light hits brown eyes, oh my god. But like, Goth Pasta, I have done like those cringe photos where I'll stand in the sun and like take a picture of my eyeball. I've never shared any of those pictures, but I just wanted to see what my eye looked like in the sun. My eyes are beautiful in the sun. Beautiful. And they got like a little like rings of like, I don't know, dark brown. Oh, it's beautiful. I wish there was sun right now, and I you know, I'll get a picture next time I remember. What's up, Chaotic Dreaded Samurai? I love this emote. You guys have the cutest emotes. What the hell? This is so cute. I love his little like tap hearts. It's so cute. My eyes are all squinty in the sun. Are they blue? And I hate it because I hate eye contact. Oh, doesn't. I would imagine that majority of people here are 18 plus. They fucking better be, Chloe. Don't perceive me, real. Depending on my mood or how the sun hits my eyes. What color eyes do you have? You're turning heads when you walk through the... Is that a song? That was taken by security. Oh my god. Oh, so I'm using Opera GX for the first time today. That's fun. What am I doing? Oh, Steam. I'm opening up Dead by Daylight. Oh, man. Should we do open lobbies? I don't know. I don't know if you guys have been good cats and kittens. Is someone saying One Direction? Is that the reference that they're making? Oh, Hazel? Ugh. My brother and my dad have beautiful hazel eyes. Me? Shit brown. Really? Must be nice. Sectorial heterochromia. So like a part of your eye is a different color? Da Vinci? Really? Oh, maybe it's a good time for me to start learning that space because I still want to learn Da Vinci. Oh, Quinny, what's it like being God's favorite? Oh, what's it like being God's favorite, everybody? Wait, we never got our poll. What was the poll for? Oh, coconut! Wait, did we get a poll for coconut mods? Can we get a poll for coconut? L or L? So all I get is dark brown eyes. Me too, Alice. I'm joking. Thanks, mods! Or dark when I'm angry. Uh-oh. L, but in Spanish? What is L in Spanish? Oh! Guys, I do have the Grimoire thing extension on my stream right now. Hold on. I have the Grimoire extension on my stream right now. Let me pull up my stream. Oh, please don't have sound. Oh, please don't have sound. I don't want to hear or see myself. I'm joking. Yeah, there it is! Okay, so you guys can literally click on my stream and you'll see the Grimoire. So right here, if you click like right here, you'll see Cult of the Lamb, Amazon Prime, and guys, subscribe to Prime. What? I'm joking. And then there's the Grimoire. So Dead by Daylight added a Grimoire extension, so you guys can actually vote on. What did you just say? What did you say, God Pasta? I'm sorry, you completely derailed me. Also, Punk Ash! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, gee. You completely derailed me. Oh, moi. You forgot I've got a lovely bunch. Good, not only mixed drinks. Oh, you know what? That's actually a really good point, Kyle. I will drink coconut in mixed drinks. But normally I'm L coconut. That's a good point. Good poll. Guys, tell the mods, good poll. I am very excited for the Grimoire. Shut up, Alice. Don't say that. I'll get canceled again. Da Vinci. Nikki. I don't know if I know that vine. Bravo Penguin. One of my coworkers asked what One Direction was. I asked them how old they were. I'm old. They were 19 and I'm almost 30. Oh, do 19-year-olds not know what One Direction is? Is One Direction, like... Well, they're not... What generation is One Direction? Because I know they're a band, but I never listened to them. Body pains that snap, crackle, and pop when I walk. Oh, Quinny. I agree, Chloe. I agree. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Amazing poll. Thank you. Malibu, right? Guys, I want to take a shot. Man, I did gift 5 subs. I could take a shot. Gen Zers? Is Gen Z... Yeah, Gen Z is after millennial, right? That's because Little Gone, you're part unk. They're not a thing anymore. Around from 2010. 2019 went on an indefinite hiatus, and then Liam... That's who that was! Oh, okay. I'm gonna give you Zoomy Heels. Ooh, you know what? Maybe we could do some open lobsters. I'll change my title if we do that. Because, like, I wasn't sure if we should or we will. Oh, Quinny, I am starting to feel better mentally. So, I am heading towards being able to do collabs again. Actually, I believe I will be playing with Nyquist sometime soon, and Dr. Finkelstein sometime soon. We haven't set dates, but I have finally agreed to play with them. Because I've been blowing off all of my friends. I've been blowing off everybody. I know I owe Derpface too, because Derpface, bless his heart, has been so patient with me. But I think when my mental health is finally coming to a place where I think I might be able to start doing some collabs again. So yes, I will be referencing that and probably reposting it too, for anyone who wants to collab. Thank you for asking that, Gwenny. Okay, it sounded like I said Gwenny, but I said
Collab
Quinny.
D's.
Rootsy, you'd be so happy with me. So I was watching Nye's stream yesterday, and he was eating some nuts, and someone in chat asked what kind of nuts they were, and I said D's, and I said, sorry, I had to do it for Rootsy. So just so you know, I did that for you, because I knew that's important to you, and I know what's important to you, and I know that you thought it somewhere, like you were, like, tingling, and I need to take care of my girl when she tingles. Ah! I haven't drank anything! Thank you so much for the 62 months. Guys, everybody point at Rootsy and cholera. Sweat! I've missed so many messages. Hold on. I read that. Welcome back, Poe! It goes Boomer, Gen X, Zillennial, Elder Millennial, that's too much. Oh, and then Gen Alpha, right? Hi, Panda Monster! Hi, Benny, mwah, Panda Monster, mwah, think of the forehead kiss. Quinny, yes, definitely. Very much will be happening. I am a big directioner in the day. Had all the posters, CDs, even press-on nails. That is so cute. Exciting. For the collabs, I get called Unk anyway because of the music I listen to. Oh my god. Oh, I got called old on my Spotify too. That's so funny. Stop blowing your friends. Never. We'll make it. Do no harm. Botany and empathic connection for Swift, so everyone can see me. If someone runs heal, I love that. Yeah, the Boon circle feeling is so good. Even after it's like Nerf or whatever. I generally like coconut, but if it's fresh coconut, I can't do like real honest to God coconut. I can't do it. All right, here's the button. You confused me with that. Don't you ever put that emote in my chat ever again. That, like, genuinely confused me. Benny, do you want cat or dog? Of course, Rootsy, I got you. Swat! Oni games. Mwah. Think we're the forehead kissy. Lapis. Mwah. Think we're the forehead kissy. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that. Cat, I got you. Are we geeking in one direction? I think just you and Bravo Penguin are. Hi, this is from Benny. Wow. I'm wearing shorts. You guys can't get weird. I love confusing streamers with this. You did it again! Ooh. No, I think we're going to do one at 8. Oh. Central Time. Oh, here we go. A little one. It's in half. So we're going to do one in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. So 8 Central Time, 9 Central Time, 10 Central Time, 11 Central Time. And then the last one will be in the Discord, but that's already running, and I'll pull it tomorrow. I'll pull that one during stream. So guys, let's do the Grimoire. Let's do El Grimoire. What do you guys think? Also, guys, follow along with me. I'm going to do it on the game so you guys can see what I vote for. But click here if you're on PC. If you're on mobile, click, like, down here where you see the extensions. What time is it for you right now, Shinobi? And start listening to them. Oh, damn, Guns N' Roses, Paradise City. Such a great song. Is that what I'm listening to right now? Sweet child of mine. Oh, yeah, I don't care if you guys already, like, own the DLC, because you guys can, like, if you guys win the DLC, but you guys already own the DLC, you can just give it to one of your friends. I don't know. It's your prerogative what you guys want to do with it. The only caveat we're going to have with this is that, one, you have to be here when we draw the winner. You have to be here to claim it. And two, only one winner. So like the same person can't win all 5 giveaways, you know? So like for example, Rootsy, Rootsy, like if you win one of the codes today, but you also entered into the Discord giveaway and you win that one too, I will just redraw until it's all 5 unique people. Okay. Oh, Rootsy! Mwah, Jordan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I had to make an emergency hot chocolate. Oh my god. I love that for you. I was obsessed with those boys when I was pretending to be straight. I was never a One Directioner. Chat can make anything weird. No, you're right. You're starting to get sick? Oh, whatever, Jesse. You had me in the first half. I'm gonna start banning you. I'm joking. Oh, you're Mountain Standard. Gotcha. Okay. I was gonna say something real quick. You were literally my... Quinny, guys, don't be nice to me. You're gonna make me want to drink some wine. Wait, can I do... Whoa! 750 million blood points! Thanks, Dead by Daylight! But that really means a lot. Thank you very, very much for saying that, Quinny. But don't you dare ever say anything nice to me ever again! Alright, you know what? I don't know if I can do this on stream. Hold on. Let me open up my stream again. Oh, let me open up my stream again. Maybe I have to do it... Do I have to, like, share my screen? I don't want to, like, share my screen because then... we're gonna get, like, view, like, streamception. And fun fact, foam matches in America can have a fiberglass cover. So when I went to wash my mattress cover, I got... got pasta! That sounds awful and miserable. I would have to hear some One Direction songs to see if I've heard them before. Quinny, you were so sweet. Seriously, thank you so much. It really means a lot that somebody made about the One Direction boys and they were like superheroes or something, and Simon Cowell was their dude who gave them missions. Shut up. Shut up. That's actually super cute. Oh, Poe, and the announcements. Logan, I hope so. Sometimes they do expire, though. So make sure you, like, check periodically. Dizzle. Mwah. Think of the 4 I can't see. Well, Chloe, I think I saw you joined the Discord one. One Direction, listening party when. That's up to Rootsy and Bravo Penguin. The Adventurous Adventures of One Direction. Stop. Alright. Oh, this is so small to read on the extension. Alright, you know what? Fine. We'll do it. We will... Hold on. Ooh. Alright. How do I... Oh, God, how do I do this? I don't know how to do this. How do I... Display capture? Ugh! How do I do this? Display capture. Ugh, this is gross. Guys, work with me. I just want to do it with you. Oh, this is so bad. This is so cursed. Everyone say hello. This doesn't look good, right? This doesn't look good at all, right? I shouldn't do this. Do we like this? Is this okay? All right. How do you kill... Shut up. In the NC's realm. How do you kill an NC's realm? Choose one of 2. Oh, I saw these because I watched the stream. Shut up! I want this one because I want the light, like, going through them. Oh. Lizard. Cast vote. Okay, now what? Now what? Now what? This is working great. You know what? I'll do it later. Oh, bottom left? Ooh! Thanks. I didn't see that. How do you guys see that? Killer Phase 2, Verse 5. Oh, revered judgment, even the entity's realm, you shall possess certain divine capabilities. What is your first pick? God. Run down the center, a totem perk that gives you incremental haste and chase. An obsession perk that gives you near perfect aura reveal. I like aura. Gotta remember to turn the page, guys. Turn the page! Yeah, I don't know how you people saw that. Like, that's crazy. I don't even have, what's it called? Color blindness? What is your second perk? Hex, under your thumb. A hex perk that limits survivors' haste. Flesh is weak. A hex perk that increases exhausted. That limits survivors' haste. Okay, what is your third perk? Lay Waste. A perk that increases regression on near-complete generators. Desolation. A perk that gives Broken to survivors who are nearby when they recover. Ooh. Broken. Broken's annoying. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn the page. Oh, Revered Judge. Oh, where is that? What does your exile look like? My exile? Oh, scroll. I'm kind of torn between these two. Because this, I prefer aesthetically. But I think this fits more with what is already picked already. So I'm going to go with this one because I think I would like to see it in the game. Although I do prefer this for me personally. But we're not picking for me what I want personally, even though this is stunning. I think this fits more with the motif with what's going on already. I'm going to pick that one. Don't worry about it, Spades! I'm chewing my breast, okay? The survivors. Aurora. The time has come to determine your abilities within the entity's realm. Tell me, what is your first perk? Fruits of your labor. A token perk that gives incremental haste and healing. I want that one. Shooting stars. A perk that shares and Okay, can we stop wiggling? You gotta stop wiggling. A perk that shares and synergizes elusive between survivors. No, I definitely want the haste with the healing, because I think that'd be so fun. What goes around? A perk that banks tokens for a big pallet stun. Yes, I know I wanted this one already. Or Salvation's Cry, a perk that shares auras when the killer starts to chase. Although that sounds great, I think a big pallet stun will just be so much fun. So I definitely want that one. Boon Steadfast, a boon perk that makes a single generator's progress permanent. Wait, what? A boon perk that makes a single generator's progress permanent. Avant. I can't tell if it's an L-I or a U. I think it's a U. Avant. A token perk that rewards scaring. Oh, no, I want the crows. Yeah, no, I saw this during their DBD stream. I want the crows. I want the crows to be useful to me. I hope the boon doesn't go through. I want the crows. So, I don't know, because there's so many, like, I feel like there's just so many stipulations to the boon, because, like, is it only permanent if the boon is active, or if it's, as long as it's been in the boon, will it, at any point, I don't know. So, I want to do the crows. Hi, amazing princess! I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Also, not me missing everything. Icy, mwah, a Melodol, mwah, Dragon Set Ablaze, mwah. Also, Kyle, thanks for the 100 million beds. I don't know what you were typing to me, though. Oh, Cthulhu. Nerd! What is the logo? Oh, you know what? I think I know which one I wanted. I think I liked this one, although I know a lot of people want this one. This one, I love the font, because I used to use this when I used to make my Christmas cards in MS Paint. I think I'm between these two specifically. I love the little dot and the O. I think this just fits the aesthetic. Yeah, the third one. So, the first one, it's alright. And the last one is just like, it looks like it was made in, like, MS Paint. No tea nor shade. But, it's I'm really in between this first one and the second one. Or, I'm sorry, the second one and the third one. I love the little, like, star in the O. And I love this, like, little slashy right here in the S. But I think this one here fits the aesthetic of what we have going on. Because I love this, like, little, like, this looks like the weapon here. That has, like, the stars in there. I'm going to go with 2. Oh, and that's it! Cool. Did you guys do this with me? You guys better have. That was crazy. Sorry for the eyeball headache on that. But I really wanted to show off the extension. Someone who has Lord of the Rings brand in their heart and soul does not get to call me a nerd for some Lovecraft quotes. I sure as shit can. A metal band that I absolutely listen to. Are you going to play DBD when that comes out? Did you finish? No, we're watching you finish. Ladies. Oh, really fun? I wanted to share it with you guys. I voted to make the killer OPUs hack so I can I hate how strong they are later. Oh, that's fair. What's up, all good? All good. Happy Friday. Also, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to watch this animated One Direction video later. Ha! All good. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Also, oh, shoot. You know what? You know what I have to do? I have to change my guffle of the day really quickly to change it to kumquat. I hope you guys are excited about that bit because I will be committing to it. So if anyone asks me, hey, Pixel, what's your got D of the day? Well, hey, chat, it's kumquat. No, but seriously, what's it called? Raging Sun. Raging Sun. Hi, Tom! Yeah, sure. Everyone say hi, Tom. Tom, we just did the... What did we just do? The Grimoire. We're going to be doing giveaways all night, Shinobi. And also, there's the one in the Discord, too, if you're in the Discord. Happy... Is it the first day of spring? Wait. Panda Monster, cat or dog? 79 days chemo-free. I love that for you. Like, so close to 100 days. Next month will be 100 days. Did you really? I was only, like, semi-lurking yesterday. I didn't get to watch as much as I did before, Tom. But I'm glad you were streaming. Give it to the one that didn't get one. Okay, Jasper got them, so I'll give one to Boo. Very quietly. Oh, I mean, I guess if Charlie... It's okay if Charlie comes down and gets more. I guess it's okay if Charlie has a treat. There he is. Oh, you're coming up? Oh, I guess you're gonna work for it then. Up. Oh boy. They're so minty smelling. And then you look at the bag. And you're like, oh, that's why. Yeah, Jasper looks so offended, but that's okay. He'll get more treats. He'll get more. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, pretend like I dropped out of college because I was in pre-med, so I never really finished. What does that mean, Quinny? My ominous basement? What is ominous about this? But that sounds like bad news, Quinny. That sounds like not good things. Your cancer came back. Shut the front door. Can we, as a community, all, first of all, give love to Quinny, and second of all, just say, fuck cancer? Like, can we all just, like, collectively agree? Fuck cancer. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm trying not to cry. Holy shit. Quinny, hugs. I don't know what I can do for you, because I want to help you, because, like, that sounds awful, but I think the best thing I could do here is, hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it, and if you guys don't want it, you want hugs, then good. Big extra hugs. If you guys don't want the hug, give it to Quinny. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Fuck cancer, guys. Also, thank you for the shout out for Quinny. To meet me in the alley right now. On the spot. Truly. Big time. Whatever. I need your fit like yesterday. Panda Monster. Stop. I don't think I've worn this shirt before. It's cute. It's okay. You know how, like, fat people only get to wear cold shoulder things? But, like, we always get, like, the ugly cold shoulder shirt. This is kind of a cute one. It's kind of a cute cold shoulder. But I swear, fat people, we only get cold shoulder shit. You guys notice when you go to the plus size tab on like any app or any time you're going shopping, it's like cold shoulder, cold shoulder, cold shoulder. It's like, let me show off something on my body that's not my shoulder. Yo, 1, 2. Fuck cancer. Yo, what's up, awesome boy? Awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, fit check. Fit check. She's got her stockings on. She's got her Crocs on. Hold on, you can hear them squeak a little bit. Guys, not the crotch cam! Stop! I gotta stop. I gotta stop standing there. Do not SpongeBob moment me. I will ban you, Tom. Queenie, you almost made me cry, so don't you dare. Crocs are evil. Oh my god, stop. Don't laugh at me! You can't ban me? Think I won't? Guys, someone play the game with me. Guys, do you guys want to do open lobbies? I'll do it. Why are we saying W crotch cam? First clum, first slurve. Huh? Pandomizer, don't flirt with me. Hold on, let me add open lobbies to the stream title. GLC giveaways and open lobbies. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Quinny. God, what would I do without you? Dweeb! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Let me do a typed message in chat too, or a pinned message. We are giving 4 DLC. We are giving, oh my god, away 4 DLC codes tonight on stream. They will be done throughout the night. Must be here to win. We're gonna be 4. Yeah, that'll be done throughout the night. You must be here to win. Yeah, that's it, right? Thanks. Dead by Daylight. Hashtag DBD creator. Is that good? Is that good? Ooh! Alright. Ada's slutty little whore. How much would I lag my butt off? I don't know. We have a Melodol that joins us sometimes, and a Melodol is a Kiwi, so. AKA New Zealander. So. And to be fair, they do escape actually quite often. Hey, Spades, can you do me a favor? Can you close your eyes and not look at the stream or your lobby for a second? I have to put blood points into, Groovy. It's fine. I gotta put blood points into Groovy, so Spades is your warning. You got you? Okay, cool. Because I told you guys we're gonna P100 him. Oh! No, you are way too hot and way too tall and way too talented to be in my my stream right now. What are you doing? You're way too hot, way too tall. You guys are way too hot to be here. You must be this hot. Wait, to not be here. Sorry. I was gonna say to ride the ride, but then wait a minute. What's up, Danny Boy? What's up, King's Fan? What's up, Midnight Vibe? What's up, Cincy Ewok? What's up, Yoshi's Chill? Hi, Lexi. What's up, dude? Nose didn't shut up. Is that a Keenan Keller, whatever, Keen Peele reference? Oh my god, Lexi, how was your stream? You were so hot. Oh my god. I know, all the time. I see her all the time on my socials. It is. That's way too good. Also, our lobby is filled, Jesse. We'll get you a next game. Oh my god, sorry. I still have Ashley J. Williams on here. Oh! Lexi, hello? I need you to do me the biggest favor. Can you let me know who your favorite survivor is so that I can play them for you? Or if you have a least favorite survivor, who are they? Because I'm probably going to die, and if you want to watch me die as your least favorite survivor, let me know. Had really fun on DBD? No way! That's not supposed to be a thing. You're not supposed to have a good time. Eclipse, thank you for giving us up to Lexi. Lexi, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view it, and your sub badge. Also, thank you so much for all of the follows. I see every single one of you. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Henatu! Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, hold on. Where is he? Alright, there we go. I got you. Kaya, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Guys, everybody go tell Lexi how hot and tall talented tantrum she is, and please everyone go follow her. Also, Lexi and friends, please make sure that you go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Kaya, mwah. Yoshi is chill, mwah. Lulu Velvet, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. Oh, do your thing, Jesse. Jesse, we're going to do 2 games per group. We did just start our open lobbies. Have I been streaming for an hour already? Yeah. We're just going to start the game right now? Yeah. And we are going to do some DBD DLC giveaways for Kwantai Young tonight. Can I help you? Oh, do you guys want to see a baby? Hello. It's the baby. Say hello. Oh, okay. Why are you being so, like, normal today? What's wrong with you? Why are you being normal today? This is Jasper. Who wants him? Also, Cincy Ewok. Mwah. Denise. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Poopy, stinky kitty. He is poopy. Yeah, you have to clean his tail all the time because he's got that long hair. Oh. I love Boyd Cats. He's actually dark gray, believe it or not. He needs more treats. Redeem them. Wait, did you? Okay. All right. We're going to play a Hanatu game. Oh, God, we got into that so fast. Oh, shit. Let me do a raid trailer really quickly. Guys, everybody go follow Lexi. I'm going to play a raid trailer for you guys. I will be... Can I... Bitch, oh, look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere. Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry. Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? There's a lot of cat hair in and around my face right now. But seriously, thank you guys so much for the raid. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you for the forehead kissies. And Eclipse, thank you so much for gifting us up to Lexi. That is way too kind of you. You'll take a lick? You're welcome. Shout to everyone's ear holes. They just got booked. So anyways, thank you guys so much for the raid. Truly. Holy pee-pee! No, it's weird. My cat was a Maine Coon, and they have long hair, but she never got poop stuck to her fur. What's it like being God's favorite? What is it like being God's favorite? Because I gotta cut Jasper's butt fur all the time. And when I'm really... I love Five Nights at Freddy's. Also, I have no clue what my build is. Oh, it's the... Okay, it's what I've been running. Okay. Oh, hello, sister. Hello, sister. Okay, no, you're my sister. Don't step bro me. Guys, butt fur? Yeah, because, like, Jasper's got such, like, long fur. I have to trim his butt. Because his fur gets, like, stuck in it. Or, like, his butt. He gets poop in his fur! Wah! Oh, okay. You know what? I'm lagging. I'm lagging, guys. I'm lagging. That's my DBD creator, is what Dangos would say. Because Dangos hates me. Guys, I just got on. Leave me alone. Oh, shoot! Put that hook there. Ah, jeez. Aruba! Aria! That's my DBD creator! Hello, love. I'm so sorry. I literally see you because of Bond, and here I am running right into you. Listen. Listen. Oh my god. Oh, Adept? Alright, alright, alright. Oh, jeez. Is that a... What TV show is Morty in? That's Jesus Christ. Derpy! Derpy thinks my daily dose of dickies! Ah, Panda Buster! Jasper, right? Rick and Morty. That's right, that's right, that's right. I've never seen that. What's up, Derpy? Derpy, I hope you're doing so good. Thanks for my daily dose of dicks. I appreciate you. So, she was a runt. Oh, can't relate. Oh my god. Oh my god, please get your food! Oh my god, seriously, please go get your post-stream self-care from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Oh, speaking of butts, hey yo. Please get your post-stream self-care, truly, thank you so much. Butt fur needs a treat. Okay, good. Oh, I'm sorry, I got scared. Butt fur needs a treat, by the way. Wagyu beef tacos, or what the fudge? Your message just called me poor in like 5 languages. I'm joking. From the ball pit? I don't remember there being one. Oh, you're sick? I'll leave. Okay. I don't remember there being a pallet in this room. But I don't often get this map because the RNG hates me. Also, Dirtface. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh wait, did the clips leave? Can I go back to this gen? What? Oh, she saw me. I hate when killers have lookers. Yep. I'm not bad at this game, guys. Oh, I know you have your power right there, but can you not take your power? I know your power is right there. Marshmallow! Mwah, Nathan! Mwah, Zombie! Mwah, Zombie, you still streaming? Yo, thank you guys very much for the forehead kisses. Listen, I am so bad at this game. Guys, I'm warming up. I'm warming up. Don't judge me. Rock Lobster! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. How are you? Oh, you know what, Derpy? You're gonna be so proud of me. I am doing okay. I know. This whole week, I've actually been kind of decent. It's weird. Oh, I didn't even notice. Lulu Bobs! Mwah, thank you for your first forehead kissy. But yeah, this week, I have been stretching out my mania as to try to, like, not burn out. And I'm okay. I've been working out every day. I have been eating like a normal person. I am on like a pretty decent sleep schedule. It's been pretty good, you know? I hope you're doing very well. So proud of you, Breasty. Thank you, Breasty. Tom, like, so you guys know how my sleep schedule has been, which is go to sleep around like noon and wake up at like 4 or 5 p.m., right? I don't know. I'm gonna go sick, yeah. Yeah. Who's on hook? Eclipsed. But Spades is healthy, so... Wait, where's the hook? Oh, there it is, okay. Where is she? Oh, I know where she is. I know where she is. Girl, bye! Okay, now I can go. Oh, okay. Spades sacrifice themselves. Well, if that's gonna happen, I am going to... do this. But yeah, I've been going to sleep at like noon and waking up at 4 or 5, and recently I have been, and recently as in like this past week, I've been going to sleep anywhere between midnight and 2, midnight to 2, and waking up around like 6 to 8. I was going to say the number before 8, but I learned. Like, I'm gonna be falling asleep in probably an hour or so. But are we happy? Oh, no. Are we happy with this sleep schedule, though? Midnight, where? Oh, wait, hold on. I missed this message. Hold on. I've been grinding for followers from 1.5K? So, did we have 4 people follow Dirtface? Do we have 4 people following Dirtface right now? That's weird. I don't see 4 people following Dirtface right now. Oh, that was awkward. Wow! That was almost scary. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I did anyway, because I'm a slutty little girl. Also, there's no pailletas around here, so... yeah. Whoopsies. There's no way you went for that. Respect, though. Oh, damn. No! I was hoping to get her stunned. Poops. Yo, are we gonna get 4 people to follow Dirtface so they can get 1.5K followers? You said 1.5, right? Sorry, I said this earlier. There is something a little bit off with my, like, brain and, like, schedule today to the point where my brain is, like, a foot away from my head, and something doesn't feel right. So I'm autistic. What? That's crazy! I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So whenever I get something off of my normal routine, something breaks in my brain, and something has broken, but I'm not sure what is different in my routine today. I can think of maybe 2 things. 1, I straightened my hair, which is I don't normally do. And 2, I just kind of cute today. And that's different because I was telling chat that how I dress is kind of like, oh, Joopy, come for me. What? I haven't drank. I shouldn't drink today. I don't think I should because, oh, Larry, I shouldn't drink today because I don't know what's wrong with my filter. Just non-existent. What was I saying? So how I dress is kind of like correlated to how I mentally feel. And the more effort I put into how I look, the better my mental health. So the reason why I've been looking like shit the past 6 months is because, well, my mental health's been shit. Yo. Thanks, Marshmallow! Thanks, Icy. Thanks, Joopy. Oh, really, Chloe? Yes. Thanks, homie. You ever look like shit? Guys, don't be nice to me. Also, Cake! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? You're following already? Oh, make another account. I'm joking. Mental health. Never heard of her. But I was telling people earlier, Derpy, I brought you up, is that I feel like if I maintain this like normal / nice mental health that I have. Oh, thank you, Panda. Thank you for reminding me. If I can maintain this, I might be ready to start playing with people again. And you're on that list because I know you've been very patient with me. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Listen, hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want it, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Well, I don't know if I'll be doing any voice comms or voice collabs. But, if people are down to play. Oh, he's a good boy. But, not yet! But, because I don't want, like, again, the reason why I think that I'm able to maintain this level of normality for the past week is because I'm not overdoing it like I normally do. So, because usually when I start feeling like that one good day of mania, I kind of, like, put all my eggs in the basket and then some, and I overdo it, and I do too much to try to make up for all the days that I've been having poor mental health and really depressed. And I think because I've been really good at just balance this week. It only took me 33 years to figure it out. I'm a 33-year-old lady. And hello? Derpy! Guys, did we have 4 follows for Derpy yet? Thank you for giving a sub to Icy. Icy, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Spades got hatch. Slay. GG's. Oh, welcome back, Jesse. We got one more game at this group, and then we'll get new peeps and poops in here. Oh, also, Spades, if you want to stay, mod privilege. Sorry, guys. But Spades, if you'd like to stay, I would love to have you. Hi, Music Kid. Music Kid, I'm telling the chat what I was telling you earlier. Guys, I heard there was a new Jane outfit in the store. I want to see it. Like, it's like a slutty little something. I think I've been lied to. Because I don't see. I was told there was a new slutty little Jane outfit, and I don't see it. I don't remember who said it. It was in someone's, like, chat. I don't feel like changing my builds. I may have been deceived, maybe. That's alright. Oh, really? Also, we're gonna do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. But what was I gonna say? Something. Yeah, so I don't want to, like, just, like, jumpstart into collabs and burn myself out. Because it's been an incredibly exhausting... It's almost a year. But it hasn't been a year. I'd say 6 months. Because it was, like, last October. Like, it was basically, like, TwitchCon. I burnt out very quickly before TwitchCon. August, September, October. About September, October is when I really started feeling my burnout. And I got a little bit of mania in October, and then I completely burnt out. So I would say about September was ever since I started my Hobbit walking challenge is really when I started being burnt out. So this is the most normal I have felt in 7 months. 6 months. I'm not making a joke right now. I literally can't count. But I'm gonna try not to ruin it because this has been a really, really miserable 6 months. So hopefully I can keep it going. I blame math. I blame math? I'm sorry! It's like 6 or 7 months. We're going to play an ad now, so there's no ad in game. I'm not going to ready up yet because the lobby seemed to go really quickly. So I'm sorry, guys. But ad now, no ad in game. I hope so, Music Kid. Thank you. Giving Chucky a leprechaun skin. Like a licensed leprechaun. Like the Leprechaun the movie. Or like a leprechaun is like, oh, they're always after me, Lucky Charms kind of thing. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. I guess I could make a build now. I don't know. I want to take off Iron Will. Like, what's my ass need an Iron Will for? Resilience, finesse, dramaturgy. No. I really like the build that Spades gave me. Although resilience, though. Oh, someone's dreaming. He's doing the...
Not you.
Hi, goddess. Movie or just the green outfit? I think it'd be cute. I mean, Deathslinger has one. All right, I'll ready up now. Did you get it? Wait, Derpy, did you get your 1.5K follows? What are you gonna do to celebrate? Oh, I heard about that. I heard about Fast Track. Wait, hold on. Let me look at Fast Track. Did you really, guys? Thank you so much for supporting our homies. Thank you guys so much for giving a follow to Dirtface. Dirtface. I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. Congrats on 1,500 followers. What are you going to do to celebrate? Was it play more Batman? Are you going to take a shot of Malort for me? Just remember to take care of yourself. The high and dysphoria can feel strange and almost surreal. Maybe that's why I feel off today. Bravo. Enjoy it, indulge in it, but pace yourself so you don't crash once the high wears off. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bravo. That's what I'm really concerned with, because don't get me wrong, like, that mania feels so good, but I can't stand the crash anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't. Rev! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Howdy, Rev! Do you see Jasper's, like, little tail? Oh, he's sitting right now. Yeah, Derpy, let me know. I'll put you up my phone. I'll do a shot with you. Hi, goodness. Also, I believe after this game, we'll start our first giveaway. What? Hello? Scully, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Scully, how was your stream? Welcome in. Everybody go give Scully a big fat follow. Also, Scully, what were you up to? Tell us everything. And if you have a favorite Dead by Daylight survivor, let me know who they are, because I would love to play them for you next game. Welcome in, friends. We are currently playing Dead by Daylight. Shocker. And we are giving away some DBD DLC codes for Quantai Young tonight. Oh, we should be playing him more, shouldn't I? But we're having a fun time. We're doing some open lobbies, too. It's our second game of the night. I know. An hour and a half, and only our second game. Listen. I yap a lot. Yui! Scully, I got you. I hope you had the best time doing some Monster Hunter. Were you doing the new Monster Hunter? Is it Tay? I don't know. Correct me! But seriously, thank you so much for the raids. Also, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please! See, this is why we need... Okay. This is why we... What is happening here? This is why we need that skull perk. Or that, oh my god. This is why we need that, that crow perk. Oh, bonus! Oh! What is happening? Chill Wilds, hell yeah. Wait, so is it Tay? Quan Tay Young? Listen, I was saying Ty all day yesterday. No one said anything. I'm so sorry. I never said I was a smart man. Thank you for correcting me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, people have attention spans. Not me. I have ADHD. But please, everyone go follow Scully. Scully, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Oh, she wants Ada. Shocker. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. Tay, got you. I'll say it until someone tells me I'm wrong. Quan Tay Young. No, thank you, Scully! And if anybody that came over the raid is a big ol' DBD fan, oh, we are gonna be doing some DLC giveaways. We're gonna start our first one after this game. Dark Devotion. Okay. Let's see if Eclipse can take them away, and then I can get the totem. Alright, or not. That's right. Oh! I see. Okay. Bareback. Oh, coop. Oh, coop. Oh, it's Sammy's leaving. All right. Okay, bye. Raggy. Spaces and chase. We're good. There we go. Okay, pie. Happy Aries season, by the way. That's a weird segue. I know. Don't ask me how that worked, but it did. But happy Aries season, everybody. Wait, did my brain go wee again? Listen, if I was mid-sentence, please let me know what I was talking about. Oh, only on the PC though. Oh, Bravo has a PC now. What about Pisces? Not your season. What's up, Degna? Degna, happy Friday. Isn't Aries? Is that good or bad? No way! Happy birthday, Mama Derpy! What are you guys gonna do for her birthday this weekend? If anything. I gotta finish this gen. Do you guys mind? We only have no gens done, so I have to. I knew it was Face the Darkness. As soon as that totem went dull, I was like, that's Face the Darkness, isn't it? I was hoping my fat, juicy booty wouldn't get that. Whoa! No way, Panda Monster! Happy birthday, Daddy Panda! Oh, no way, Derpy! Well, that's awesome. Good for her. Well, happy birthday to everyone who's got a birthday today. It's your girlfriend's dad's birthday this weekend, too, so I'm gonna go hang out with them. No way! What are you guys gonna do for your girlfriend's dad's birthday? Happy birthday, girlfriend's dad! It's true, Jesse. They do be clapping. Clip, clip. Oh, I forgot I brought luck. Good evening, Draconia. SeaWorld! Did somebody say meatloaf? Draconia, happy Friday. Or Saturday, depending on your time zone. You miss your Sybil? L Sybil. Well, not L Sybil, but L-U, not being able to play Sybil. Oh, so someone remind me to play Yui next game. Why can't you play DBD Fawn? If you don't mind me asking. Is it just you're busy? Ah, I see. Oh, someone told me it was Aries season. The internet told me. The internet told me it was Aries season. So I believe everything I read on the internet. Oh, you're just in bed? That's fair. Oh, that's right. All Good did say it was the first day of spring. That's right. That's right. You're sacrificing yourself for me? What the hell? Well. Okay, bye. Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay, well, I don't know how to read. To be fair, it was on Twitter, and I saw it. And then Twitter did that thing where it just scrolls. Before I could even, like, finish reading what was happening. No, no, no. No, no. It's Octave Ocean. No! Jane, you're such a juicy booty! I tried to FOV, but I was too late. Happy Catterday, that's tomorrow. Oh, for me, it's tomorrow. They can't put on the internet if it isn't true. You never said when to remind you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Poe. To play UI. We're gonna play Yui. We're gonna play Yui next game. He's definitely got the add-on for the zoomy zombies. I made those tacos with homemade corn tortillas and homemade cheese. Homemade cheese and homemade pickled onion and homemade roasted tomatillos and red bell pepper sauce. What the fudge? Alright, you call me poor in like 5 different languages, and I love that for you. Last name for the fish. Thank God. Raise your hand if your toxic abusive ex is a fish. Is he coming for me? Okay. Because if he was coming for me, I was just going to take it. Oh, come here. Come here, Yui. Come here, Yui. I don't have a flashlight to cook at you. Come here, Yui. Yeah, but I said, wait, what, I think I specifically said like for toxic abusive exes though. So white people taco night. That's a song, right? No one else is here? Honestly, Panda Pants, that's how you should be cooking for yourself. That sounds like exactly what you should be doing when you're cooking for yourself. Ooh. Ah! That was a really loud smack to the back of the head. Wait, your ex was a Pisces too? Yikes. Yikes. Taurus. I have ex friends that have been really shitty to me that were Tauruses. Oh, okay. Whoa! Ah! Oh, I use my medkit on you, idiot. Not you, me. I haven't been healed this entire game, but it's no one's fault. It's just my fault. I just can't get healed. Oh, I'm being chased? I'm just gonna take it. My Denton night options are shrimp fettuccine linguine with ground beef and cheese. Mike's lemonade. Wait, what flavor Mike's lemonade are we drinking? Because not all fish are abusive, but mine specifically. The ex was Sag. My brother's a Sag. That lava you? That's true, you did have resurgence. I'm gonna start my sobriety journey so that my siblings can look up to me. Oh, very proud of you, Shinobi. Let's go. Wait, he was a Virgo? Wait, which one? The most recent ex? Mine was... Wait, hold on. Mine was a Sag and a Cancer. Your abusive exes or just exes? There's pink lemonade flavor. It tastes good. Oh, of the Mike's Hard. I haven't had Mike's Hard since, like, college. I can't do the sugar anymore. It's like, it's too sweet. Cancer the Cusses Gemini. That's what you are, right? Kyle, except you don't... No, you don't... You don't have the same birthday. Derpy and Sloth have the same birthday. Typically, I dislike Sagittariuses. The big X. Yeah. Oh, so abusive. My abusive ex was an Aries. Ooh! GG's. You got hatched? No way! Two hatch games in a row. That's awesome. Oh, Sloth and Brandy are all birthday buddies. Hell yeah. Alright. We're gonna get 2 new people in here. Spades gets mod privilege, shall we, guys? Quinny and Eclipse, thank you guys very much for the games. We're gonna get a Yui game in here for Scully, and we're gonna do our first giveaway. Now, I was gonna do marbles, but I would have to close the game in order to do that, and I think because we're doing open lobbies now, we won't do that. So we'll just do Moobot, if you guys are okay with that. We do love our Geminis here. Yeah, Eclipse, for sure. We'll probably prioritize people who haven't played. But yeah, if we get people that aren't joining, for sure. What about a Bluey game? Who the fuck is Bluey? Get your lurky on, Derpy! Let me know when you're going to do your shot of Malort. I'll do a shot with you. Scorpio, Cap, or Sag. Capricorn is like the January, right? I'm twinning with myself. You're a Gemini? We do love our Geminis here. I'm a crabby pussy. Shut up, Chiconia. Oh, that's right, and Brandy too. That's right. Aren't you like the 31st of something? Like it's like the last day of the month, right? I can't remember. Was it June or July? Oh, you're going. Ignore me. I've been told to read very much as Scorpio. Right in the heart. But all right, hold on. Let me start the giveaway. All right, we're gonna start our very first giveaway. Kwon Taeyong Tae DLC number 1. And we will type a keyword, hashtag. Yeah, we'll do that. Advanced options. Hold on. A giveaway for a free DLC code for Kwon Taeyong has started. I only have to do this once, and then the rest of them will be faster. A giveaway for a free DLC code for Kwon Taeyong has started. Enter by typing giveaway chat keyword in chat. You must be present to win. Hashtag DBD creator. Go create. Announce. Type hashtag Kwon in chat. Chrissy, did I say hello to you or did I totally ignore you? Because I definitely said hello to you in my head. Hi, Chrissy. Guys, hashtag Kwon. Time for Zoomy Heels. Oh, you know what? While this is running, we're gonna play a game while we do this. Ew, what is this build? Lizard. And we'll pull it after the game. The one game. Then we'll play an ad network.
Lizard.
Oh, what is this build? Always on my mind.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
You know, it'd be really fun if we did hashtag lizard. I think that'd be kind of funny.
Lizard.
What's up, Flacco? Flacco, happy Friday. Oh, thanks, Quinny. Quinny, I'm sorry these are just warm-up games. I promise I'll do better. Hi, Arian. Yes, I am Yui. Thank you.
Lizard.
I am Yui. Oh, I did give you a kissy? I had an ex-girlfriend who didn't know my birthday or sign when we smashed, and after that she was like, "Are you a Scorpio?" That's crazy. That's actually super funny. I'm joking. Thank you so much for putting that you're joking, because some people would say that. Okay, Ameladol's ping. Do we think over under 300? I think 300. I think maybe just slightly under 300. Guys, hashtag Kwon in chat. Oh, really, Dagna? That must be when, what is it, the rising or moon, I don't know, the other differentials, maybe come into play, right? Yo, what's up, Miss B? Miss B, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently doing some DBD open lobbies, giving away some creator Kwon Taeyong DLC codes today. How was your stream? Guys, everybody go follow Miss B. Welcome in. And we're also currently playing as Yui. Oh, I didn't finish making my build. I got distracted.
Lizard. Lizard.
Welcome in. Everybody go tell Miss B how hot and talented and handsome she is. Please go get your post-stream self-care, too. I don't know if you're a right match. I said I'm American. That's so funny. Listen, if people are into, zodiac signs and things like that and like really care about that for their matches, that's on them. That is their prerogative. Ugh, Panda Pants, I'm so jealous. I bet they were delicious. Wait, let's do a Melodol ping check. I knew it! 200! I knew it. Ooh, it's a legging. Ooh, actually, that's a really good time to be no mither, right? Oh my god, Step Bro! What's up, homie? Happy Friday. I thought that was a bigger loop than I wanted it to be. My head, I'd rather get... Whoa! What were you doing? Overwatch? I hope you had such a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. The way I want to get better at Mina, but my aim is so butt. I still even haven't played her yet, Royal. I would love to play against her more, though, and volunteer myself for tribute when it comes to getting moried. Put hours in the killer? No, I'm good. I'm joking. Hello. Hi. I have a feeling this is going to be a short game for me. Whoa! Hello? Like, is the guy saying she felt she was but she's hungry in a different way? Wait, what am I hungry for? Gay for Mina! You made her vault a window? Jesse, as you should. Well, I hope you had the greatest time playing Overwatch. But if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Also, type hashtag Quan in chat if you guys want to be entered in to win a Quante Young DLC code giveaway. Also, Miss B, if you have a favorite survivor, let me know who they are, because I would love to play them for you next game. We'll make it. Oh, yes. I will allow this. Really? Oh, Royal, I love that. I read it, right? Might as well, right? Hello? Fawn, that's what I'm saying. I hope you had the greatest time. Mortal Kombat 2? 32 times flawless victory? That's crazy. Good for you. Why did that gen scare me? Royal, retweet. And not just, like, afterthought LGBTQIA plus characters. Like, come out and be LGBTQIA plus characters. You know. Yunjin and Arella, you know what? Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough. You know what? We'll do both. We'll do Yunjin first. And then we'll do Arella. What about that? Because I want to do Yunjin because she does have the new lobby music, you know? Let's see, can I try body blocking for anybody or no? Okay. All right, that has to be that one perk. That has to be that one perk. I can't remember it. Arella, new rift skin. I think that's the one I have equipped. Cool, thank you. That has to be coup de grace. 110% it's gotta be coup de grace. I'm pretty sure, Royal, that's the one that I have equipped. It's like super dominatrix vibes. Purple, spiky. I think I just got that in the store. Oh, what's up, Escape? Escape, welcome in. Also, guys, hashtag Quan if you guys want to be entered into the giveaway. This Legion's really good. She's really good. I like the hair. I love the hair. But is that the one we're talking about? I like the hair. I like the waves. My lesbian survivor crushes. Fair, fair. No. Oh my god, please. Please go raid and run, Miss B. Please take care of yourself. You need to. Oh, I just realized I can get a flashbang. Ah, thanks, Royal. They are the Kraken Kitty V2 something something. That sounds right. But the Razor. Oh, she's right behind me, isn't she? I did not get the killer blade. Damn. Oh, please be my death hook. Thank God. I don't know why I do so poorly in open lobbies. Whenever I play solo queue, like, what was it, Wednesday? We escaped, like, almost every game. I don't know, what is it about open lobbies? I do terribly. Oh, GG's. She was really good. It's Friday. I don't know if it has anything to do with Friday. Because whenever I do solo queue, I'm pretty good. I'm not good, but... Yay, Royal! They are... And, wait, hold on. Actually, let me check something for you real quick. They're the V3. Forgive me. They're the Kraken Kitty V3. The V2 are only Bluetooth compatible. The V3 is the only one that I like because it is, you can use it with the dongle. Yes! Okay, let's do our shot, and then we'll pull the giveaway winner. Guys, last chance. Oh, wait, where's my Google Chrome? Guys, last chance. Dongle! Somewhere Raven is very happy right now. Oop. Okay, pretend that's a whole shot, okay? It's almost a whole shot. It's like 80% to a whole shot. Cheers. Congratulations on 1.5k followers. I'm not gonna have time to pull up your shot or pull up your stream, but cheers. Cheers. And that is another bottle of Malort. Done. Done. All right. We're pulling the entrant. No, thank you, Derpy. Huh, as she should be. I need you guys to know. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Where is it? Wait, how do I see it? Manage giveaway? I need you guys to see this. Because I need you guys to know it's not rigged. Alright? I need you guys to know. Just because a mod 1 doesn't mean it's rigged. Alright? Just because a mod 1 doesn't mean it's rigged. That's crazy. Every time.
Lizard.
Yippee! We still have 3 more codes to give away. Hi, Cheeky! And there is still 1 more code in the Discord that you guys can enter in as well. Congratulations!
Lizard.
Yeah. Mod privilege, rig, blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'm gonna message you your code, Spades. Ugh. I just burped. And it tasted like Malort. That is incredible. Oh, I'm gonna mark this as in red because I have to catch up on messages. Mark on red. Okay. That is way too funny. Well, congrats on your Quan DLC. That's all right. We still have 3 more codes to do tonight on stream. And if you guys want, there is still the entry you guys can do in the Discord. Also, Kiki, mwah, cheeky, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Bye, Salted Loki. I hope you have the best time tonight. Oh, GG's. I'm sorry, I didn't say GG's. Oh, L streamer doesn't say GG's. Oh, she did have coup, by the way, in case you guys are wondering. Hey, you guys can still enter and, like, give it to a friend, too. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. We're gonna do new ones just because you have to be here to win. I don't want to have, like, at the end of the night have like 80 people in here and people have like, and 40 of them have like already left. So we'll do new ones every single time. We'll do new names as well, like hashtags. Who are I still gonna do? Yunjin and then Arella. Oh. We have to play an ad before we get into our next game, by the way. All right, I can't find Yunjin, so we're doing Arella first. Today is not a spelling date. You guys know how to spell? Also, condensed milk. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, hi, Ash. Mando. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Guys, gotta do an ad now. No ad in game.
Lizard.
All right, and then this is the Arella fit that we have, which I'm pretty sure is the Rift fit you were talking about. Oh, what builds do we have? The same one as before. Okay.
Lizard.
Why can't I type? Ash, you gave me bad typing. I bought myself a treat today. What treat did you get yourself? Wait a minute. All right, I'll ready up now. Ugh. Wait a minute. Who has one eye that has a pink iris, the other is green. They have like patches of white all over their body and hair that apparently... Oh, hold on. That apparently gave them one pink eye. She's wild. Oh, you mean Cosmo Wanda 8 Slick is what you're telling me. You want Apple Watch? Shut up. My dream big girl purchase is a Samsung watch because I have this Fitbit Versa that is like 10 years old. Okay, I'm not 10 years old, but it's like really old. And it doesn't even like track my steps accurately anymore, which is super frustrating during my Hobbit walking challenge, but it is what it is. But, I really need a new watch. I really, really want a Samsung watch. So I'm so peanut butter and jealous about your Apple Watch. Someone missed out. Have a good night, Miss B. Miss B, if you're in the Discord, join in the Discord. And spend a coin. You're so funny. Just a coin to here with you. Get your meows. You are so sweet, Miss B. Thank you so much for the raid. Truly. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm a walking disaster. Really? Don't they have, like, watch covers? My Versa had one, but my cat kept eating it, so I got rid of it. No way! Joopy! Let me know where you're working. I'll work there, too. For science, of course. Is a 6 series? Is that an Apple Watch 6 series? Listen, Ash, you deserve that. There is something so therapeutic about a slutty little, like, retail therapy, you know? Hi, Kels! Kels literally know you. Kels, how was your convention? Your reptile convention? Really, Panda Pants? Ugh. Yeah, this guy here, this cat, would just chew on my watch because of the plastic cover that was on it. Make that make sense. Yeah, I saw it, Kels. I think I liked it and then immediately scrolled. And so you can treat yourself, Jesse. Did you really recently eclipsed? Miss B, you're totally fine. It's just a reaction to the announcements. So check the announcements page before you go to bed. I'll announce the winner tomorrow, during stream tomorrow. It's just, I just wanted to have one DLC code giveaway for people who, like, can't make it to, like, this time zone. Because I know that Fridays are busy for people, whether working or they have, like, lives, or they just don't want to be in a Twitch stream, so but they still want the DLC. I have just that one in the Discord. You just have to react to the announcement, and I'll just do, like, a random number generator.
Let's work together.
Let's go, girls. I love me slutty little huntress. Also, how's the game audio? Good? Bad? Huntress. Arf, arf! I saw someone make a really funny post about the Dead by Daylight 10-year anniversary party, and they said they're looking at the rules for the attendance for the 10-year anniversary party in Montreal, and oh, you're looking for basement, and one of the rules was like no barefoot, like you can't be barefoot, and this person goes, "My Huntress cosplay." I thought that was really funny. Really, Draconia? We had like the option to like let the, or I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Never mind. I'm not gonna say this. But something DBD creator program. But I can't afford to go across the country. Mazel tov for people who can. Good for you. I'm very happy for you. I also don't own a passport, so yikes. And I don't think I'd be able to. I just don't want to. You know, I'm not gonna go. Also, if it was like more than one day, like if it was like a whole weekend, and I could make like a whole week thing about it, sure. I'm sure a lot of people. I know a lot of people in the Discord, in the DBD Discord, are already making plans and staying for like a week plus. I'm gonna kill myself in game, but it's only a day. Nowhere to hide. Good to know. Nowhere to hide in pain res. Montreal's gorgeous. I've only been to Canada once in my life, and that was when I was a child. I think it was like 2001. Give me a scary cosplay. Might have to come back to you on that. Also, Extinct. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Where in Canada? Toronto. We did Niagara Falls. When I was L child. Oh, did you? I don't think they were able to finish their thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's too far for me, and it's just like, honestly, even if it was like in the next state, I still don't think I'd be able to afford it. I am a broke girl. I can't imagine you're born in the 1900s. I'm 92. Oh, hi, Rosaria! Whoa! Shit. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die here. No, I got so lucky there. Holy. Oh, she's going for the tunnel. Damn! Wait, did you finish this? Can I finish this for you, maybe? Since I'm injured? Anyway, I might as well. Ah! Wait, there we go. I'm still a babu? Oh, Speedy Heals, that's right! He's proud of how far I've come this last year since I started. My anxiety was so bad before starting with him. Harley used to leave the house. I told him that I'd be up for promotion to manager. Shut up, Ash. I'm proud of you! Oh, actually, Rosaria, I didn't get to finish reading your message. Hold on. You said Sprint Burst Vigil, which is already annoying. Oh, sorry, it wasn't for me. I've had a few days for the Trickster quest. Damn, I'm sorry, Rosaria. Today, I have not been doing well, but that's a me thing. I think it's just like, I think it just goes back to my level of focus isn't here today. I think I need like more than a couple warm-up games today. But I mean, this game seems okay so far, but it's also because I haven't like been involved with the killer, and the less I involve myself with the killer, the better, I think, for everybody. A Draconia. Oh, I'm joking. But Rosaria, big hugs for you. Hugs! And if you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. But I hope everyone's doing okay. And if you guys aren't, that's okay, because we can't have good days without having some bad days, which is why I feel like my mania is so intense, is because I've had 6 months of bad days. And that's why I feel so good. Very good gameplay. Oh, thanks, Flacco. Am I saying your name right? Like, I know it's Flaccolorido, but is Flacco, like, a good nickname for you? Or do you have a preference for something else? Shut up, Panda Pans. I love cake. And I don't mean to, like, go play on words like cake, because I also love cake, but I love cake so much. And I'm not craving it right now. Like, I don't have like a sweet tooth at the moment, but boy howdy, when I have a sweet tooth, cake. Oh, that is okay, good. Cheesecake, I'll eat it if it's there, but I'll bitch about it, and I'll have like little slutty little wet dreams about cake while I'm eating cheesecake. I want like cake, like vanilla cake, you know? Good music. Wait, really, Poe? Juppy, yeah, you too? What's up, Blakers? Everyone say hi, Blakers. With chocolate buttercream? Ugh, you had me at chocolate at cake, but then you lost me at buttercream. Can I heal you? I'm gonna use my medkit on you. Do you mind? Well, no, I'm not. Bye bye. Oh, who put that bush there? Shut up, Arella. No one asked for your scream. You scream queen. Okay, bye. If I play another game to get a 5th? Nah, I'm good. Red velvet cheesecake? Oh, we're 3-gen? Oh, yeah. Oh, I should get the poll, shouldn't I? Sorry, loves. Sorry. L streamer doesn't pay. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna have to trade. I'm not hooked yet. I'm just gonna trade. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got the trade. We're good. Nice. Nice. Oh! I had to crawl away though, or else she'd get like the suck. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's messages, by the way. You're more of a pie girly? Listen, I love key lime pie. Oof, you know what? I could go for key lime. Key lime pie, I think, is the only pie that I feel like I would be able to eat, and it would satiate my craving for cake. But I also do love me a slutty little French silk pie. I also know Kyle is a big French, whoa shit, a big French silk pie enjoyer, so he gets me. What is key lime pie? So it's like a creamy, think like a vanilla cream pie, but it's lime, like lime flavored. Oh my God, a real, there's fake key lime pie? What if I just go to Florida? I'm joking. Oh, well, tell me one of your snakes I said. Coconut cream pie, key lime pie, apple pie. Oh. Oh. She's got a hook in her 3-gen. I got a hook in my 3-gen. Why would I leave? Nice. Nice. I'm trying to run away from her, the 3-gen, but unfortunately, yeah. Sorry. Just trying to run away from the 3-gen a little bit. Pecan caramel pie. I know that's a popular one. It's okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely an L for us. She's got this hook in her 3-gen. The only thing I can think of that would work is that we get the one in the house done. And then whoever's on hook just gets sacrificed. Pudding. They both just shed this week, so I haven't been able to play with them. Oh, W shed. Sorry if I'm missing one's messages. I can't scroll the chat. Pudding. I think I'm just gonna go and do this house gen, right? I'm just gonna go and do this. Alright, she's coming. Damn it. Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Oh, that's insane. She is so happy about that. You know she is just like, she is cumming her little loincloth right now. I know, if I had got the fastball, we would have got that. Or if I had resilience. Oh, she is kicking her hair and twirling her feet. Ah, GG's. GG's. My booty check's clenched up on that vault. So close. Oh, you're so fine! Bravo Penguin, Bravo Penguin. This is a safe space for typos. I love Hatchet Mommy. I love it. Solid 10. Listen, you know what? I missed the hatchet, so I'll take it. GG's. She could step on me? I'm sure she would. I want a Mina tonight, guys. What's up, for deserving DBD creator? Not me. Hi, Kelly! Everyone say hi, Boar. Hi, Kelly. But she has permission, just like a long-standing permission. Really? I'm sorry to hear that you hurt your thumb, by the way. I totally ignored that part of your sentence. I'm sorry. Everyone get a thumbs up all the time. I picture, you know, that sad crying cat with the thumbs up? That's what I picture you. Really? I've only started at like 7K. 7K a day? Oh, 7K steps. They're gonna do like a 7K, like miles, like 7K. I was like, what? Oh my god. 7,000 steps a day is a lot. Like, I don't know what the average American does, but I'm sure it's not 7,000 steps a day. Oh my god, Jaconia! Oh, please, please Maury me if you see me. Cayman! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Shove up someone's ass. Zaria. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Yes, ma'am. You do, Shabby? Ooh, Shabby, I got an email. Hold on, let me check it really quick. I got an email. Fudge! I forgot to do my Duolingo! Anywho, I'll do it. I'll do it when I'm, like, going to go pee or something. What was I doing? Email. Stars. So, starting March 24th, which is next week, next Tuesday, March 24th to April 21st, there's going to be more Outlast Trials Twitch drops. So, next week, next Wednesday, Mad Eye, Samfire, Kyle, Shabby, play some Outlast Trials with me. Hi, Raven! Everyone say hi, Raven. We said dongle earlier, and I hope, like, your butt got excited a little bit. Obviously, you guys don't have to if you guys don't want to, but you guys are just like, you guys are like my guys, you know? It looks like the drops are a dapper painted shirt. It's so cute. It's got, like, a bow tie. Painter pants, twitching Murkoff. Oh, a TV console. Murkoff gas attendant cap. It kind of looks like the Billy Milkman cap. Painted splattered goggles. Those are really cool. A Murkoff branded bed sheets. The bed sheets are actually super cute. And then purple Franco player icon. So those are the drops that are starting March 21st. 4th! March 24th. Yeah, I'm excited. Hello! This emote was so cute. Almost as cute as you are. Yo, Ward, thank you for the 3 million stream streak. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. I'll have to wait and see what the day will be looking like. Listen, no stress or pressure or expectation. But those are my plans. Also, for chat to know, my plans is to play Outlast Trials next week. Pour the champagne, pour the champagne. For DBD Outlast. Next week, Outlast Trials. I may have said DBD. I meant Outlast. Next week is Outlast Trials. Next Wednesday, I'll be playing Outlast Trials for the Twitch drops. And because it's been a minute since we played Outlast Trials. Say hi, Jojo. Say hi. Up. 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 Oh. Oh, Boar, fit check. Is he happy? No, I moved out of the way for the coochie cam, but I don't think I moved far enough, so never mind. Bravo Penguin earlier, I was like right in the coochie cam. It was so bad. Are they really? You know what? They asked me to do a sponsor with me, Kels, and that's so funny, but I'm already working with Space Panda. Oh! Do you guys want to yap about Space Panda a little bit? Guys, did you guys know that you guys can get Delta 9 gummies made with real pixels? But seriously, use code Kitten for 30% off your Space Panda Delta gummy experience. I might take a gummy tonight. I don't know, we'll see where the night takes us. But shout out to Space Panda. Look how cute my logo is on here. There she is. There's Midnight, our little logo. Shout out to Space Panda. We love you. I'm a panda. I woggled that tweet. Oh, really? Oh, I should see how that tweet's doing. My going live tweet. Because I'm telling you guys, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it today. Holy. Oh, people are so nice. It's weird when people are nice about my body. Because usually it's not. You love my skirt? Thanks, Izzy. Shein. Like, a long time ago. This hunch is committed to the longest game possible. Oh, wait. I got nothing to do. I had this one friend that made me download Atlas Trials, but we don't talk anymore, so I just uninstalled it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Shinobi. Gonna P2 Tae Young and play Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what console that is, but that sounds fun because it's a Mario game. But my dad, speaking of Mario, my dad bought me some more of the Mario Galaxy movie branded bubbly. Yeah! I love sparkling water and I love bubbly. So, yippee. Last I checked, then again we have... Oh, you know what? Yeah, I don't think Space Panda does Canada. Oh, okay, Rosaria, cool. America's hat is crazy. Midnight in the Clouds. It's so cute. But they seriously, like, they really did a good job on the design. It's so cute. The wrong side of heaven and the righteous side of hell. Sorry if I miss anyone's messages, by the way. She hooked! $10-4 Maple Mommy. That cheat 3 shit was gross. Yeah, it was. Especially since our hook was right there, too. Wait, Ben, you haven't? Yay, V! Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, yeah, this is also from Shein. Listen, it's all I can afford, okay? Wait, can we say GG's yet to the game? Did the game finish yet? Alright, I'm gonna go next. Go next, not go next, but... I gotta find Yoon Jin. Where is she? Oh, there she is. I'm just blind. Well, that was our Arella game. Oh, I forgot she's got the dope lobby music. Oh, V! V, are you curious about what, Shabby! Get your booty in here. Are you curious on what my G Fuel a day is? It is, kumquat. Oh, Leon's Bones. Oh. Okay, I did get you, okay. No, I just feel bad, Condensed Milk. Oh my god. Because anyone that's in here that's a streamer or has ever streamed knows how awful of a feeling it is when, like, you're editing something, you're editing your VOD, or you're pulling a clip or something, and you see a chat replay, or, like, I have, like, chat on my screen here, and you see a message, and either you completely missed it, or you read it, but you didn't, like, verbally respond. Nothing makes me just want to, like, pew myself more, you know? I don't know if they'll change Yui's name like they did. I think they did, right? It's like Lee Yoon Jin now. I had a CT scan yesterday, and the stroke I had back in September, and apparently my brain is looking good. Oh, good, Panda Pants! Oh, that's very good. They're not sleeping pills. These are Delta 9 gummies. So they have Delta 9 in them. THC. They're weed! It's legal in my state, so it's okay. I'm very happy for you, Panda Pants. Can we get some W Pandas in chat? Very cool. I'm glad that you're recovering very well from your, did you say your stroke, you said? Also, condensed milk. Thank you very much for lurking. I really appreciate that. It should be Chimera Yui. Interesting. I use them as sleepy pills. I use my Delta 8 as sleepy pills. Delta 9 are my silly goofy. They're outer space gummies. Is there captions for mobile? There should be captions on the screen right now for OBS.
Mary, is that a police? I'm calling the weed. 420 watcher smoking?
Thank you for the 100 million bits, Kyle! Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I don't know. It's not working anymore, Kels. I don't know why. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, then don't take one. Oh, Spades, you got out of the game. I have to play an ad. Do you guys mind? Sorry, Toxic Streamer plays ads. Ooh. Alright, ad now, no ad in game. Yes, fuck it, finally. This is a random build. I don't want that. I do want Conviction, though. Conviction makes me happy. No, Mither? No, wait, hold on. Hold on. Let's put Bond back on. Oh, here, let's change the scene so you guys can hear the lobby music. Oh, Soul Guard. Okay. What do I want? I could try to give the killer some head. That's always fun. Oh, I didn't ready up. Sorry. Sorry. Foot long, what the fuck, Subway? Ah, that reminds me, I gotta order the... What? Listen, you know what? Alright. I wish grass worked for me, but it's like my body doesn't like any form of painkillers. Really? That sucks. I'm so sorry, V. I had never really, like, experienced, like, weed or gummies. But... And whenever I would watch any sort of media, like, think Scooby-Doo, for example, like Shaggy, I always thought they were, like, it was a hyperbole, how they were describing the effects of being high. And it wasn't until I took my first gummy that I was like, oh, wait, like, I understand that it is not hyperbole, and this is genuinely, like, I feel so fucking stupid right now, but in the best way, I guess. I love getting high. I love it. It makes me so happy. Morphing gives you dry mouth. Ooh, I get really bad dry mouth with the gummies, but it just means it's working for me. For me personally. But we did help when I had gallbladder. It's like, oh, when you had egg. Oh, interesting. Oh, thanks, Jesse. You make me happy. Kels, I suppose so, huh? On the brand exact formulation. I get, not bad, but I definitely use it as, so there are two things that let me know that my gummy has started working. One, my lips and tip of my nose will feel tingly, and my throat will start getting dry throat. That's how I know the gummy's working. What is that? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that, if you don't mind me asking, Spades. If it's too personal, you can message me, but... Really, V? That sucks, because isn't morphine, like, the good shit? I've never been on morphine. Welcome back, Escape. Oh, wait! Irish Queen! Irish... See, we were just talking about this. I responded to Irish Queen in my head, but I didn't verbally say it. Everyone say, hi, Irish Queen, because I'm a bad streamer, and I didn't. I'm so sorry. I see the... Yeah, morphine is 0 pain relief and all side effects. I do see that. Showgrins. Showgrins. I'm so sorry, Irish Queen. I hope you're doing very well today. After this game, we'll start our next giveaway, by the way. I can't wait to give the killer some head. Ooh, it's a Mina, too. Well, hopefully it's a Mina. Hopefully. Alright, she's over there. Asthma meds and the side effects are shortness of breath. That's crazy. Enjoy your lurk. A pineapple. No penguins were hurt, but the alligator wasn't hurt either. Well, I'm glad. Did that really happen, Poe, or are you just being facetious? I don't think I've ever been on morphine. You want to hold my feet? I saw that. I saw that. That really happened? Classic Florida. Oh, I shouldn't have healed you, Leon's Moans. I should have left you 99. Mud privilege. Oh, yeah, Jesse. Oh, or taking depression meds, and the side effect is you're going to want to kill yourself. Yippee! Alright, I'm going to go for the thing. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm blind. Where's the hook? There it is. That's true. That's very true, Spades. Because they have to cover all their bases, because if they don't, it's a lawsuit. I'm going to yoink you, and then I'm going to run away, if you don't mind. Sorry, she's just way too close for comfort. I think we should be good. Migraine. Oh, my God. Oh, that's right! Oh, I'm so sorry. We should probably go. I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry. I was reading chat. Okay. Sorry, Spades. God, this outfit is so good on you. I can't. Okay. Yes, she wants me. Yay! Oh. No! Me! Me! That's really homophobic. Oh. Hello, love. Oh, the chase music! Yo. What is that? What does that sound? Oh, that's the scary. Oh, you look so cool. You went Super Saiyan. Oh my God. That's so cool. Is this my first Mina? Oh, I think it is. Shit. Oh, damn. It's my first Mina. I just realized that. Oh, imagine, Shabby. Imagine. Imagination. I didn't realize it was my first Mina. It's Florida, Poe. I don't know how they do anything like that. So she runs like she's in like slow motion. She runs like how I feel like I run while I'm dreaming, which is not very well. You play her a lot? I need people to play her more because this is the first time I've gone against her. To be fair, it is like a $20 cosmetic, so I understand how a lot of people don't have her. I need to see her Mori. Oh, okay. Okay. She's like The Hatsune Miku is like a really good metaphor someone gave for me. She's like a Hatsune Miku of Trickster, which makes like the best sense to me. Sorry, I have plaything, so I'm scared. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Need to work on my aim? Ugh, I'm the same way. I'm really bad at killer. I don't play a lot of killer. I need to play killer more, but playing killer scares me because I'm really bad at it, and people are really mean in this video game. And I want to play it on stream because I used to play a lot of killer on stream, but you guys know I already struggle enough, like keeping up with yapping when I'm playing Survivor. It's even harder when you're playing killer. This is somebody's plaything. I don't know whose. I want the points. Hi, Moon Courts! Happy Friday! Everyone tell Moon Courts Happy Friday or you're banned. Oh, was that mine? Oh. Oh. It's a temporary setback. It's a momentary loss. Oh, just realized that was a dead end. That's unfortunate. For the record, I took... Okay, I was about to say... for the record, I took chase so someone could get Leon's moans. So I'm glad that happened. Hey. I go down. Yikes! Yeah. Wait, why didn't they get in Leon's bones? Leon's bones. How's my Friday? Pretty good. I've had a pretty good week this week. Mooncourts, how was your week? Because she gets erection. Oh my god. That's if I'm playing Mina. Look at that. Look at that. Hate to watch her go, love to watch her leave. Daddy! Daddy! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Okay-ish, you know what? I'll take it, Mooncourts. Mine was also okay-ish, but borderline good. Trichonia. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Then since the time change? Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. Totally. I do not blame you. But today is allegedly the first day of spring, right? I can never remember if it's the 20th or the 21st. I can never remember. Because I know the winter equinox is the 21st. Of December. Oh, I need to give the killer head. Woke up to more snow. Classic. Jordy? Mwah. Sage. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Poe, I saw you say that earlier. Today is the spring equinox. Wunderbar. Sign rather than how the community has made it. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, and the community has, like, I'm gonna say, like, the louder parts of the community have made up, like, their own rules on how people should or shouldn't play. I say the louder parts of the community because it's not, like, how everybody thinks people should play. Hi, Pocket Fame! Stretch? I got you. I got you. I just hide chat. Pocket Fate. If next time I play killer, I'm absolutely hiding chat. Ugh. Hi, Madeline. Let's make clear here. I'm not hating. I'm just confused since I heard they were updating Trickster, not bringing a new version as a family of 17. From what I understand, Mina is like the Hatsune Miku version of Trickster. Mooncourts. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Hiding chat is the best form of self-care in Dead by Daylight in-game. Ooh! Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead! There we go. I found the paillette. Oh.
Help is on
Oh, no. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. She knows I agreed. Welcome in, Simlish. Is that the LOML Simlish girl? Hi, Angel. Oh, is she on me again? Okay, no, we're good. Hi, Simlish girl. Hi, Team Ashen. Oh my god, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Hi, homies. Guys, everyone go follow Simlish Gal. I hope you're doing so good. Oh, Pocket Fate. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing DBD. Playing the new chapter. Aw, my palette's gone. I literally just threw it. Guys, someone threw my palette. You smell like soup? What kind of soup? Because that's pretty important to me. Good soup. Shut the front door. Cream of tomato? Alright, that's not a great smelling soup. But I would still hang out with you. I don't want to go back to that gen. I see you working on that gen. I want to try not to fuck you. I'll go back this way. Oh! Damn. She got really lucky with those knives. And I'm gonna cuck that person on the gen. So I'm gonna try to run as far away from that gen as possible. Maybe go through main a little bit, eh? Oh, shit. Actually, do you want to take a hit, whoever this is? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry for making you take a hit. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, you guys are very hot. Thank you. Sorry, just sacrificed my entire team for me. Don't worry about it. Yikes! Yikes. Toxic streamer sacrifices her entire team for her, and I'll do it again. Whoa! Guys, everybody go follow Simlish. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Also, I'm gonna scroll up right now and say hello to everybody. Hi, Daniel! Yo, hi, Nikoni! What's up, Nocturi? Hi, Scottish guy. Guys, thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome in. Also, Simlish, if you have a favorite survivor, please let me know who they are, because I would love to play them for you. This next game. We are doing open lobbies today, and we are giving away DBD DLC codes for Quan Tae Young, and our next code giveaway is going to be right after this game. We're going to start the giveaway, and then we're going to pull the giveaway after the next game. Sorry, I'm like looking for gens like on the other side. Uno, Geno, Lefto. Oh, here we go. I was like, I knew it has to be one outside gen. It feels like it's been ages since I've been here, so I had to pop by. You were so sweet. Also, what were you playing?
Lizard.
I missed that. I'm so sorry. I'm doing a lot better this week than the past 6 to 7 months have been for me. And I mean that in like no joke.
Lizard.
Like I legitimately like the 6 to 7 months. This is the best I have felt in this past week. Which I'm not saying it's like the best week ever, but I think that goes to show, like, you know. But it's been okay. I have dino nuggies and apples. Oh, okay, yum, princess. Ooh. Can I help this heal? Oh, is she coming back? I think I should just do the gen, right? Should I just do the gen? I think I should just do the gen. You were doing DBD? No way! It's been kind of miserable, but I've had a bottle of Prosecco. You know what? You've convinced me. Eclipse was talking about wine earlier. Now you're talking about Prosecco. I'm gonna go get some rosé. But let me know if you do have a favorite survivor. If you just told me and I missed it, I'm so sorry because I literally just missed your message. But let me know your favorite survivors because I would love to play them for you next game. Or if you have a least favorite survivor, let me know who they are because I'm sure I want to die. So I'll die as your least favorite survivor if you want. Let me know. Meg, Claudette it is. I haven't played Claudette in a minute. I'm gonna stay on this gen 2 because we got some time. And I want to add pressure to 2 of these gens. Because this will be the first time... Yeah, see? Shabby got pushed off, so that's why I wanted to say. Ooh! Oh, I'm staying. There we go. Cool. Is she gonna try to cut me off? No. That's right. Okay. Let's test no way. Oh, there is no way out. Oh, but all 3 of them are over there. Okay, Winchester's on the door. Okay. Okay. OG vibes. She makes me think of when I first started playing. They're like, I know Meg, Dwight, Jake are all like OG survivors too, but Claudette has that certain nostalgia, I think. I'm totally down to play Claudette. I haven't played Claudette in a minute. Shabby, your sacrifice is noted. 07's in chat for Shabby. This is my first escape of the night. Thank you, team. My first escape of the night. 067 is crazy, Simlish. Holy! Also, Jordy, the matches have been kind of fun. They've been incredibly challenging, but in a good way, you know? GG's. Aw, we didn't get to see a Mori. I am so dumb. I was so... Rootsy, I'm so sorry. I was so concerned about getting out and escaping my first match today that I didn't even care about the Mori. I'm so sorry. Guys, I'm the worst streamer ever. Speaking of worst streamer ever, we're gonna start our second giveaway of the night. Quante Young DLC number 2. How silly do I want to be with this? Hi, Dangos! Dangos, mwah, they go the forehead kissy. Oh, and it's $20 too, Shinobi. What's the keyword? I don't know. We're just gonna marbles and run, yeah. Simlish, come here. Come here. Just scooch over in here. Literally kiss me. Oh, Mina? That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Guys, that was my idea. Thank you. Guys, it was my idea. Thank you. Thank you. My idea. Guys, type hashtag Mina in chat right meow. And we're going to play another game. Actually, ask me again. Right here. Right here. I'm joking. That was for Simlish Goyle and Simlish Goyle only. Sweetie! Okay, maybe for Sweetie too. Mwah! Think with a forehead kiss. Guys, hashtag Mina. We are going to play another game. And then we'll draw the giveaway winner. Oh shit! We gotta play Claudette! What outfit do I have for her? Oh god, I love this hairpiece. Oh my god. Resilience, hope, deja vu, and adrenaline. Bitch, you think you're gonna make it to the end of the game? That's cute. I mean, we could try. We sure can try. Oh god, we got nothing good on her. Can I spend some BP on her? It's like we're dating. I like that a lot. I like the way you think. Alright. Did I get... I did. Yippee. Alright. That's fine. The amazing princess. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Still says I'm timed out. Wait, who's timed out? Aha. Listen, if you guys are here not for chaos, I would be surprised. Just walked over to her buttons and pressed Mom Kibble now. Did she really? Yo, your cat's knowing how to use those buttons is really impressive. I bought those little buttons for my dogs, and we have not figured it out. Guys, hashtag Mina. You got a new job? Listen, Simlish, I totally get it. And, like, I need to let you and everyone else here that's listening know that if we're friends, or even if we're not friends, like, I just want people to know that I would never, personally, I would never judge or rank or, what's a better word? I'm trying to think of a better word for that. I would never... My friendship with people, my love for people does not extend to how long someone's in my stream for, you know? Like, even if like my friends aren't even following me on my socials, I don't care. Like, that's not a great, like, measure of friendship, you know? It's just like how long you are in someone's stream or how often you say hi to someone's stream. And I say that a little bit selfishly because I too struggle with showing up in people's streams. That was rude. With love. Because I too struggle. But the thing is, like, I'll watch people's streams, but I'll lurk because I'm such a freaking lurker. Because it's not because I don't like the streamer, and it's not like I don't like their chat. I just have anxiety, and I don't know. I'll never judge a friendship based on how long someone is watching my streams or how often they support my streams or how much they like my tweets or like my TikToks or whatever. It's like, I don't know. So just know that I have that like that object permanence issue too, where like I'll always be thinking about people, but I have that really bad thing where if you're not in the front center of my brain, like if I can't see you, I'm probably not gonna message you because I'm still thinking about you guys. I'm still thinking about everybody. Like Chaotic Aura, who I saw was streaming earlier. Is she still streaming? Everybody go follow her anyway. Ah, poo. Everybody go follow Chaotic Aura anyway. But it's like, I think about people all the time, but I just struggle with telling people that I think about them, you know? Yeah. Hi, Aura. You're so hot and tall today, handsome. Oh, I was watching your stream, sweetie. I was watching you on with everybody. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, sorry, hold on. Especially because of jobs. Yeah, exactly. Like, people have lives. Oh, Joopy. Same. I've had people end friendships because we streamed on the same day. Like, we had, like, similar stream schedules, and they were really mad at me for having, like, a similar stream schedule to them. And so they stopped being friends with me because of that. Yeah. Oh, condensed milk, no you. Oh my god, Poe! Don't get me started on those. What's up, K-Was? Oh my god. Yes, K, exactly. Hi, Decent Studios! Decent, hope you're doing decent. Rootsy, really. When I randomly think of people, I send a message letting them know they're awesome. I was kind of good at that for like a little bit. Kels and Sweetie, I tried to do that with them because they're like the only two people that were on that list. Because, you know, they and I'm not saying this to make any other people like feel I'm not saying this to make anyone feel badly, but Kels and Sweetie are so good at messaging me all the time, but not making me feel guilty about it, you know? Like, they've never once made me feel guilty about not being able to message or not responding back or anything like that. Not saying that anybody else does make me feel guilty, but just like an extra special kudos to them. Also, Dingos, what the fudge? Thank you so much for gifting a heckin' sub. You know what? Actually, can you take that? Thank you so much for gifting a subby to Simbush Girl. I've missed 1,012 messages. Oh shit! I didn't do my stretch, guys. Someone remind me to stretch and do a tarot pull after this. Can we get some reminders on that, mods, por favor? Oh, sorry. Dango's a stinky. Incredibly. I thought I smelled. What's other smelly soup besides tomato? Because we have you that's smelly tomato soup. What kind of soup does Dango smell like? Thank you, mods. Do you really, Shabby? Oh my god, V. Well, the reason why I feel badly about not messaging people back is because I've had people ban me, block me, and then also tell their friends to ban and block me because I didn't message them back in a time that was appropriate for them. On God. On God. Also, fun fact, found out that one of those people is now in the DBD program, which I thought was really funny. I was like, I didn't even know they were streaming again. I just saw them in the gold tier Discord, and I was like, oh, well, it's nice that they're streaming, and because they never used to stream DBD, but now all of a sudden they're streaming DBD. I wonder why. But yeah, this person was this person in particular, the one in my head, it's so funny. I actually have a draft tweet about this, because it's not just about this one person, because it's happened to me numerous times. What the fuck, Twitch? Ah! Ah! You shush! Sorry, I'm stressed out. It's happened to me numerous times where people will... it's always the people that go, oh my god, mental health is so important to me. Guys, we need to really pay attention to mental health, and you guys don't understand. I have bad mental health, so you guys really need to take care of me and understand mental health is really important to me. But then me with depression, diagnosed depression, ADHD, and autism, and other things. And they get mad at me for not responding to their messages. Ooh. Yo, not a tunneler? So hot. Tweet that so I can... It's in my draft tweets. Because they're not... Like, this specific person pissed me off because this is the person that got their friends to block and ban me too. So this is why this person is, like, in the forefront of that. Because they're the one that got all their friends to block and ban me. But, like, you don't get to, like, preach, like, mental health. What's happening? Oh, I see. You don't get to preach mental health. Also, I'm sorry. I'm missing so much stuff in chat. I need to snooze this. Hold on. Or dismiss that. You don't get to preach about mental health and how you are so pro mental health and then act like a silly little goofy. Ooh! You weren't even looking at me! You don't get to act like a silly goofy goober, you know? And it's like, I already have enough people telling lies about me to all their friends and families and everything like that. I don't know, Pocket. That's alright. It was out of pocket, some would say. Who shouts, just be kind. Yeah, you know what, Madeline? They're the kind of person which, I don't know, because I haven't talked to them in like 4 or 5 years. Oh shit, I just realized, sorry, I'm scrolling in chat, so I'm not plugged into the game. I'm sure they're the kind of person that has, positive vibes as like part of their rules, but like, calls people the R word in DBD, like, endgame chat or something. They're performative. Yes, Madeline! You're so hot. That's exactly it. Also, hi, Patority! Patority, mwah, thank you for the 4 kiss. You had a juicy stream yesterday. Safe space. Ah! Yeah, because it's like always the people that are like, guys, no transphobic messages, and like the first thing that they say, like then you see them like have a tweet where they're like transphobic, or it's like people who are bullying others, and it's like their first rule in their stream chat is be nice to others, you know. Always. Safe space if you align. Madeline, clock it, Madeline. Oh my god, yes. You get me. I'm sorry I'm like running away from the hook. I'm gonna make my way around. Trust me. I'm gonna make my way around. Be nice unless you're me. Be nice unless you're in my community. Exactly. And giving me money, you know? I haven't showered in 2 weeks. Kelly, clock it! See, this is why I keep you guys around. This is why I keep you guys around in my slutty little pocket. Because you guys get it. Oh my god. Okay, I'm being healed. I could scroll up. Oh my god, I'm missing so much. Giveaway after this game, we're pulling the giveaway winner, Capricorn. God, I want to read all of this chat because you guys are just clocking it. Decent. I have so many draft tweets. So what I do with my draft tweets is like, so whenever something happens to me, I will draft a tweet. One, because it's therapeutic, and two, I don't like to tweet angry because I have done that where I have said things where I like, God, I wish I didn't say this, or like I don't delete stuff because I just don't delete stuff. I don't know. It's like people who like edit their Google Docs after posting it. It's like I say it with my chest, you know. I say it with my chest. But I draft tweets whenever things upset me. 2 reasons. 1, it's therapeutic. 2, 3 reasons. Because 2, you get to like really think about it. And 3, I also do it so that people can't think of a timeline. Oh, hashtag Mina, hashtag MINA, to enter into the giveaway. And I don't want people to figure out a timeline to where they can figure out like what my tweet is about or who my tweet is about or like what event like triggered this this tweet, you know? Like the tweet that I just tweeted out, what was it, like 2 days ago? About how that one person who I went to that person's stream to like, just like to hang out, say hey, whatever. And this person was talking shit about me by name to their Twitch chat. That happened like a month or so ago. Nice. But you guys can't figure out what happened, you know? So I draft those tweets. He's trying to do it through here. It's been a while since I've gone through a spring chat, but this guy's good. So this is kind of fun. This is very fun. I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. And he's having fun too, because he knows he's got this. He knows he's got this in the bag. I'm telling you, this guy is good. This guy is good. Very good. Space. I might be into that. Yeah, I was too into that tree. GG's. That was a fun game. All right, guys. Now we can. Okay. Okay. I gotta do stretch, terrapole, but let me read chat first. You enjoy my lips? Oh, thanks, Pocket Bay. That's really nice of you. And it hurt my heart to read, knowing that you're... And, like, people are like, oh, like, that's why I hate networking. And it's like, guys, this person was, like, a friend. Like, best friend. Like, and then someone said, another person said, that's why I don't trust girls or, like, catty women. And it's like, it was also a boy, but... but that's all I'm gonna say. Like, I'm not telling anybody who it is. Because it's just... No, people don't need to know. People can make their... Because, like, people are trying to say it's like, oh, I need to know who to block and who to ban. And it's like, listen, I told them, it's like, I don't want to be the reason for why this person, like, loses followers, loses friends. If this person loses followers or friends, it's going to be because, you know, of something that they do that affects more than just me. Because this was just a thing that was personal to me. Also, sorry for the ads. I'm so sorry. But this was something that was just personal to me. This was a personal attack on me. It was not, like... They were not being transphobic or homophobic or racist or anything like that. And so, like, that's why I didn't, like, name drop. This was just, like, a personal thing that happened to me. And I don't want to, like, end this person's career just because they had an issue with me, you know? Which, fun fact, was also about messaging. People will say so much and with their chest. Guys, we are so pro mental health. Guys, message me if you need anything. I'm here for you. But then, God forbid, someone is literally going through the worst parts of their life. Someone is struggling so much. And this person knows, like, I'm depressed. And you're gonna shit talk me by name? Sorry. I know it happened a month or so ago, but it still hurts. Should I start drinking? Okay, for the record, I slapped my chest. I slapped it. I slapped it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm totally fine. I'm not, like, angry or anything. Like, look, that's in the shape of a hand. I'm so sorry. I was, like, saying my chest. I'm sorry. I slapped my chest. I'm so sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, they were a P100. Like, they were super good. GG's. You're goated. GG's. Yeah, see? Spades gets it. Sorry, guys. No, I'm so good. I said, say it with your chest. And I slapped myself in the chest. Also, Capricorn, mwah, Maturity, mwah, Soul Nerd, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Alright, let me do my stretch, my tarot pull, and then we'll pull the giveaway code winner. Yeah, I'm like really pale. I don't know if you guys noticed, I'm like aggressively white. So, I get red really easily. Like, if you like pinch me, I get red. Oh, enjoy Shabby. Thank you very much for being the sacrificial lamb that got me my only escape tonight. I'm aggressively white. Pocket like that. Oh my, but guys, I'm so sorry for missing everyone's messages, by the way. Yeah, spades, same. My toxic girlfriend group that I had in like 2019, 2020. I was dealing with depression, obviously. Shock to the shock of absolutely nobody. And they excluded me from the group, which is fine because like it gave me time to like, you know, catch up on me and like not have to worry about like the messages because they were really mean. They talked shit about everybody and anybody. And the thing is, I fed into that because I'm autistic and I just thought that that's what it meant to be friends. I was very close. We were 4 very, very close friends and I loved them. But I was my worst self with these girls because I thought that in order to be friends, I had to pay my friendship dues with drama and talking shit. So I'm telling you guys, who I was 2020 prior, like up to 2020, I'm not proud of that person. I'm very proud of how I am post 2020. Basically, post diagnosis is me being proud of myself. But yeah, who I was in that group is, and that's why I'm so glad that I got blocked and banned by all of them, because you know what? It gave me a chance to really just like grow, reflect, and understand like, I was not a good person with them. They were not good for me. I was not good for them. And they talk shit about everybody. Even like within our group, they talk shit about them. I was like, God, if only you guys knew what the ringleader said about all of you guys. But whatever. Anywho, what's happening, Reaper Bunny? Think of the forehead kissy. Reaper Bunny, literally know you. I appreciate you, Reaper Bunny. Truly, you're a real one. Can we just shout out for Reaper Bunny, please? Hi, you second! Are we the same? What the fuck? Literally the exact same thing happened to me and my friend. I'm so sorry. Autistic mirroring. And you get me, V. The mirroring. Thank you for the shout out. Really, sweetie? That is so hard to just like have to watch. Because you can only do like so much for your daughter, you know? Finding out that you have a different group chat and that you're being talked shit in that group chat because they've talked shit about the other people in the separate group chat that's made that you're in that they're not, and so you know what's being said about you. I agree, Madeline. Or at least they could have said it anonymously. They could have not dragged me live on their Twitch stream. Which also sucked too, because like they were friends in their Twitch stream watching the stream, and not a single one of them came to me afterwards because I didn't publicly message that I was there. I privately messaged them saying like, I heard everything, blah, blah, blah. And we had a conversation and we're like, we fix it, but I still don't like trust them anymore because like they ruined that trust. And especially after everything I've gone through, it's like, how am I supposed to trust you ever again? But I also lost trust in everybody that was in that stream because what do you mean? You watched this person talk smack about me and you didn't come to me at all about that. So that was also very eye-opening. Saphira, I love you so much. Saphira, I hope you're doing amazing. Rootsy, there's no rush. I don't think I've no, I did finally respond to you. Yeah, I see. It's nice to reflect and grow up a little bit, isn't it? And everybody talks about you for no reason. I'm even trying to help promote you for you guys don't have to promote me. Oh my god. And you guys, it is everyone's prerogative if they want to block me, ban me, talk shit about me. But if someone's gonna be my friend, that's when I'm just like, all right, you don't have to do that. But and I don't care. I mean, I care. I'm autistic. Of course, I care what people think about me. But I am a realist. I understand. I'm realistic. Like, I understand I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Like, I'm sure there's people in here right now that are hate watching me. I'm sure there's people right now that are only watching me for the giveaways, which is totally fine. You guys don't have to be following me to win the giveaway. You just have to type in the keyword. And their guys are probably just like, God, shut up and do the giveaway already. Like, I get it. But you know what? It's my stream, so. But I understand I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I know not everyone's gonna like me, but don't pretend to like me and then shit talk about me, you know? Oh! I did not hear anything. No, I would, because I did message this person. So this person, like, we talked about it. So this person knows that I knew that this person knows that I was there. And could just let them hate while you grow. Also, that real. Keyword, Mina. Yeah, I'm so sorry if I'm missing so many people's messages. Guys, I'm so sorry. Sweetie, literally, kiss me. All right, I'm gonna do the giveaway. I'm gonna do the giveaway right now. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna go with this because I know you guys aren't gonna believe me. Because if another mod wins, I don't want to get canceled. Oh my god, it's so much girl! I just drooled everywhere. That's right. So much girl, are you still here? I know you had a raid. I know you just raided. You did! Yes! All right, I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna message you right now. Is a Twitch whisper okay? I don't know if I have you on Discord. Where is my email? There it is. There you are, you slutty little girl. My email, not you. Oh my god. Raider privilege. Shut up. Yeah, guys, raid me and you might win. Guys, look at that handprint I left. That's crazy. I'm gonna whisper you. Raid to win. Shut up instead of pay to win. That's actually really funny. We still have 2 more giveaways that we're gonna do tonight, guys. Don't worry. Here you go, Sandwich Girl. Slap your teeth for free. Wow. All right. I also pulled the card. You're not gonna believe it. It's the same fucking card that we got on Wednesday. All right, I'll get that. It's every single time. All right, hold on. Actually, let me go get that really quickly because I'm sure you guys want to hear it. So, I don't know why. Oh, hi, Jasper. Hi, honey. How long have you been there? You guys want to see a cat? Oh, he left. Just kidding. You want to say hello? You guys thought I was gonna be my. I'm joking. Any Buffy fans? I've never seen Buffy. Don't cancel me on 7. No, it's funny. I knew it. As soon as I clocked the mod chat, I knew it. Kyola! Alright, I'm gonna read this tarot poll, but just know I'm very upset with it because it's literally the same one that we got last time. Also, hi, Toxic Panda! Alright, the 3 of Cups. This is the really ironic card to pull considering our topic of conversation, by the way. You're entering a happy time in your life. You may reconnect with a long-lost friend, relative, or loved one, or you may be celebrating something vital to you. Spend quality time with the people you love, and not the people that talk shit about you. But we're pulling another card because this is literally the exact same card that we got last time, and I literally cannot believe. Guys, take a shot every time Pixel says literally. But I literally cannot believe that we got that card again. I don't know why. We have to get a counter. More because you're my slutty little mod that makes commands, can we make a command? Exclamation point. War, can you put in the mod to do channel, or any mod? Can a mod put in the mod to do channel? Something, double tarot card pulls, something. Worst corner. Yeah, that works too. Card backwards. Oh, I pulled another one. Because it doesn't count. So, you would literally end up with alcohol poisoning? I know, it's the worst. Shut up. We'll do another one. All right, we're gonna do another one. Oh my god. I've yapped so long that we're gonna do another tarot pull because there's like a 15-minute cooldown on that. All right, this is for moon. This is for the moon quartz one from earlier, but we'll do another one, Draconia. All right, so we have the 9 of Wands. Hi, Brie. Brie, happy Friday. Also, if you've said something in chat and I've ignored you, I promise I'm not actually ignoring you. I just don't know how to read. I'm very emotional right now. Okay. But maybe Leanne's moans. Also, exclamation point tarot if you guys want to get my slitty little tarot deck. Save 15% off with code PixelxKitten. Yippee. Suspree. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. What's up, APAWS? Whatever, APAWS. V. Okay. I'm gonna say this. Hi, Miss Flex! I'm gonna say this. And I need you to know that I'm telling the truth, because if I didn't mean this, I would just say, aww, and I would just move on. V, I do consider you a friend. I do. Correct. Correct, War. Rootsy. Correct. For now. Shut, you're the worst. You're actually the worst. No! I want to make a counter. You're the worst, War. Everyone tell War he's the worst. Just kidding, he's the best. Everyone tell War how sly little mod he is. Yeah, I want to counter. But I don't know yet. Let me think about it. No, V, truly. Because if I didn't think it, I wouldn't say it. I would just be like, aw, V, you're so sweet. And I would just move on. You know what? Actually, fun fact. Whenever I'm gonna open up Discord, I roll a d20 to see whether or not I want to respond to it. I'm joking. So, anyways, Moon Quartz, 9 of Wands. Even when things seem impossible, you're willing to do what it takes to finish. Ladies, the 9 of Wands encourages you to keep pushing, trust in yourself, and accept help when it's offered. You're showing extreme resilience and perseverance. Shut up! You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. What's up, Defo? Oh my god, how is your stream? What's up, Defo? What is up, Sariel Ramiel? Hi, God Lunch. What's up, Crispy Chaos? Oh my god, welcome in. Defo! Think we're the forehead kissy. Hi, Pookie. I'm not gonna lie. So, there's something that makes me so happy when people call me Pookie. I love it. I love it. Guys, welcome in. Did you really? Goth Lunch, who's your favorite DBD survivor? Because I want to play them for you next game. Guys, I'm in my yap sesh right now. I'm so sorry. Spades, are you still in the lobby? Spades, I'm so sorry. Because, like Ruthie said, I could have played like 5 games between my yapping. We're getting super serial in here tonight. We're getting real. I slapped my chest earlier and I have like a handprint on my chest. Guys, I'm so white. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Goth Lunch. Mwah. Sariel Ramiel. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Guys, welcome in. Alaskan Dweller. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. They are, Miss Flex. I don't have my game up right now, so if people are trying to join, I don't see it. I'll let you guys know when I'm looking at the screen again. I gotta do another tarot pull. Take your meds. Oh, I did take my meds today. Did you just call me melanistically challenged? Where's Alice? Alice needs to see this. Hold on. I need a screenshot. Hold on. I'll send her a snap. Hold on. She'll love this. You're not white, just melanistically challenge. You stop
I
making the
just
damn
want to
thing.
say PixHeart1, PixHeart2, are you going to kiss me at midnight or just be a butterfly? You know, pretty to look at but hard to catch. PixThe.
That was such a cute message. Hello. Jackson Panda Girl, thank you so much for the 16 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for you view it at your sub badge. Make a sticker. Wait, how do I Snapchat? How do I like crop it? Okay, can I just circle this? There we go. Okay. And then Alice. Okay. Sorry. Anywho, what? Thank you so much for the resub! Crispy Chaos. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. How the game's been? I don't really know. I've escaped once tonight, and that's pretty good. We are doing DBD DLC giveaways, by the way. Gothland, I should do a channel trailer. Hold on, let me do another tarot pull, and then we'll do a channel trailer, and then I'll go pee, and then we'll have more people join. Sorry, Space. If you want to play a game, I'll be here for a minute. No, it was really funny, Draconia. I'm sure Alice would love that too. Gothlench. Do you have a favorite survivor? I'm sorry if you said it and I missed it. I don't know how to read. Did you? It's WDBD. So slay. We're gonna have new people first. Eclipse, if the lobby doesn't fill, I'll let you know. Nia! Oh, hell yeah. I love me, my girl, Nia. I love my girl. Alright, I am, like, shuffling this so aggressively. There's no way. Okay, yeah. Space, you got time. So I'm gonna go pee after this, too. Alright. No way! No, it's first in my heart. I love Nia. Have a good night, Flecko! Reaper, we're still playing. I'm gonna be here till at least, like, 2 more hours. Condensed milk, what the heck? Thank you for giving something to Deadeye Girl. Deadeye Girl. That was bad, but condensed milk. Thank you so much for the sub. Deadeye, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. I'm so sorry. But if I missed your message, I'm so sorry. But I really appreciate you guys being here. Also, Goth Lunch, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and bevies, go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. War, thank you for the 6 months of tier 1 sub to Goth Lunch. Goth Lunch, you are my prisoner for the next 6 months. Hope you're okay with that. Enjoy your 9 emotes, your ad review, and your sub badge. Oh my god, thank you so much. Alright, here is our next tarot pull. The Knight of Cups. You're feeling in touch with your emotions and have no qualms with listening to your heart over your head. Be sure you're keeping things in check, though, as everything needs balance. What secrets aren't you telling me? Why does this deck know things about me that it shouldn't know? Draconia, that was crazy. That was crazy. What are you not telling us? Who do you work for? All right, I'm not doing any more. I'm not doing any more tarot pulls. I can't. This is just too much. You missed it. Hold on. The Knight of Cups. You're feeling in touch with your emotions and have no qualms with listening to your heart over your head. Be sure you're keeping things in check, though, as everything needs balance. Reaper, maybe. I'll have to pull out my instructions, though. I have a Lord of the Rings one upstairs that I do for, like, my personal readings for me. Guys. I love you, Moist. Don't flirt with me. Oh, come. That's what I'm saying, Raven. I'm not going to do any more tarot pulls. On God, we've been hurt too much tonight. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go pee. Oh, pronoun check. My pronouns are she, they. You know what, Music Kid? I will. You know what? I'll do that either tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna go be right back. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go grab some wine. Yo, see that? Can we not be a drama queen? I do. What's happening? I'm gonna grab some wine, grab some rosé. And then we'll probably by that time just start another giveaway, and then we'll have some more peeps and poops join our open lobbies. Have a glass for me? Oh, I shall. But I'll be right back. Goth Lunch, please get your post-stream self-care. Friends, please get your post-stream self-care. If I've missed your message, I'm sorry. It's not personal. I promise. I just don't know how to read. Hi, Matona! I'll be right back. And yeah. I'll be right back. Don't leave me, though. I got abandonment issues. Oh! A flashlight! Is what I would say if I found a flashlight. You did. I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. Alright, Wraith. Here we go. Here we go, Wraith. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! Maria! So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look, 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 look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. Oh man, I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. She saw me. Oh fuck me, I did it again, chat. No! I wanted my 2 stuns! No! I wanted it so bad. Oh no! What is this game? What is this game? I cramped. Oh man. Oh man. Oh shit! That's right. You're so lucky it turned around. Yeah, the 2v8 service. Why does Huntress have no tear radius, by the way? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she not have a tear radius? Oh, I should have done my Duolingo while I was peeing. I forgot. Oh shit, she doesn't see me. This has been my refrigerator for like... How long have you been in my refrigerator? Since 2025, since last year. It's been a while. Hopefully wine doesn't go bad. It's not, shouldn't it, right? It's alcohol, right? Have a good night! Good night, Shinobi. Thank you so much for hanging out. Also, I have one of my new Pokemon 30th anniversary glasses. I haven't used it yet. I just got it. I made it all the way through emotes. I had to go get my wine. And I had to go unbox this too. It just gets better with age. Like me. I'm joking. It smells fine. It smells like rosé. Well, hopefully it makes it more alcoholic. I'm joking. Guys, drink responsibly. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, chill on it, Pixel. Mine can't go bad. I figured. It's all sugar in there. It's all sugar. Cheers. L'chaim. That's so full. Yeesh. Alcoholic. Oh, I love $3.99 wine. Oh, what did you get? What did you get, Raven? I think, like, alcohol doesn't go bad, but I think, like, I don't know. What we're gonna do? That's what I'm saying. Eclipse mentioned wine, and then who else mentioned wine? Someone else mentioned wine. But ever since Eclipse mentioned it, like, right at the beginning of the stream, it was like, yeah, I want it. I want it. Oh, so who was drinking Prosecco? Okay, it tastes good. It tastes good, Draconia. No, don't apologize, Eclipse. This is good. Strawberry flavored soda, yum. Oh my god, guys, I got the where's the Insmoans? I got the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper, 0 sugar. I got them on sale. Soda's never on sale anymore. All right, I have my game open if anyone wants to join, by the way. I said I know Miss Flex, Reaper Bunny, and others wanted to join. But I have the game open now. And Nia. We're going to play as Nia for Goth Punch. Who's internally screaming? Alright, we have room for one more. Yeah, I think I got 4 cases of it because it was on sale for $3.50. $3.50 for a 12-pack of soda. That's crazy in this economy. Because usually the 12-pack of soda cans are like $10. So, no, I remember when a 2-liter was 99 cents. I literally was, no, that's so funny. I was just talking about that with my dad, Po, about how I used to get 2 liters for 99 cents. And now they're, like, $1.99 is, like, the crazy sale price now. Oh, do it, Raven! Back in my day. Or, aren't I older than you? I remember when gas was $2.50. I have to fill up my gas tank. But to be fair, I don't drive to my job, so I can't really complain about gas. Now it's $6. Yikes. When I was hot and spicy. Wait, what's hot and spicy? Oh, so we do have room for one more. Oh, actually, this is giving me plenty of time. Oh. To keep this build, because this build is fine. I don't really want, actually, I don't want finesse and drama. I want conviction. Because I'm a silly little conviction user. And what do I want? I could do flashbang. I don't want to put the deli curse on. Oh, I want to do head. I wasn't able to do head before. Oh, that looks good. Savion Blanc. Taco Bell dog. What? Oh, like Yo quiero Taco Bell, like that dog. I still have the plushies of him. That's so funny. Like the one where you squeeze it and he said, "I think I need a bigger box." Like that little guy. I loved him. I don't remember his name, but I remember like the Godzilla and dog commercials. I remember those. Oh, girl, spades. Hello. You had one of those? I still have one. It doesn't talk anymore though. Oh, I'm sorry, Escape, guys. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Also, we have room for one more, so anybody wants to join, if you've played with us or not tonight, feel free to join. I remember when the dollar menu was $1. Literally. Oh, Eclipse was so ready on that. Oh my god. Alright, let's go. Yeah, but you lived in civilized Chicago? Me? Oh my god, Kyle, right? These are being so patient with me, guys. It was Gidget! You're right! That's so funny! Remember 24-hour Walmarts? Mine might still be. But I know COVID ruined that, right? No, Eclipse, you're so good. I'm sorry for yapping so much, guys. But thank you so much for letting me... Not the Murphy's Law in the game. What's up, Murphy's Law? Big fan of your band. What's up, Dwayne? Everyone say hi, Dwayne. Hi, Murphy's Law. But I do appreciate you guys, not just for letting me out, but also, you know, like, letting me feel safe enough to share my feelings and not judging me for it. So thanks, guys. How dare! Gave smile. Oh my god! I do remember the smile stickers! That's so funny. No, not Eclipse. It condensed. It's an internalized thing. Hey, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, hold on. Guys, I forgot to do my Duolingo. I don't want to lose my streak. Oh, like live fish? I don't know if I remember that. My Meyer still sells live fish. I don't know if I remember that, Dwayne. Condensed milk. I have stories on stories on stories of people who have made me feel like shit. But I think that's just like an autism thing of me being taken advantage of my entire life. But then also my late diagnosis ruined it for me because I didn't know I was being taken advantage of, but now I'm a lot more aware of it. Also, after this game, we'll start another giveaway. I miss Meyer. Does yours not exist anymore? Mine does. I love Meyer. I haven't gone there in a while, though. I go to Jewel, Osco, more now. No, Eclipse, no, you're pretty young, right? Well, young compared to me. Everyone's young compared to me. Oh, this is the Emptiness Machine. This is Linkin Park. But the new one. The new Linkin Park, new singer. The girl singer. Oh, crap. Alright, I never said I was as old as Unk over here. Did you drink fuel every day? I drink it every day I stream. I will also drink it during most of my workouts. Off stream as well. So every single day I stream, I do... I have a guffle. But I won't do it every day I'm not streaming unless I'm doing a workout that day. I'll turn that hippity hop music down, pull your pants up, and get off my lawn. Ewok! Mwah, you're the forehead kissy. Happy weekend, my friend. Happy belated birthday! Oh, Murphy's Law, we're same age. I turned 33 in October. So, same age. Had to be a millennial if you're coming in and talking about the game. Lintona! Mwah, you're the forehead kissy. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, we gotta drink some more rosé before we get into this game. Eclipse, look at you! Very exciting. Not alcoholic. What are you drinking? I gotta pour another one for Reaper Buddy. Almost 35. Ooh! Coke Zero. Someone was telling me. Was it Icy? Icy Wolf? Who was telling me? In Nyquist's chat yesterday, that there is a cherries and cream zero sugar Coke or something. What's up, Cookie Dough? Woo! Cookie Dough, thank you for the 7 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the hell? Oh, sorry, after you. I would like to give the killer some head this game. Do you guys mind? Oh! That's alright, Draconia. Cookie Dough, thank you so much. It really means a lot. W subby. Whoa! Nice skill check, nerd. Oh, I'm leaving. Talbot? It is a Talbot. I want to give the killer some head, Dwayne. Heyo! That's what year were you born? 19. 19! Oh my god! I love that TikTok. Slush puppies. I've never heard of those slush puppies. You're making me think of hush puppies, which is like a breaded thing, right? It was so Cobalt. What is good? I like hush puppies. They're a breaded thing, right? What kind of food would you say hush puppy is? Are you being chased? Can I heal you? Yes. Puppy Chow? Is Puppy Chow the like not trail mix, Chex Mix one? If it is, that shit's good. Oh, really, Poe? That sounds good. Icy Puppy Chow? That has to be the Chex Mix, right? Yeah, okay. I've had that before. That is so good. Oh my god. Oh, no, Raven. I almost texted or messaged you this. I have to. So I got 2 new like candies / snacks from the grocery store in my last grocery online grocery order because I have agoraphobia and I don't leave my house. I have to do online grocery shopping. But they were buy one get one free. And Raven, I got 2 crazy snacks. Goyle. One of them is peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. The other one are butterscotch Hershey's Kisses. The butterscotch Hershey's Kisses are very good. The peanut butter and jelly M&Ms were okay. Like, they weren't, like, bad. Like, I'm gonna eat them. But they were just okay. Cobalt. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, shit. Eclipse got cut off from going for the safe. I got you. Oh, please don't go second. Oh, you might go to second. I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. You can cancel me. You can cancel me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you got. I didn't know they got cut off. I don't think I've had brownie M&Ms. No, but I would eat them. I'm so sorry, homie. Okay, deal. Oh. I was about to say, I'm taking that chase no matter what. Cancel? Yeah. Blue raspberry? Real. I had peanut butter and jelly peanut butter cups once. See, I would try peanut butter cup. That was peanut butter and jelly. Oh, do you have head on too? Oh, that may have been a flashbang. Oh shit. Blue raspberry slush puppy. So that's just like a slush. So it's just a slushy, right? A slush puppy. Gabby! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Slushy brand, cool. Okay. Yum! We love slushies. I think. Thank God for Mode DMS. I think I can get this. No! Draconia, I've had one too! Oh, it was so good though. The one that I had. I've been to Hershey Park in Pennsylvania. I don't think either it had that option when I was younger, or I just didn't know because I was a baby. Like, not a baby, but like, I was like, probably middle school or younger when I went. Oh, hello. But I would love to go to Hershey, Pennsylvania. I love chocolate. Yeah, and you can mix them, Po. Oh, I'm their last stack. Okay, they're over there. All the gens are over here. Did she say chocolate? What did she say? What are they selling? I remember chocolate. Always hated it. Oh, hear my foot. Whoa! Hear my little footsteps. My loud ass footsteps. Oh! Me too, Talbot. Me too. This is risky. Ah! Oh! Let's go. I thought I was too far. I don't want to talk about it, Talbot. Hold on. Let me get out of the way. Oh, damn. Alright, I'll get in front of the pallet then. Or, pallet. What is that? A locker. Oh, do your thing, escape. Somebody in Blight for me. Oh, really, Raven? I love going against Blights. I love me a slutty little Talbot. This skin is great, too. I remember when this collection came out, I was gagged. Oh, I'm his last stack of Grim, too. R.I.P. R.I.P. Alright, after this game, we're going to start a new giveaway, by the way. Yippee! Is this glass so cute? 30th anniversary Pokemon. That's a nice view. I love women. Rest in pieces. You know what candy I wish I liked? Because I think they changed their ingredients. And the Tism in me knows that they changed their ingredients, so now I hate it. Reese's Pieces. They're not good at— Where's Eternally Screaming? Nope, I need it. Nope, nope, you don't get to die. Hold on. Where are you? Don't die yet. Hold on. Yep. Ah, there we go. Oh, please don't let me sandbag you. Please let me die for you. Where are you? Let me die for you. Yes. You went to second stage. You are not dying. You go second stage, you live. Hold on. Listen, it's a 50-50 on where they were gonna be, right? Yeah, I used to absolutely love Reese's Pieces. And now, they, like, make me sick. Honestly, I love this Talbot for giving me, like, that second to be like, you dumb bitch. I loved it. I love it. They taste funny. I hate them now. Peanut butter M&Ms. Peanut butter M&Ms will always be my favorite M&Ms ever in the entire world, besides mini M&Ms. I love mini M&Ms. Anything mini always tastes better. Yeah, definitely more chemical taste for real. Had 8 flavors. They would add the syrup to the cup and then add the ice slush. But then they only sold blue raspberry since it was the most— yeah, that makes sense, right? Pretzel. I mean, they're okay. They're no peanut butter M&Ms though. Actually, no, I don't think I liked the pretzel ones. Did I? I think I didn't, like, I think I, like, specifically said, me no likey them. I like this Talbot. He's nice. Kenny, I was like, yeah. No, like, even Reese's Cups are ass, too. Do you like sweet and salty combos? I think it depends. I would say, you know what, Draconi? I will say yes, because you know what one of my favorite, right off rip, knee-jerk reaction, one of my favorite sweet and salty are peanuts. Specifically just unsalted peanuts, just like regular unsalted peanuts, and candy corn. Unsalted peanuts and candy corn. Hey. Hey. I gotta get away from the hook so there's no, Oh, I have conviction! Distract him. Yes, perfect. I don't know where the door is, but I think both doors are open. I think I went the right way. I think I went the wrong way, Eclipsed. I think I went the wrong way. Oh, shittibles. Oh, conviction. You're gonna cuck me. That's alright. Ah, oh, poop! Damn. Man, I no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wheels! Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. Find peanut butter Twix anymore? I think I've had those before. I think I've had that before. I think I've had that before. Hey, I saved my teammate. That's all that matters. GG's. That blight was super fun. That was a very fun game. You know, maybe this is why I keep dying in my open lobbies. I gotta risk it for the biscuit. Oh, they were like legit discontinued? Yikes. What's with this? I know I've brought this up before, but what's with this right and left Twix gimmick? It's stupid. Right Twix versus left Twix. It's kind of like a dumb gimmick, no? Like, I don't get it. It don't make sense to me. Silly little thing. Yeah. Oh my god, Kyle, I just tweeted about that. Hold on. It is a dumb gimmick. Oh, hey, let me say GG's. GG's. Very fun game. What tweet did I just twat? I'm yapping so much. Oh, every autistic's nightmare. Their safe food gets discontinued or their ingredients get changed. That's what I just tweeted out the other day. All right. We're gonna start a giveaway. Gonna start giveaway 1 sec. All right, pretend I spelled that right. 1 sec. Quan Tae Young DLC Number 3. What keyword should we do for this one? I know! Is that what happened to Reese's Pieces because I used to love them? No, they're ass now. They're ass. Doggo! I don't know. It's such a dumb thing. Oh, Cobalt! Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. What should the keyword be? Is it like really full of myself to do hashtag kitten? Is that like, am I like full of myself when I do that? Sorry, I'm hanging now. Hashtag kitten. Not as I do. Oh, the paper straws, yeah. Gotta have it my daughter. They went from plastic straws to paper, so her favorite milk, and she can't do the paper. Literally. Literally. Oh, K-pop is a good one. Guys, hashtag kitten! That's me. Meow. Also, I'm sorry, I have to do an ad. Ad now before ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Hi, Paul! Alright. Who do I want to play as now? Because I'm caught up on my... I'm caught up on our raid stuff. Oh, Gabriel. Gabriel. Yum, 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 yum. And he knows I'm right. And me, everything is alright. Oh, not to pick my outfit. Alright. There you go. There you go. If you guys type it more than once, you're not gonna get like kicked out. Everything is alright. What's the first one? Just regular. Just the regular. He's very handsome though.
It's time to
Hello?
DBD. Also love the fit on Twitter.
Oh,
Winking
thank
face
you!
emoji.
Thank you. Lord Raiden, thank you for the 7 birthdays. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view it, and your sub badge. Thank you very, very much. F's in chat for all the streamers that didn't get Lord Raiden's Prime sub. That's mine for the next 30 days. You could have used your your Prime sub on anybody, and you used it here. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. Hey, Andy. Motherfucker. Refuse. Isn't he cute? Twitch shirt or 7th? Oh, let's do this one. That's the 7th, right? I've never used this one. This 2-foot tall demonic doll will kick you, which bitch. Oh, I forgot to grab my bracelets. Ooh. I'm right. I'm telling you guys. Gabriel is just way too fine. Hashtag kitten. First one? Oh, no. You're totally fine. Here's the first one. I'm doing my Duolingo right now. Grow up, you will make it past 6. With this 2-foot tall demonic doll will make you its bitch. Fourth one. Ah! Beautiful. Guaranteed. Yeah, guys, do your Duolingo. I'm doing like the easy level just so I can get my, like, save my streak. He will, Po! Here. Forca. I'm learning Scottish Gaelic. I think I just did my 80 streak. Make it past 6, cause it's 2 foot tall, demonic doll will make you its bitch. Oh yeah, yeah, like Spade says, I don't think not that I've noticed any issues. Personally. Yes. What a shocker, I got 100% on the easiest mission. Whatever, Cobalt. Oh yeah, that's right. It was okay for me, but I was like much later in the day. I forgot my name isn't really screaming until you said, who is that? Is that you? You know, I kept forgetting to check who that was. I'm so sorry you got the sec. I'm so sorry. But you did escape, right? Had a killer with 500 ping and hit a mile away. That's just usual Dead by Daylight, right? I'm joking. Probably know why your team picked the fit. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna play my other outfit next. You did escape, good. Da-da. Oh, did you take an edible? Sorry, we're waiting for a game, by the way. I'm not just on my phone. I mean, I am on my phone. I'm doing my Duolingo. But we are... Oh, we just got into a game. Or a lobby, excuse me. Hallo, Anna alles Ian. Banya. Ayas. Ayan Bru. Forca. See? Really, Sushi? Kufi ayas banya. Spanti Cirdi Forca. Hallo. Ti ayas banya. Banya, Kofi, Spine, Hallo, Cake, Ayas, Kofi, Tea, Hallo, Banya. Easy. I just did the first mission twice to get extra points. There we go. Scored 90% or higher in 2 lessons. Yup. Cool. Wunderbar. Hi, Slothbag! You guys like the song? Good, I'm glad. Sup, Sloth? Oh my god, you guys want to hear something funny? Hold on. Let's see if I can get a back crack. Hold on. See if I can get another one. Hold on. Oh, so I posted a TikTok of me saying, like, oh my god, Razor, thanks for the chair. Like, the best back crack chair ever. Guys, actually go to my TikTok. Go to my PixelxKitten TikTok. And watch the Razor chair one. And there's someone that commented on it saying, post more back cracking videos. Oh. And I think I may have stumbled upon a fetish for back or for like people cracking like their bones. So I'm gonna start collecting back crack compilations. Not for them, but I think it'd just be like a really fun compilation video to do. Oh, I think it'd be a really fun compilation to do. Nice, you got it. You got it, Adira. Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies. Also, Sloth, are you done streaming? Everyone say hi, Slothbag. mods. Can we give a slutty little shout out to Slothbag, por favor? Why do you want back crack? Why wouldn't I want my back crack? Thanks, Kyle! Oh, I did see that you were playing Left 4 Dead 2. How was that? Also, Sloth, if you ever want to play Left 4 Dead 2 together, let me know. You don't have to. It's okay. You can turn me down. It's fine. You can also turn me on. Ladies! I've been drinking. Cool. I hope you had a good time. And also, I almost said something sus in your chat earlier, but I refrained. Your chat had it pretty... Your chat had it down already. I didn't need to add to it. Shut the fuck up, Rootsy. Say it. Say it with your chest. No, because the last time I said, say it with your chest, I slapped my chest, and there's still, like, a red handprint. Mira! Mira. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Wait. Where's the 3 gen? I'm assuming Gallows is one of those. Oh, wait. Am I better than everybody? That was crazy. Oh, good. She's crawling away. Well, I'll go get my flashbang now. That was crazy. Main 3 and 5. Yes. I know exactly where those are. No way she whiffed that. That's what I'm saying. Well, Eclipse is a slug now. I wonder if Adira will pick up anyway. I do want to check to see main is not stinky anymore. I would like to at least start main. Oh, she just completely left Eclipse. Okay, Eclipse, I got you. Oh, Eclipse is stinky. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it then. Let me stop your gen from regressing because I'm gonna get stinky. Oh, it's not stinky. All right. Eclipse, I promise. There's a plan here. A man, a plant, a canal, Panama. Oh, she got me. Ah, poops! Yo, she's pissed! I don't remember. It's something to do with you being wet. Yo, this outfit is fire. Fuego. Fuego fire. Yay, Jacodio! Jacodio, what are you working on? Dangos, what the helly? This is our second game with this lobby, so we'll get new peeps and poops in after this. Dangos, if you're interested. But no pressure, but kind of pressure. Irish Gaelic? I'm doing Scottish Gaelic. That is so funny, Draconia. That is so funny. Oh, shit! That is so funny. I love that. Boop! If you wanted to be the same, all you had to do is... What? They have to be, right? Gaelic, Gaelic. It's gotta be. Tomato, tomato. I'm joking. Thank you. That was funny. I'm a little nervous with plaything. A lot of plaything. Oh, you got it? You got it? Should I get the gen? Ooh. I was gonna say chase me. Oh. Oh, I guess I'll get stinky. Damn, this gen was so close to being done too. You tried breeding it? Damn. Well, that's where you messed up. You're not supposed to breed the gen. Aria. I know you meant greeting, by the way. Means we're fresh track? Okay, Melodol. Gaelic. I mean, if you want me to. Whoa! Shit, nipples. I didn't see her. Nah, you like that. I gotta stop. I gotta stop looking away when I have plaything. I gotta stop reading chat when I'm plaything. Quit banging the gens. Your tone is by Eclipse Hook? Oh shoot, I didn't even see where Eclipse Hook was. Maybe over there. Oh wait. Someone got it though, right? I don't know. I'm not paying attention. Sorry. Oh, Jaconia, what do we know you? I don't know. I don't know how to say that in Gallic. I'm sorry. I know how to say Chamiski, which means I'm tired, and yeah, that's really the only thing that's like really relevant that I can say. Ah, shit nipples. Whoa, Pips! Why do you not have a thingy? That's alright. Thank you, Spades. Oh, was it? Oh, no way she mothed. No way. W moth. W moth. No, oh my god, Spades, you're so good. You are so Gucci. As a coochie, one might say. Alright, well, while that's happening... Ah, shitables. Damn. I wanted to go pick up Eclipse because I didn't want Spades to do it because Spades isn't stinky. But they, somebody cut across. What's moth? Moths, are attracted to light. So when killers keep looking into, like, the light source, whether it's like a flashbang or usually a flashlight, that means that they mothed into it, was because they keep looking into the light. Oh, I'm dead? Oh, that was a fast game. I shit nipples once. Shut up! I'll start banning you guys. Hi, Master of Puns! Master of Puns, I hope you're doing so good. You're tired of my crap. I missed so many messages. Do you know how to say, of this grandpa? I do not. I'll get there, though, Moon. I'll get there. Question for you. If I do steal VIP, can I steal it from someone and give it to someone else? No. Because if I do it for you, then I have to do it for everyone else. Who's shitting nipples? You more! Wait, are you... Wait, what were you insinuating? No, sorry, Sloth. But if I do it for you, I gotta do it for everyone else. Vine makes people old now? Sheesh! Mira, I need you to know that you also said sheesh in that sentence, so... Unk! Oh. Yeah, steal it just to put it on cooldown. Just flex your channel points, Sloth. Is sheesh old? It's pretty old. Since you hate me? You must hate Spades then, because Spades is very anti-Ash. So, damn! That's crazy. Am I old now? Wait, how old are you, Mira? Wait, I can't ask that. It's against TOS. Mira, put it in the mod chat. Puns! Puns! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Groovy. I miss the old Dallop tone and the free AOL coasters, or CDs is crazy. Yeah, we can refund that, but I'll play Nancy. So I can't play Ash because I'm playing with Spades, and Spades is anti-Ash. Oh, you're still baby. Yeah, you're still baby. But I'll play Nancy because she's my second least favorite character. But we'll give your points back. I have sent so many messages in mod chat. Have you? You hate me? You hate Spades, and that's the crime here. Never trust Nancy. No, thank you, River Bunny. Thank you for the save. Is this a non-sloth safe zone? I adore spades. Apparently not. You want us to play groovy. I love tummy time. And Plague is such a good, like, anti-conviction killer because I can't, like, heal anybody. We have plenty of woe. What's up, K9? Someone hates Ashley J. Williams? Yeah, who would hate that? Check my messages on Discord? Or Snap? I'm assuming Snap, because I don't have anything from you in Discord. Oh, that's Robin, not Nancy. I have to play Nancy? Nancy! No Snap? No comma Snap? Chat, should I take a shot? Oh, I do have to do the giveaway. Yes! Shut the fuck up, Slav. More, how'd you know? Guys, hashtag kitten. What should I take a shot of? My lord! I'd have to open a new bottle. Rootsy, why do I feel like I know what it's about? Rum? See, Rooster, that's why I keep you around. Oh, that's a... Oh, that's right! Oh my god, I forgot we talked about this. Shut the fuck up, Ritzy. Jesky! Jesky. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, ooh, I actually cannot drink Rumplemans for a very personal reason. Oh, a Melodol. Yes, I do. Sorry, I did not have the game pulled up. I got you. All right, you guys ready? Last chance. Vanessa! Mwah. Jesky. Mwah. Master of puns. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. All right, we're doing rum. You can do a shot of Pink Whitney with me, but I'm not going to drink Pink Whitney. Permission to screenshot. Oh, and share. Do you understand that last part? Because that would be really funny. All right, I'm gonna hold on. Yeah, okay. Here. Because I know no one's gonna believe me. Our first two winners was a mod and a raider. So let's see. Oh wait, sorry, wrong one. It's Kelly! Kelly, are you here, my love? Who is not a mod, nor did they raid, so it's not rigged. It's Kelly! Kelly, I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna message you on Twitch Whispers, is that okay? Congrats, Kelly! Also, that was our third giveaway. We have one more to give away tonight. Also, remember that there is a giveaway going on in the Discord. So if you guys want to enter that, all you have to do is react to the announcement. React to the announcement in the Discord. Oh. That's okay. Perfect. Kelly, congratulations. Does it really? Congratulations, Lex. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Lex, I hope you're doing amazing. Wait, did I message you? Hold on. I did. Okay, I closed it. Okay. Congratulations. Not even sub. Let's go. We love that. Kelly's been here for forever, though. Following since December... I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out, Kelly. Following since December 14th, 2021. Not to flex on anybody. All right, so speaking of flexing, what do we say, rum? What do we say, rum? Hi, Dr. Finkelstein. Dr. Finkelstein. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Mando, what the helly? Thank you so much for giving a selfie to Callie. Callie, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes are ad-free. Yo, ad-free emotes. And you're so bitch. Hi, Finky. Everybody go follow Finky. Everyone go follow Dr. Finkelstein and tell her how and handsome she is. Guys, cheers. Oh, I should ready up. I'm ready up. I don't even know what my build is. All right, we're gonna play a Nancy game for first name Sloth, last name Bag. Sloth, are you still here? Cheers. L'chaim. It's okay if you're not, but whatever. Cheers. Why am I taking a shot? Oh, I know why. Wait, War, are you still here? Danko's is in the lobby. Oh, ew. War, because of your 6 months gifted sub, can you pick a pussy, please? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Oh, you're so good, War. This is one question. I forgot to do this, and when I went to go pee, I was like, fuck, I gotta get in a pussy. Gotta give War some pussy. It's right, he's my mod. I can talk to him like that. Pink Pussy Club. I wanna come to the Pink Pussy Club. Woo! I'm sorry. We still have one more giveaway tonight. Where can never leave. He's tried. I'm joking. My burp, sorry. Kiss my dick and lay me to sleep. So this one's a modified one that I did for Mad Eye earlier. I wanted to see what it would look like with whiskers and a nose. I'm not sure which one I like better. I think I like the no whiskers, no nose. The sexual harassment is one of the perks of being. Shut the fuck. Shut up! I'm actually attempt to sleep. Oh my god, Draconia! Draconia, go to bed. Guys, tell Draconia to go to bed. Guys, fit check. Thanks, More. Also, I am waiting for a game. I'm not making you guys wait here. You love it? Oh my god. So there's a little like fun pixel lore about me where my mental health is like somewhat correlated to how much effort I put into my like what's my build? I don't even care. I don't even care what my build is. But there's like some correlation between my mental health and how much effort I put into like my appearance on stream. And there's a reason why I've been slumming it for the past 6 months because my mental health's been really poor. But this week I've been feeling pretty good. So I put a little bit more effort in today. Maybe I'll dress a little cute tomorrow. What do you guys think? The more cleavage, the better. I'm joking! That was a yoke! What does that mean? It means I hated being there, Warm. You didn't give me your extra Taco Bell that you promised to give me. The 7% vibe is crazy, but 89% bready. Good night, Draconia. We love you so much. Have the best night ever. Ah, there's my good little brat. There's my good little brat. 71, that's like a C. 72% vibe, 65% brat, that's a D. Dango's, that ain't right. Oh my god, twins! Where? There's Shredder! Where? War. Dango's, huge vibe. Wait, what are we clipping? Oh my god, stop, bro. Think of the forehead kissy. 24% bratty, more like 2400% bratty. Carry on my wayward son. That math is not real swifty. What's up, step bro? Oh, you're such a good little brat.
What the hell?
Nancy, you speak? Speak! Speak, girl, speak! What do you have to say? What is it, girl? 88% 5? Oh my god, I thought it was a ghost face, and then I see this. Oh, okay, I'm getting so scared. I'm really good at math and I'm sober. There's a joke to be made there, Spades, but I'm not gonna be the one to make that. Hello, Dino Dangos. Nice dare is crazy. Oh, I made a command for Nyquist. Rootsy, can you do me a favor? Can you test it really quickly? Can you do ! Nyquist? I want to see something. I'm in the wrong scene right now, I know. Honestly, can someone just... A mod do ! Nyquist? Okay. I think only Nye can use it. Damn. Okay. I'll make it so mods can use it too. But I made like a... I was going through all like my old videos that I have, and I found I found a clip that I made from Nye. Whoa! Nania! Nania, thank you so much for the raid! Yo, welcome in! Yo, Nania, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Everyone say, hello, raiders! Nania, how was your stream? Also, Nania, do you have a favorite survivor? Because I would love to play them for you next game. Oh, shit. Oh, he has the speed boost. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize he had the speed boost. I would have planned accordingly. Pretty decent message? Hell yeah. Were you doing survivor or killer? Sorry, I know. Toxic. I'm gonna die for that. Damn. Survivor? Hell yeah. Do you have a favorite survivor? Yes, it is Nyquist, but I think I made it so only Nye can trigger it. I did tell him about it, though. I did tell him. Here, let me snooze this ad really quickly. I did tell him that I made a command that only he can trigger. I just thought that maybe it would default to mods can trigger as well. But I don't think I have it on the scene. It's the same, like, source that your command is on War, and I don't think it works on this command. What's up, Look at Happy Weekend. We are doing DBD DLC. Michaela? Ooh, I got you. We haven't played Michaela yet tonight. I'm so down. Everybody go follow Nania. Nania, please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo. Go stretch, go drink. And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. But we are doing some DBD DLC giveaways tonight, courtesy of Behavior. So, Behavior, thank you very much. Hashtag DBD creator. Yes! Oh my god. So, look at... There's gonna be Twitch drops for Outlast Trials, which we love. We love Outlast Trials in this house. And I'll be doing some Twitch drops next week, and I'm so excited. I'm so hemkin excited for Twitch drops next week. So next Wednesday. No, next Tuesday. Ah! Well, that worked out. Next Tuesday is when it starts. Why are you so fast? Why you come fast? Why you come fast? No. Next Tuesday is when it starts, but next Wednesday I'm streaming. Oh, I don't think that works anymore, right, Spades? It did, right? At one point. Am I going back on the same hook? Well, I guess, you know, on us shared germs. Really? I feel like it was good. Guys, I feel like that shot and liquor combo is starting to work. Thank you guys so much for the follows tonight. I really appreciate you. And thank you for the raids. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the gifted subs, the resubs, the biddies. You guys are very hot. Thank you very so much. Very so much. So very much. Yeah, Dangles, you do that, Jen. Oh, no! Why are you going for me? What did I do? We do have one more DBD DLC giveaway for Quante Young. Oh, which I still need to play as him, too. Oh, you want heal points? What heal points? Yeah! Jangles, I'm sorry. I think this is the gen that he was working on. What? I feel like I heard the door open. Oh, I should have slammed the pallet down in your mouth. Why am I being targeted here? Wait, what did I do? Wait, chat, what did I do? Why am I being, like, tunneled here? What did I do? I don't even have Twitch shirts on. Oh, Stangos, help me. Throw your biscuit at... Your biscuit? Throw your toolbox at him. Throw your biscuit is crazy. Nancy. Never trust Nancy. Well, thanks a lot, Slothbag, for the worst game ever. Just kidding. I had fun. I had a great time. Thanks. He kept leaving me? Well, that's your fault. I like one decent chase in the beginning, and that's literally... Oh, I forgot to say GG's! They're gonna think I'm mad! Oh, I don't know. Alright, what are we playing as? Michaela! What build do I have with her? That's fine. That's a weird build. I'll take it. Oh, it's even better. Oh, I like this even better. Oh, I like that build. Yeah, okay, cool. They just will think you're a Nancy. Ugh, I know. Never trust Nancy. No offense to any Nancy mains out there. I'm joking. I know, Freya, right? It's so good. Yo, what's up, Corruptor? Oh my gosh, Corruptor, happy weekend. Also, enjoy your 90, count them, 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Ooh, good question, Poe. I should start thinking about it. Freya, mwah, think of the forehead kiss. I cannot wait to play Outlast Trials again, guys. Especially with new Twitch drops. I'm so excited. I've only escaped once tonight, Corruptor, but I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty par for the course. We are doing open lobby tonight, though. I know, right, Freya? I'm not gonna lie, a lot of my playlist is inspired by the Supernatural show. I hope you're doing very well. By the way, Corruptor, Freya, Icefire. I think I played last week or the week before. It was okay. I couldn't really lock in. But I'm feeling better now mentally, so I think I should be able to now. We're doing open lobbies. But I don't do very well in open lobbies because I always sacrifice myself in open lobbies. Solo queue, I'm a little bit more shellfish. The last password should be mental health. The last code should be don't be a fucking asshole. Be selfish. No, because I know, no. You're allowed, no. I'll do that in solo queue. Really? What book are you reading? That One Gay Cop just released his new book. It's in my cart, my Amazon cart right now. He posted it in the Discord, by the way. Gonna dance like Uma Thurman, marry me till I come pass. I haven't played Overwatch since 2020. What's up, Mr. Ware? Mr. Ware. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ha! No, Corruptor, stay. Stay. I have abandonment issues. It's called Disney Twisted Tales. Almost there. Oh. Interesting. Remember Axe Cop? What is Axe Cop? Like a miracle. Oh, oh. What should we listen to? What is on my stream playlist? I think I have a command for playlist, right? Exclamation point playlist, maybe? Okay, I was gonna guess Freya if it was, because it's almost there. To find who we are. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Also, hi, Petunia. Yes. Okay, it is there. It's not a great playlist, but people wonder what I got. Dance like Uma Thurman, marry me till I confess. Do I have rats on this playlist? I don't. What the fudge? I love rats. Oh, it is in my playlist. What? I don't see it. Death to us. I'll keep you like an oath. Nothing but death to us. Here, we'll play this song because we didn't play our Ashley Williams game. Oh, there's rats. I see it. Oh, he had Lightborn. Oh. Guys, gotta play ads now. Sorry. L streamer plays ads. Oh, did you really, Melodol? Really? Oh, so you get that means a lot. Thanks, Petunia. Petunia, I'm having a great time tonight. I always have a great time. Disney Twisted Tales and turn them all into anime boys making... Wait, what? Oh, really, Freya? I love that. It's so nice when you get to read a book and just, like, plow through it. You got 3 out? Well, I'm glad I was able to sacrifice myself. Bloodborne and Proct. Oh, Spades, you were so hot. What's it like being God's favorite? Na, na, na. Agreed, Eclipse. Yeah, that tripped me up earlier. Because I couldn't get through a doorway because I got speed and I was like, ugh! I wasn't ready. He was turning me into a 112. Oh, that's right! I love that for you. After this game, we'll start the last giveaway. Dingoes. I appreciate that, Ameladol. Also, we are waiting for a game. I'm not just like sitting here. Oh, sorry, wrong scene. Sorry. We are waiting for a game.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Petunia, thank you for the 200 bits! What the hecky? Thank you so much. What the hecky? What am for Eclipse? Literally know you. Petunia, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. That was really sweet of you. Thank you so much. Twisted Wonderland? Really? That sounds awesome, actually. Know you, know you. See? Know you times 3. See? I don't even have to type anything. I'm like so tempted to drink more. Did you really? Wait, Freya, when was your birthday? What did you get for your tattoo? Sorry, I'm like interviewing you. I want a tattoo so badly. Petunia, you're so sweet. What the hell? I just want to get a tattoo, even though I can't afford it. I'm going to do one. I'm joking. I don't know. I'm too scared. If it won't negatively impact my health. I got nothing to do tonight. I just got streamed tomorrow night. Why are my mods so cute? What the fudge? Okay, Spades, you're gonna make me cry. Why am I getting emotional over that? Spades just took a screenshot of me and said, "This is the cutest screen cap." And it's me, like, smiling. That's, like, so sweet! What the fudge? I'm gonna actually cry. Kelly! Kelly with the VIP grab? Oh, Kelly stays winning tonight. Oh my god. Who did you steal it from? I don't remember. War would know. Eclipse! Eclipse, thank you for gifting us up to Freya. Hello? Freya, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Oh, it's Benny. You guys stole it from Benny. Get wrecked. I'm glad that Sloth did not jokingly steal it now. What's up, Haunted? What's up, Rehaunted? Sorry. Hi, Rehaunted. Mr. Where would we know you? Petunia, thank you for the 120 bits. Happy belated birthday, Freya. Your birthday was March 12th, and I got it on the 18th, and it's for my sister who was... Oh, Freya. Hugs. Big hugs, which I'm sure does absolutely nothing. But you know what? It's the only thing I can do for you right now. And for anybody who doesn't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to Freya. Oh my god. What was the tattoo of? If you don't mind me asking. It's okay if you don't want to answer. Hi, Rune Dragon. Rune Dragon, happy weekend. I want the hug. All you go, homie. I almost said gamer and homie and almost called you Gomi. Yeah, do it, Freya. Spades, literally. I still have to do my taxes, which is gonna... I paid $6,000 in my taxes last year, right? So I'm like, what am I gonna do for this year? And I'm like too scared. You know, that's what's gonna knock me back into depression is taxes. Yikes! But you know, that's future Pixel's problem. I still have like a couple more weeks. Oh, shut up, Freya. This is so cute. Oh my god. Okay, the next person that is nice to me is getting banned. Mods! Is it a Talbot? Hi, Jade. Jade, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Really? Oh, it's beautiful. Show me banned Rooster. Get Rooster off my... It is a Talbot. I know that. Chase. Music. Words. Sorry, Rune. Better luck next time. Thanks, Eclipse. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Eclipse, for real. For real. That is some barbecue-ass chili if he's coming right here. Okay. Dingoes. Okay, Dingo's being chased. Ameladol do that. I go do save. Sorry, Dangos, I couldn't take the hit or else we wouldn't be able to say I'm sorry. No way! Oh, Rune Jacket, that's very exciting. You guys know when you get that, like, little twinkle in your nose? When you're about to cry? Yeah. My mods are the worst. What the fudge sticks? That hit? You know what? Girl, get it. Girl, get it. Girl, get it. Girl, clock it. 2 times I was greedy on Gideon when I shouldn't have been. None of that is glazed. Look at you using cool kid lingo. Proud of you. Oh yeah, exclamation. Oh, exclamation point Discord. It's a channel point. I don't have a public Discord. Keeps me and the peeps safe. Not you, not the glaze. That's so funny. Look at my mods glazing me. That is really sweet. It was very, very sweet. Glazed these nuts. Wow. Got him. What's up, Miss Strika? Miss Strika, happy weekend. I get dinner and a movie before there's any glazing. Uh-huh. Ladies! Wait, Raven, are you still here? It's okay if you're not. I'm not screenshotting that, Dangos. Not screenshotting that. Raven, did you check your Steam yet? It's okay if you didn't. I'm just curious if you did. Thank you. Hey! Do we have anybody that can get the slutty little Discord invite for Petunia? Oh, I forgot my build. I've never lied ever. Ah! Where is she? Oh, there she is. Thank you! Petunia, if you could whisper Kyle, then Kyle will be able to send you the, what is this gen? Is this the fast track thing? What do you mean, did I check my Steam yet? Oh, I'm sorry. Raven, did you check your Steam yet? What do you mean? Oh my god, I just realized, Raven, your badge matches my glass. Oh, enjoy your lurky, sleepy Eclipse. Thank you so much for the games. Thank you very, very much for the games. Everyone say good night, Eclipse. And thank you so much for gifting like 1,000,000 subs today. It's very, very sweet. Thank you. Is there something I'm looking for? Is your name Raw Raven on Discord? Or on Steam? I got charged for it. So I hope it's in there. Only 2? 1,000,000. Was it 2? That was 3. Still, thank you. I'm gonna be so mad if there's another person on my friends request or my friends list named Raw Raven. Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. Way below, way below, way below. Shut up, Raven! This is why you should have checked yesterday. Man. Well, you can give it to someone else. I don't know how gifts work. If the person already has it. Girl. You didn't get an email? Oh, nice. That works out. That's perfect. Oh, look at you taking a hit for me. Oh. What is this, guys? What? Oh, well, I tried, Raven. I'm sorry. Really? Maybe you don't have, or I'm not accusing you, but maybe you don't have notifications on. Maybe. I feel bad. I just want to do something nice. Well, I'm sorry, Raven. I feel bad. What? What? Yeah, that's right. Good submissive dinosaur. I don't know. I have no idea. It's your grandpa dinosaur butt. I'm joking. Well, I hope you enjoy it. No, I feel bad. Oh, here. I will get perk value, guys. I have not healed anybody. I'll at least get conviction. What is this? Boon. Yeah, get boo, nerd. Woo! Why didn't you use Expo? God. It was there for you. Oh, it gets refunded? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. I've never really, like... I've only gifted, like... Ooh, like 2 things ever. That makes me sound shellfish. What's up, Strange? Oh my god. I hope you're doing amazing. Ever go tell Strange how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. I hope you're doing so good. Enjoy your lurky turkey, my friend. And thank you so much for saying hello, governor. Look at him. He's not even worried about hitting gens. He knows how good he is. Oh, let me accept it? Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it won't let you, like, accept it to another and then gift it to another person, right? Oh, whatever, Strange. You're pretty heckin' cool. Did you really? I liked our blights tonight. Our Talbots have been nice. Also, isn't this the same one that we, or not the same one, the same skin that we had earlier? I don't know where that last gen was that they were doing. But I fear it was somewhere over here. Maybe. I hear it. I hear it. Aha! Did you really? That's awesome. Well, it could have been $95, alright? Oh, no paillette here. That's alright. A Melodol. Oh, drop the no mither, gamer. Okay. Alright. Actually, I don't have conviction up, but that's fine. I will crawl towards my soul guard, I think. Because you have no mither. So you can do whatever you want. I'm gonna crawl towards my boon. Oh, I mean, if you want. What? What? A Melodol, you did not just do that. Yo! Should I risk a door? I mean, it's a Talbot, so I mean, they're gonna find me no matter what. Dankos, that's really funny. If I escape, I'm gonna laugh so hard. Oh. No way! So we get a 3 Outlast game. I'm the only one that died. In this game, I'm the only one that lived. That's actually so funny. Thanks for that, homies. Oh, man. GG's. GG's. W Hatch. GG's. That's awesome. This is my second game that I've lived. Yippee! GG's, homies. That's, yeah, the no mither really helped. That was awesome. What's the password for the last giveaway? That's true. We are going to do our last giveaway right now. Create giveaway. Quante Young DLC numero 4. And don't forget the last giveaway, the last code is going to be in the Discord. Oh, that's alright, a Melodol. You're super goated though, committing to it. 9 stacks, sweat. Oh, Jesus Christ, a Melodol. What should we say? Oh, let's just keep it simple, stupid. Hashtag DBD. Yeah, no, for real. Because there was a gen that I was working on that was 50% gone. And it hadn't even been touched yet. Hashtag DBD. Welcome to the jungle. And then don't forget to react in the announcement for the last giveaway for tomorrow. Oh, really, a Melodol? Yeah, that was crazy. That was awesome. And that was our first gen to get done, too, because I think we had 5 gens left at that point. Alright. We're not going to be able to finish a game. There's 8 minutes left for an ad. It takes about 2 minutes to get into a game. I think I have to play an ad before the next game. Also, I know that we did... Oh, actually... This is actually perfect because I need 2 people to get in this lobby. Oh, I'm gonna play Gabriel again. Hold on. I didn't get a chance to do my obnoxious outfit. But if anyone wants to join, we got 2 spots open. And if anybody's played with us earlier, you guys can get in here as well if you like. Up to you. Dangos, get in here. Happy pixel gremlin noises? What does that sound like, Rooster? Spell that out phonetically. Is it? Do you want ice cream? Yeah. What flavor ice cream do you have? I have butter pecan, I think is what it's called. Oh. I have butter pecan in my freezer. Is that? Or butter peas in a can. Okay. Really nostalgic? Whose pussy was I eating? Ew, that was weird. Alright, I'm gonna play an ad. Sorry, L streamer. Ad now, no ad in game. And we do have room for one more if anyone wants to get. Maybe I shouldn't drink anymore. We do have room for one more. Oh my god, Gabriel, your eyes are right there. And it's your penis! Yo! Can we get invite for Supernova, por favor? Oh, actually, Supernova, can you message Kyle? I'm just gonna put Kyle out there. Can you message Nenana back, Kyle? Supernova? On Twitch? Slight little Twitch whisper. Oh, Raven, if you're still here, and it's okay if you're not. Also, it's okay if you just don't want to answer, because if you're lurking or whatever. I want to know what other games you got. I think I only spent $5 at the spring sale so far. And it was the other games that came in that package with Detroit Become Human, but obviously without Detroit Become Human. Moaning Lisa. Is that a song, Amelado? We do have room for one more if anyone wants to join. If not, we'll just do the three of us. No problem, no biggie. Well, there's a lot of things I need. Like a new tattoo! Wait, is it Lisa? The character Lisa? Do I... Really, or... Hold on, I'm gonna ready up as Gabriel, but what character is Lisa? Is that Cheryl? Is Cheryl Lisa? Oh, it is! I've done a Lisa cosplay stream, and I totally forgot. What's the Steagle build? I literally did a Lisa cosplay stream where we played as Lisa all day. And I was like, do I have Lisa? Whatever. Alright. It'll take about 2 minutes for us to ready up. No, you're totally good. I'm assuming it's... Let's see. Scream. Oh, scene partner. Yeah, that's exactly what I did, Spades. Scene partner, dramaturgy. Okay. You know what? Doing Shoulder the Burden and Bardic would be fun, right? Oh, and Come and Get Me. Supernova, if you can hear us, can you message Kyle, please? So you can get your Discord invite. The moaning Lisa. That is very funny. We could try that next time. Moaner Lisa. No, good. You're totally good, Supernova. No rush or pressure. I just wasn't sure if you can hear us. Which is, you guys you're totally good. Man, so for this the new icons, should I put the twins? I feel like, oh, thank you, War. I feel like, I mean, I love my little kitty cat. Rootsy, ew, what? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. No, exactly. Should I have the P100 twins? I feel like that would be awesome to do that. No way. The killer must have hated life. I don't... Who is this? Who is this? Oh my god, Dagos! Dagos is Lisa! I'm gonna put my P100 twins on there. Yeah. Let's put Charlotte up there. Wait, what's my build for her? Oh, it's kind of similar. Dramaturgy. Scene partner. What was it? Come and get me? Oh, didn't get a chance to read that. We will laugh a lot. Promise? Better be laughing. I think I made a build. I think I have 3 of the 4 perks for screaming. I had dramaturgy, scene partner, and come and get me. You have ice cream? Wait, I missed it. What ice cream do you have? Yeah, scene partner is anytime it's like LOS, you scream. For like up to like 6 or something. Dramaturgy has the potential for screaming. Petunia. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Guys, thank you so much for being here. You guys are so hot. Up to 8? It's like 6 or 7 times, right? Whoa! Rachel! Rachel, literally know you. Rachel, you're so hot and talented and handsome. Oh my god, I hope you're doing so good. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, I love your name. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. What's up, Poison Soul? Look at this. Look at this little Ace Visconti. So handsome. Dull Merchant. Yippee! Yo, ladies. I was hoping that we'd have the window there. We did not. Spoiler alert. We don't even have the pallet here. What the fudge sticks is happening right now? We don't have the window. Yo, Sugar Lips! Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Very happy to have you. Also, thank you for the follow, other person. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Bamboozle! Oh, Poison Soul, of course! We actually have room for another person. They gotta be in the stream, Poison Soul. Oh, right? I think? Yeah? But we have room for just one more Poison Soul. I def have a type? Yeah. Indeed. Yo, 2-gen chased? I get anxiety watching you play this. I have anxiety playing this. Hi, Ace. I love you. Nick Stick. Nick, did you know I'm a P100 Ace Visconti? I hope everyone's doing so good. Happy weekend. Also, we have one more. Wait, did we do the last giveaway? I don't remember. Chat, did we do the final giveaway? Hashtag DBD. I haven't pulled it yet, right? We're gonna pull it after this game. Girl, okay. Oh my god, it's been so long since I played against a Skull Merch. I was like, I don't even remember how to do that. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so after this game. What the hell? Ruin! Shut up, Lisa. Who made me do this build? Oh, nice wall, nerd. Oh, shit. Oh, no Lightborn. Whoa, my god. No! Oh! Oh my. Oh, Ace, I'm sorry. The expose had just ended. Oh, Ace, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. Come. That was scary, Ace. I'm so sorry. I did not know you were there. I don't have bond on in this class. Yikes. There's the other Lisa. Oh my god. Oh wait, if I could do it up here, I could see her from like miles away, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, having this with Ruin is insane! This with Ruin is impossible. That's very funny. So sad they took Steagle away. I'm indifferent. Because he still screams. It's just like not the same scream, right? Hello, love. Oh, he's good. Barely a scrum. Oh, Spades may have found it. Nice. Is that it? Nice. Alright, well then I'm gonna go do main building then. Since it's part of the three. Also, getting 3 gens done while 2 of us are just creaming around and the before Ruin was destroyed is actually pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. I'm hoping the Jen's aura is blocking my friends to the end. I'm hoping. I doubt it. Oh, we should be good. Yeah, we're good. Oh, nice, Poison. Well, thanks for bringing your friend over. Welcome in, friend. Really? Dangos, I hope I could be next. Shredder! Where? I don't remember hitting the first button, but okay. Pelly! Oh my god. Is that the hottest, the tallest, the most handsomest? Pelly! I hope you're doing so good, homie. Happy weekend. Oh my god, not both of us. Who she? You know what? Dankos, do you think she humped you thinking you were me? Who do you think she thinks she was Oh god. Words are hard. Only one scram. Meowster! 69. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's up, Wild Scorpio? So, I only have room for one more next game, but if you wait 2 games, you guys can, the 2 of you can join. Meowster, welcome in. How was your stream? Yo, how was your DBD? Hi, Meowster. Jasper is petting my leg, and that scared the hell out of me because I forgot there was a cat underneath there. We can wait. Sounds good. Also, everyone say hi to Pally. Everyone say hi to Meowster and friends. Welcome in, Meowster. Do you have a favorite survivor? Because I would love to play them for you next game. As a thank you for raiding me. You could have raided anybody on Twitch. Jasper. Jasper keeps, like, putting his paw on my leg like this, and it's scaring me. But seriously, you could have rated anybody on Twitch and you came here. So truly, thank you so much. Also, if you need to go raid and run and get your post-stream self-care, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourself. I got you, homie. Hi, Invader Moon! All the homies in chat tonight. Hello! Invader Moon, I hope you're doing so good. Everyone say hi, Moon! What is up? Jasper, chill. That's what I'm saying, right? Oh, I was not paying attention where the doors were. I only know that there's one over there. I think. Hope you were paying attention, other Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Oh, over there? Thank you. Oh, here. There you go. Oh my god, I keep forgetting about fudge and sticks and, fuck. Friends in the end. I keep forgetting. It's right, I have dramaturgy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Now we're good. Double speed. Come on. Ah, bitch. No, girl. Whoa! Man, I had an event beam. That's crazy. Why does she want me? What did I do? Who dropped this paella? Whoa! Aruname! Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Who wants to take a hit for Pixel? Who's taking a hit for Pixel? Any hit takers for Pixel? Too little, too late! I'm joking. I've had a pretty decent week this week, Invader Moon. How has your week been? Hey. Alright, I'm gonna hope that someone is over here. Oh my god, it's not even opened. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I didn't know it wasn't open. I'm sorry. Lisa! Lisa, where are we going? Lisa! Leave the ace! Leave the ace! Save us! Lisa, there's no door here. Where's the ace? Oh, there he is. Oh, how did he get over there? That was so fast. Oh my god, Lisa, open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks at your window. Wait, my event beam. Oh, I was gonna block you. I was gonna block you. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, you know what's so funny? I love that you guys are saying W save because it's true. W save, but that's just spades, and spades is like, spades gets like 10 saves a game. Al streamer, me? What did I do? Wait, what? Yo, GG's. I did try to block Dangos though, I'm not gonna lie. I'd do it again too. GG's. Oh, look at my slutty little P100 twins. Ride on these nuts. All right, Kels. All right, Kels. All right, do you guys want to do... Shout to Kels. Do you guys want to do our giveaway? That's my streamer. See, thanks, Moon. That's why you're my favorite. That's why I keep you around. Guys, last chance. It's our last giveaway tonight. The last giveaway is in the Discord. Cheers. I'm drinking some rosé. Cause I'm a fucking lady, okay? You guys ready? That was really fun. That was fun. Thank you, Melodol. Thank you, Dankos. 420. Don't judge your nuts. That's crazy. All right, you guys ready? Oh, do you guys want to see it? So you guys don't know. You guys don't think I'm lying? All right, you ready? Ready? Icefire! Icefire, are you here? You play Claudette? I got you. I got you. You're gonna be our second Claudette tonight. Always lying. Why you always lying? Congo Rats. Icefire, are you here? It's 420. It's 320, technically. We still got another month. Right? I had to check. Why are there so man? It's Marshall. Listen, Rachel, it's late. It's all right. I've been drinking. Oh, I see, War. Okay, I see. Nah, you're good. You're good, War. Listen, we don't know how to speak. We don't know months. Favorite song? I agree, right, Kay? So good. Icefire, are you here? There is only one caveat for these giveaways, and you got must be present to win. Must be present. We'll give them a couple minutes. Oh my god, one of my first usernames had XX username XX at the end. I will never tell you guys what that is. I will never tell you guys. Mostly because it's associated to a YouTube channel that I can't access anymore and it doxes me. You are a gift? War, why are you being so nice tonight? Show them how they really are. I love it. I love it. Roti, do you want to see it? Because it doxes what high school I went to. XX Naruto for life pain. You can, it's a safe space. You could tell us that that was your username. Is that even a question? Pixel High, right? Yeah, I went to Pixel High. Wait, are you saying I went to Pixel High or am I high? I'm joking. Just Rootsy? Yeah. Just Rootsy. I'm joking. Icefire, are you here? Let's give them, what, 2 more minutes? And then we'll redraw if they're not here. Oh, that's me. I'm clicking it. Sorry. I'm clicking it so that, their name pops in the chat in case they're not, they don't have audio on. Which I'm assuming they don't have audio on if they haven't said anything. Oh, okay. Oh, they're not in the user list? Oh, you're right. Okay, well then we'll just redraw then. We'll just redraw. All right. Sorry. No, it sucks. They were here for like the last 2 giveaways. Sorry. Stellar Bear. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. New, okay, it's not rigged. You guys know it's not rigged. You guys know it's not rigged. You guys see me do it. You guys see me do it. There's no way 2 mods won tonight. That's crazy. Cal, are you here? Victory! Don't forget the last code is available to win in the Discord. You guys can enter it. All you have to do is react to the announcement, and that's all you have to do. Can't confirm. Callie is living, walking proof. Can confirm, not rigged. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly was not, for legal reasons, Kelly was not paid to say that. Congratulations, and thank you very much, Behavior, for sponsoring these giveaways. All right, Cal. I'm going to send you a slight little message on Discord. We're doing Claudette, right? Claudette, okay. Claudette from Meowster. There you go, Kyle. Kyle. Perfecto. Thank you, hacking skills. Spades won, and then Simlish won, and then Callie won, and then Kyle won. But tomorrow, it was a South Park reference, yeah, Kyle. And then tomorrow, I will pick whoever wins from the Discord. Pain Entertainment! Oh, thanks, Kelly! But congratulations. Thank you guys for congratulating the winners. I always feel badly when... Are you asking if I'm a sub? Shut the fuck up. Thank you guys very much for congratulating the winners, by the way. I really appreciate that. Are you really? Rachel, I love that for you. Whatever, Rootsy. No! You know what? Oh, Raven, I just got my refund. My $4.30 refund. You guys are the worst. I did actually just recently delete my last BDSM test result. I just deleted that screenshot. Damn. I'm being bullied by my own mods. It is Icy. I always feel badly when someone wins, but they're not here. But it's like, this was the only rule that I had. You guys don't even have to be following me, you know? You guys don't even have to like me. Kyle doesn't like... I'm joking. I can't even say that because I know Kyle. I know Kyle loves me. The feelings are mutual, Kyle. Sometimes. I'm joking. But I made you feel bad. I do. I know. You're such a good little boy. He loves a lot of things. Oh, night. Oh, every night. I did want to do Scene Partner too, but we got a Claudette game. Also, we just got into a lobby, by the way, so don't worry. We're gonna get into a game. I promise. Guys, I can't wait to play Outlast Trials next week. I can't wait for the Twitch drops. I never knew. Shut up. Oh my god, they sing this on Glee. Oi, Shamoy. Oh, night. Oh, every night. So hold tight. Hold tight. Maybe hold tight. Have a good night, Po! Everyone say good night, Po! Thank you so much for hanging out! Who doesn't like you? Oh my god, Rachel. How much time do you have? We were just talking about this. That's funny. Tell the other Teletubbies goodnight. Yeah, tell the sun I said what's good. Yo, you know what I used to like in the Teletubbies was that, the vacuum. The vacuum, it, like, scared me, but interested me at the same time. How much time am I gonna get this map tonight? Although, I do love this map. Oh, so pretty! So pretty! Jesus fucking Christ. Look at you not spawning next to us and scaring the shit out of me. Oh. It's a Bubba! No fu- Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Wait, why me? What did I do? You made him find me. That's crazy. Look at him. Look at him doing like little things. Bitch. I think I got W fixated value there, by the way. I think I got huge fixated value. Huge. It better have my money. Tubby custard. That's so funny. Ah! This map could be really good for us if he finds us. He has Trail Torment. Okay. Heard. Okay, this... it's looking like it's not going to go well for us no matter what, I don't think. But... oh, background player. I was going to say this map could go really well for us just because of, like, all the corners and windows and stuff. But if he has Trail, that's going to be really rough. That's going to be super duper rough. Slugging. I don't have conviction on this class! Homie, you are not bringing him to us, are you? Mr. Random? Oh, Mr. Random. There's one aura that you can see without having any perks, and it is who is on hook, and there's no way you're bringing her, or bringing him to the one hook. Damn! Come on and jam. And welcome to the clam slam. Welcome to the clam slam. Alright. I love this Claudette cosmetic. Oh, he's in Trail again. Oh, there he is. Whoop, there he is. Whoop, there he is. Let me go untrail that RQ. I know you're on hook. I'd rather do this. There we go, love. Oh, no. Oh, no, she's screaming on the floor. Iron Maiden. Okay, I thought I heard the Iron Maiden. He's probably gonna go heal himself. I see that med kit. This is gonna be rough. Iron Maiden, Bamboozle, Trail of Torment, and a Mystery Mouse tool for later. Oy chamoy. Oh. I chose this map as cursed. I love this map. Listen. This map is great. Oh, I have Desperate Measures. I honestly, I did not look at my build. I did not look at my build. I only knew that I had fixated. I was not paying attention to my build. Alright, new trail. New trail has been tormented. Oh, shit nipples! Yeah. Holy shit. Holy butts. Holy bubbas. Oh. Oh, nice. You're taking it as a speed boost to go get the unhook. Smart. Smart dangos. Oh, look at. That was scary. Holy. Oh, man. Yeah, this guy is already quitting. I don't know what this guy's problem is, but I had a lot of fun playing this 3v1 with him. We're gonna not pick him up, right? That's the deal. Oh, I mean, you can pick him up if you want. As far as I'm concerned, he can either bleed out or get hooked. But if he's gonna give up on a bubba? On a bubba? Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. He saw me. That's his prerogative. It's just the wrong prerogative. What's up? It's Suki! Well, welcome in, TTTV Onryo, the artist formerly known as Suki. Also, Sunny. Mwah, I think we're the forehead kissy. The one build that I don't have conviction on. The one build tonight. Although we did get conviction value earlier, so I'll take it. This Bubba's getting really, really good value from his Trail of Torment. Like, obnoxiously good value. He got really good RNG with this. What's up? Happy weekend. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? We did some giveaways tonight. Shout out to Behavior. Thank you very much for the codes. Super heckin' grateful. We've been doing open lobbies all night. We've been having a grand old time. You got a girlfriend! Well, congratulations. I hope you guys had the best day today, but I'm sure you did. What does Trail of Torment do? So, sometimes you'll see a yellow generator. And, after... Oh, here. You know what? I'll read them for you. We'll probably do a better job of explaining. For the record, I love Trail of Torment. I use it a lot in my build. Zuh. GG's. But whenever a killer kicks a generator, it makes them, he got 7,000 points. Yeesh. It makes him... What's the word? Not oblivious. Not inconspicuous. What's the word? No terror radius, no red stain. Very sneaky. Tell me my future. You know what? I said that I was gonna, I said that I was going to... undetectable, that's the word. I said that I was going to refund all redemptions for Terra Pools tonight, but I think it's been enough time that we could do one more. It was over. I wanted that gen. Oh, you're so fine. It was over as soon as we got this Quan in our game. No, Stellar. No, of course, of course, of course. It's a great killer perk. Also, I believe we had 2 more people that wanted to join. Enjoy your evening, Onryo. Also, Dangos, thank you very much for the games. But if Poison and Friend aren't in stream anymore, then we'll have you come back, Dangos. Oh, you're still here. Come on in. Come on in. All right. Oh, thank God it's not a repeat. All right, so we have the Knight of Wands in reversed.
Hello.
There's a passion welling within you to work on something. Or maybe you're juggling too many tasks rather than focusing on something sustainable. Keep your impulses in check. So you're feeling a little impulsive. Maybe a little reckless. Think before you do. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I love your username. Very, very cute. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, you know what? I'm going to play an ad now, so there's no ad in games, if you guys don't mind. Ad now, no ad in games. So we waited for 5 minutes and we'll probably have the ad in game. So you guys don't mind? Ad now, no ad in game. Also, I believe this will be our last 2 games, and then we'll call it for the night if you guys don't mind. Hi, Spoopy Little Bat. Your name is so cute. Are you kidding me? I had such a fun time, Dangos. Thank you so much for playing with us. Consequences? What are those? Wait, what did Raven say? I'm always impulsive. I have ADHD. Real. Let's go back to Gabriel. What was my build on Gabriel? Oh, conviction. Kelly. Well, hey, you know what? As long as you think it through. The Moaning Lisa game was really fun. Thank you, Melodol, for that. Oh, who do we have to kick? Sorry, Poisoned. I don't know why you have a 15-minute, lock. Did you DC from your last game, Poisoned? Yeah. I'm sorry, but I really don't want to wait 15 minutes to play. I'm so sorry, Poison. Well, Scorpio, if you want to stay, you can stay, but, Sorry, I was planning on ending stream in about 15 minutes, so I'm so sorry. When is mail time? I send you a letter saying you're awesome and thanks for being here. Oh, Dinkos, did you want to join? I know you literally just left, but it's your prerogative if you want to. Are you kidding? Poison Soul, I think what's so annoying about that is that why can't the timer go down like once you leave? Like, why do you have to wait until you ready up in a game in order to find out that you have a timer? Like, it's to me, I think that's silly. It's like, it should be, the timer should start. First of all, it shouldn't happen at all because of your internet. So it shouldn't happen for that. But the reason, like, you were probably not doing anything. And the timer should have gone down. I don't know. It is what it is. Also, Beth! Beth! Guys, nuts for Beth. Guys, any nuts emotes? Beth, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? No, Poison, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If it wasn't already almost midnight, I would say, like, we'll stay on, but I wanted to stay on to midnight. Yo, Beth, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. We are doing some... Oh, you know what? I gotta change my stream title and get the DLC giveaways out of my stream title so people don't say I'm a liar. Because we did our giveaways today. How was your stream? Welcome in. We were doing some DLC giveaways and we're doing open lobbies today. How was your stream? Tried a demo of a new game and then tried DBD on the PC. No way! What did you think? Were you using mouse and keyboard for the first time, or is it just PC on the first time? For the first time, or in a controller? My old laptop used to randomly die on me, and one time I got a 24-hour lock. That's crazy. Why is there a timer in general? Well, I understand for like people who just constantly DC. It's like their punishment, but. It is a shame that it's probably difficult to like differentiate between when someone DCs because they press quit or people who because their internet cut out or their power cut out, but so it's like their punishment. But it does suck that you have to wait until you're ready up again. Oh really? Oh Spades, I didn't even notice that. Interesting. Mouse and keyboard for the first time? What did we think? It gets easier, Beth. It gets easier. Also, welcome back, Little Gone. Good morning. Also, we're waiting for a lobby right now. So, don't worry, I'm not just, like, ignoring the game. We're waiting for a lobby. But how was your stream? Also, Beth, do you have a favorite survivor? Because I would love to play them for you in our last game. Because we do have one more game. After this one, we're going to play this game, and then one more, and then... we'll find someone to raid. But Beth thinks you was... Oh. That's why you're my favorite. That's why I keep you around, Beth. Beth, I haven't played Ace all night tonight. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I haven't played Ace all night tonight. You need to do mouse and keyboard? Do you do controller, Scorpio? I saw that. Oh, I have flashbang on this class. Okay. And the forward-facing camera is high def and scared. I don't want to see all that. Oh. Dangles, that's way too funny. Rootsy, that's so funny. You stop. Out of my depth for sure. What killers were you playing tonight, Beth? Also, if you need a raid and run, totally stop. Like, totally ignore me. Totally ignore me and just, like, go get your post-stream self-care. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis and bubbies. Go eco, bika, fuga, stretch your drink. But I'd love to keep interviewing you if you don't mind. Oh, thank you! Kiki, what would I do without you? Thank you! Trickster, were you doing the new Mina cosmetic or just Trickster, like, base Trickster? I'm so happy to be able to be here tonight, Zarya. That means a lot. That really means a lot because you guys, there are 1,000,001 streamers that are live right now. And the fact that you guys are here really means a lot to me. So truly, thank you. And Zaria, thank you so much for saying that. I really do appreciate that. No, thank you. Like, I will never get tired of telling people how much of an honor it is to be someone's, like, dedicated, like, lurk, you know? Because, again, there are 1,000,001 people that are streaming at any given time. And... Another skull merchant? No way! Same one? Nope, different cosmetic. I'm not gonna use that palette. Oh. Oh, she found a Dangos! Oh no! Top 3? See, that's very high praise. Where is the Payetta? Alright, it's on the other side. Good to know. Doll merchant. Oh my god, Stellar Bear. It's... Might I say stellar? Bad 3 Janet Main. Okay, cool. This should be good, right? Thank you, Zaria. That really means a lot. Like, you guys could lurk anybody on Twitch, and the fact that you guys are lurking here, I very much appreciate it. Or yapping here, I appreciate it too. But Beth, I'll get your ace game next game. Thank you so much for raiding, truly. Guys, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. But if you guys want to stick around and hang out, listen, if you guys want to learn how not to play DBD, you're in the right place. Whoop, whoop. Oh, I missed the... Spades, I missed the second part. I saw the first part, like, they answered my question, but I didn't see the second part. The last night part. Stellar! Damn! That's so sweet of you! Wait. I really appreciate that, thank you. But there is no pressure to yap if you guys don't want to. Oh. Oh, that's embarrassing. Whoa! She wanted that so bad. Guys, I'm really bad at DDR. Holy shit, nipples. Fun fact, I've never played DDR. I kind of want to finish this gen down here. Lando! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Have a good night, Beth! Seriously, thank you so much for the raid, truly. I hope you had the best time doing your game demo and your new experience on DVD with mouse and keyboard. I hope you keep at it, because it does make a huge difference. Because I started off on my Xbox for DVD. Only for like a month or so. And then I went to mouse and keyboard. And, wow, it's a huge difference. How can you be a millennial? I've never played DDR. Well, a lot of it is because of the anxiety, right? Because I fear to do things. Holy fuck! Thanks for waking up all my neighbors. Anywho. Holy shit. Pixel, watch out! Holy shit. That legitimately scared the French toast sticks out of me. But I don't remember this stripe going down my shirt. I don't remember that. Maybe it's all the drool I'm having. Anywho, I have a fear of doing things for the first time, especially when there's like people that do things so well, and like because DDR is such like a public thing, right? And I get nervous, and I've always been like fat my whole life, and it's really easy to make fun of a fat person for doing something poorly, especially if it's like a physical thing, so. I just never did DDR. It's too self-conscious. Knock off ones online. Oh, like with a keyboard or something? I've always wanted to do the legitimate one. Oh, exclamation point fat. It is okay. It is not a bad word. I appreciate the sentiment. I do appreciate the sentiment, but, please don't... Woo! Please don't, discredit, me and who I am and... Girl... Oh, okay. Thank you! Also, this cosmetic... jiggles too much. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Rachel. See, another thing to be self-conscious about. Especially, like, the titties, too. Heck. Yeah. Which wasn't really a concern when I was younger, because, like, I didn't have any when I was younger, but... Oh. Oh. Okay, bye. This skull merchant, in particular, is very... Kamoso dice, drone happy. Dude, selective here. I know you're Gucci. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, they have something that makes them... Oh, shit. Well, I guess I'll finish this heal, but then I'm done. Sorry, Dangos. You're SOL. Well, it's not this one. Oh, someone else has Sabo. I heard that. I'll go get this person up. If I can. Because then it's an extra person. One, not on hook. And two, looking for... Devour. It's not in either of the basements. Shit. Whoa, I just gotta look at this cosmetic. It's very pretty. It could be upstairs in this house. Could be upstairs there. But it's not in the school basement and it's not in the other basement. You checked 2-story? Okay, so then it's not in 2-story. So it's not in either of the houses then. Because it wasn't down there, it wasn't down there, and it wasn't... Oh! No. Yeah. So... I'll check her spawn. Oh. Boo's doing a diggy down. I will not check our spawn. Yo! Let's go! Okay, let's go. Welcome back, Irish Queen. Oh, did I already have it? Oh, there's a flashback. Okay. Oh. Whoa! I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I choose life. Oh, I can do this, Jen. Yeah. Zoomy heals? We're gonna do one more game after this and we're done. I'm sorry, Jesse. Oh, it's all redeemed, but that just means that, all the animals got their treats. That's what it means. Holy. See if I can find a box in the medikit. Chunky. Oh, I'm glad, Jesse. I had fun too. Welcome home, Loki! Oh, poops. Oh, there's no pallet. There was nowhere for me to go. Nowhere for me to go. So, wasting time was all I had. GG's. What a cool skin. What a cool cosmetic. I've never seen this Poison Ivy cosmetic. Also, Loki, look at this glass. It matches your sub badge. Or not sub badge, your Twitch badge. I was drinking my rosé from it today. Happen to no one gets left behind. That's so cute! Almost as cute as you are. What's up, King Hell? King Hell, happy weekend. Hope you guys are having the best weekend ever. Boo, are you having the best weekend ever? Also, thank you guys very much for playing open lobbies with me. And for just hanging out with me. We are going to play one more game. No, you. You're pooped? Are you off this weekend or are you working this weekend? I'm glad you're home. Oh no, Spades, I'm sorry to hear that. Hugs. Yay for mod privilege. I'm glad that Spades, you got to play with me all day. And that you wanted to play with me all day. You're off this weekend. Ooh, King Hell 3-day weekend. Oh, I love that for you. Magically, mwah, think of the forehead kissing. GG's. We have one more game. One more game. I love playing with you, Spades, because I'm guaranteed to get at least one more hook. Out of the 3 hooks, because I always get saved by you. Yeah, we're playing our second game with our group. I'm sorry, Magically. GG's, Scorpio. I'm gonna go wake up my wife. If you know what I'm saying. Damn, brag about it. Hey, you know what? Good for you. The first out of the night, we had 2 outs tonight. One was by Shabby Sacrifice, and the second one, oh no, we had 3 outs tonight. Oh, Poison Soul. Has it been 15 minutes? Yeah, Poisoned. Are you still here? Because Dangles will step out for you, Poison. Dangles, you're so hot for that. So I figured that's what you meant. So, Wild Scorpio, we usually do 2 games per group. But if Poison is still here, their 15-minute timer should be done, and Dangles will step out, and Poison can step in for the last game. Yeah. 5 Nights at Freddy's. Oh my god, and none of us got the Mina Mori. Hopefully we can see another Mina tonight. We've only seen the one, right? Dangos, I'm gonna kick you. I'm so sorry. I love you. Oh, wait. Poison sent me an invite. Poison's gonna have to join me. Dangos, thank you so much. You're so hot for that. She's got fun written all over her. Listen, if you don't talk about your wife like that, fail to accept the join request. Join request not makes the request no longer valid. Wait, what? Send it one more time, Poison. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Scorpio. That's probably easier. You got a bottle cap? They gave you the sunset sarsaparilla one with Nuka grape? Hell yeah. That's awesome. But seriously, Dangles, I appreciate you. Oh, hard day at work today, boo. Hard day at work today. Yeah, you working hard or hardly working? So cute. So cute. Yeah, hopefully we can get... Because we only had the 1 minute tonight, right? I just a baby. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Loki. Boo works hard at hardly working. It's true. He works hard at being cute. Yeah, 2 per group. Because, I mean, like, God forbid, like, someone gets, like, tunneled out, you know? That's no fun. Especially if they, like, waited, like, hours to get into a game or something. I feel like 2 is a good... At least for the moment, 2 seems like a good, safe, nice, slowly little time. Oh, Ace! I gotta play as Ace! Oh my god, you guys were gonna let me play as Gabriel again? I'm joking. Alright, Ace, what build are we doing? Oi, chamoy. These were given to me from Razer. These are the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. Specifically the V3 because they come with the Bluetooth, or not the Bluetooth, the wireless dongle. The V2, I have those somewhere too, that they gave me, but I don't like the V2 because the V2 is Bluetooth only, and I need a wireless dongle because the Bluetooth on my PC hates me. Welcome back, Princess! We are on our last game, so you have impeccable timing. You too, Dragon! Dragon, I hope you're doing so good. Dragon! That big things are the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. Oh, you just reminded me that I'm washing my bedding right now. Well, drying my bedding right now. I've never heard that, Scorpio. Rootsy! 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 That is such a good compliment. Hello? Alright. You guys can keep gassing me up. That's really nice. Thank you. Don't, oh my god, Callie, LOL. No way! Someone tell Rootsy. I just went to a few Survivor games. I don't play it. Just to do appraisal, fast tracks, but oh yeah! I've heard this build, but I haven't done it. Oh, Poison, you're so good. You're so good. I'm glad we got to get you in. You see it? Do not gas me up like this, guys. Callie is literally so hot. Where's Roots? Rootsy's probably in a game right now. You know what I get a lot, though? As far as, like, celebrity looks-alikes. Celebrity look-alikes is Molly Ringwald and Hilary Duff. Those are the ones I get the most. Oh, and Penelope fucking Garcia. Oh, we got the new map! Fuck-ass map. Let us listen. It's good for us. Ah! I knew it. I knew you must be busy. It was like, because I know you're always listening. God, stop. Guys, stop being nice to me. Penelope Garcia, yeah. And I am not saying this to offend anybody, but any fat person that has bangs and glasses is gonna get called Penelope Garcia. I'm not blaming anybody or not, like, trying to be rude to anybody, because, like, I see it too. But on God, any fat person, any fat person, hey, what did I do? Any fatty. Holy swingers, Batman. That doesn't bother me. Because I've been told that she is, like, the coolest character ever, you know? Oh my god. He hit me! Guys, he got me! I haven't gone against a Kenny in some time. Oh, okay, I was about to say, I don't know where the pallets are. I don't know where the pallets are. I'm throwing one. Guys, I don't know. Oh, God, pallet! Oh, you're getting thrown. Oh, on God, you're getting thrown. On God, you're getting thrown. I have no clue where I am. I don't know where I am. I'm sorry. Hello, everybody! Welcome to another YouTube video. I'm so sorry. I don't know where I am. I don't know this map yet. I'm sorry. Oh, hello, love. Oh. What's going on in there? Oh, Jasper, that's my butt. That's my butt muffin. Poison will never join another open lobber. What did you do, Dankos? The first victim? Oh. Dankos, what did you do to Poison? I don't have bond on in this class, so I ran right into everybody. Oh, really? Oh, did I sandbagged all three of you because I ran into Ada. Oh, I didn't see Scorpio, but I ran into Ada and Sable. I didn't mean to sandbag. I didn't even know it. I didn't know I did. I'm so sorry. Okay, listening to your feet flap about is such a sound, Ace. Why can't I join? What did I do? No, Dangos was joking that you're not gonna want to join anymore because I sandbagged you. I didn't mean to! I don't have bond on! I don't even think I sandbagged, but if I did, I'm sorry. Oh. Alright, gotta go. Bye. I just want to do the gens over here because there's only 3 gens I know where they are because I don't know this map yet. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just trying to do the gens. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm back at a gen. Oh. Does he, like, know that his 3 gen is here or something? He must. Well, he's leaving it. I've really been on this side of the map. Yes. Leave me, Kenny. Yes. Huge ass square. Hold on, let me snooze this head. Look like me playing. I don't know where anything is. Yeah, this... I don't know what's going on yet, you know? We gotta get one of these 3 gens done or else it's game over for us. Game over, man. Huge ass square. Okay. I need to see like an over like where the clock callouts are and over like an image of like a sky view of this map. Really? Oh, bravo, yeah. Because like each map is different, and then each map is like different variations. And then there's RNG on each map that has each variation of each map. So yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Especially if you're not playing like at least weekly, you're not gonna like it's gonna be so difficult to learn them, right? And like memorize them. Oh shit. Oh, it's a lot, Stellar. It's a lot. Bye, boy! Everyone say bye, boy. Have the best night ever. Everyone tell Moore he's such a good little mod. Oh, shit. Oh, he has DMS, too. I didn't realize. So he has DMS and Grim Embrace. Jasper, get the fuck away. Are you one of my favorite perks? I have Conviction, Overcome, Deja Vu, and Lightweight. You're such a good little mod. Oh, chat, you're so good. I think I can finish this gen. Oh, did you really? Oh, shut up. Oh, another one. Oh my god. Oh, that's great. Thank you, guys. Stretch! Oh, I got you. Yes. And we got one of these gens done. Perfect. 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 Good gen split. Good gen split. Good gen split. So good. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Thanks, Irish. A nice, good stretch. Sounds like a good thing to do at the end of stream. Appreciate you. He's gonna come right back here, right? Yep. Grim. I forgot. Oh, is that Grim? Oh no, it's DMS. That was DMS. That's alright. That's alright. It's alright. 2 more gens to pick from. Do I assume that one of the other 2 is going for the save and do this? I don't know. I hate clowns too. It is incredibly visually stimulating. It's very much like RPD on crack, I think. I hope so, Bravo. Oh, he looks like he's camping. Look at Poison's anti-camp is going up. So he's camping the hook. Which means they should be able to get off hook soon, though. Look, 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 look. They should be able to pop off. No way! Alright, so they get off. They might tunnel them, though. RP and acid! Hi, Chloe! Yeah, Chloe, all the codes are given away for stream. But you are entered into... I saw you reacted to the Discord, so you're entered in that one. Which I'll be drawing tomorrow during stream. That's really smart, though. I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you guys so much. Also, Loki, I'm so sorry, L Streamer. Not you, me. How was your game night? Hi, Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, I hope you're doing amazing. Yeah, Poison, so I don't know what you did to him. But, whatever you did, he did not like it. Have a good night, Zarya! Everyone say good night, Zarya. Well, I think he had Grim Embrace, right? I know he had DMS for sure. But if he had Grim Embrace, he missed out on 2 stacks for that tunnel. Oh, because of the space? Yeah, we'll leave it like that. We'll leave it like that, Zarya. Yeah, because of the space, it makes it look like it's a bad word. No, you're good. We'll have it as your corrected, good night. You're so good. You're so good. You're so good. Oh, yeah? I don't play killer. I'm not good at this game. You're actually on first hook. I know that unhook would have been free. I feel like the unhook would have been free. Hold on, I gotta snooze this ad. Hold on. Alright, that's our last snooze. But, especially with his hindered bottles, I fear that this might be the play. Because I feel like we can unhook. I have overcome. Unhook. Oh, yeah, see? Free. Okay, how do I take a hit? How do I take a hit? How do I take a hit? How can I be of service? You came this way. Perfect. Yeah, we're good. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. GG's. And we only had to sacrifice Poisons to get it. Poison, thank you for your sacrifice. GG's. Not bad, though. Not bad. GG's. Thanks, Poison. It was really like my, my 3rd or 4th escape tonight. Thank you, Spades. Yeah, I don't have a lot of rules for open lobbies. Rule number 1, be nice to me. Just be nice to me. Rule number 2, be nice to all of your survivors which I guess is rule number 1. Be nice to all your fellow survivors. Be nice to the killers. Oh, that's really it, isn't it? Yeah. He's going to sacrifice himself. You can't. It must be another way. Oh, you're so good, Chloe. You definitely deserve some R&R. Oh, really? I love that. Oh, yeah, that's the announcements. W stream and streamer. No, you guys. Guys, you guys okay if we don't do marbles? Guys, I'm tired. GG. Thank you guys very much for Open Lobersons. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. No, I'm glad we got to get the sneaky wind poisoned. Oh, I gotta do my stretch! Big stretch. We'll do sitting stretch. I don't think it's a good standing stretch kind of day. We don't need no stinking marbles. Is it a good stretch, Jojo? Marbles next time. Marbles next time. We'll do marbles tomorrow. Have a good night, Poison. We'll do a slutty little raid. Let's see if we could do one more back crack. I don't know if we'll get another back crack because we had such a good one earlier. Let's see. Little baby one. Little baby one. Oh. That was alright. Mid back crack. Also, thank you, Behavior, for sending us these DBD DLC codes that we could give away to chat! Give Jasper a forehead smoochie. I will when I take off my lipstick. But I absolutely will. No, seriously. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for being here, hanging out with me, supporting me. Big heck and shout out to the mods for everything that they do in stream and off stream. Because they do so much. A lot of homies are live right now. Holy shit, there's so many people live right now. I also follow like 1,500 people. I follow a lot of people. I know who we're rating. Guys, if you want to watch someone playing Requiem, I'll wreck your EM. Oh, they just started! Oh, they just started Requiem. They didn't just start their stream. Guys, we're gonna raid Reaper Bunny. Reaper Bunny is so hot and so tall, so talented, so handsome, and they said some really nice things to me today, and so I think we should send them some love by sending them a raid. Do you guys mind? Thank you guys so much, seriously, for being here. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. Spades, truly. Also, big hugs, because I know a lot of people are struggling this week and had, like, a really shitty week. I'm so sorry to hear that. Big hugs for anybody who wants it. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can definitely give to the next person. Also, if I did miss anyone's message today, blame my big butt and small brain. Speaking of big butt, one more fit check for the ladies. Sorry, I haven't put any effort into my appearance for a long time, so it feels good to, like, care. So, thanks for letting me dress up cute for you guys. Hey, I love you guys. Thank you for the follows, the wallows, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties, the raids. Thanks! I got it from Shein. I think I got this from Shein. And this outfit brought to you by Shein. But seriously, I love you so much. If you guys could be anything in this world, be kind. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to enter the giveaway in the Discord. I love you guys very much. Bye-bye. Well, LJ, are we the same person?